because there is every chance that he could lose his championship. So Israel Adesanya in action. We've also got Carla Esparza. Carla Esparza is going to be in action tonight as well. She is going to be defending her championship. And I am very much looking forward to both of those. Of course, we've got Dustin Poirier in action tonight as well. He is taking on Michael Chandler. That looks like it's going to be an absolute barn burner. We've got Molly Meatball McCann. She is going to be in action. Dan Hooker as well. Dominic Reyes, he is going to be in action. There's so many big names, big matches that we've got to look forward to tonight. So sit back, relax. It's going to be a long evening, but it's going to be an enjoyable evening. We've got 14 fights to try and get through. So it's going to be a stacked evening as well. Carlos Ulberg taking on Nguemereanu. That is going to be our first fight in the light heavyweight division. So we've got that coming up very, very soon. The early prelims have just started. And shout out to everyone that is in the chat. Shout out to everyone that is joining us. Daxi and Trampus, Diana and Paul. Dort Knight, hello. Paul Green, hello. Notorious, hope you are well. Great to see so many regular faces joining us this evening. It's got that big fight feel about it tonight because it is a big fight. Certainly our main event. Israel Adesanya taking on Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira ranked number 4th in the middleweight division. He's not got the strongest of records. He's only, 6-1? Something along those lines. I mean, you don't really expect too many 6-1 fighters to be going for a championship. But Alex Pereira finds himself in a very unique position whereby he has actually beaten Israel Adesanya a couple of times in kickboxing. One of those times he knocked him out. And so as a result of that, he finds himself getting this massive title opportunity. So that's our main event tonight. Obviously, we can talk more about it as we get closer to it. We've actually got people making their way down to the octagon as we speak. Carla Ulberg, back-to-back wins. Finished 5 of 7 wins, 4 by knockout. Came through Dana White's Contender Series. He likes to kickbox from range. He's got really good hip feints. He's very explosive. Fast starter. Don't sleep on Carlos Ulberg. He's very, very quick, but he can be a bit slow to reload. That's worth keeping an eye on. He is got 100% takedown defense, but I don't think that's been tested too many times. He's a bit hittable as well, but he is coming in as a slight favourite. I've got him winning this. Let me know in the chat which way you are leaning for our first fight this evening. This is going to be Carlos Ulberg taking on Nguemereanu. And if I can find the correct info, there we go. We should be getting underway with this very, very soon. And as we said, both fighters are inside the octagon. Nguemereanu coming in as a plus 110 underdog. He's actually got a 1-inch reach advantage, but he is 4 years younger. He likes to grapple. He's very tough. He's got decent offensive wrestling, good durability, good cardio. Bit of a brawler, also quite hittable. Trains with Extreme Couture, and as I said, he lacks a bit of volume. He can leave himself open. There's definitely paths to victory for both guys, but I am leaning Ulberg to get the dub on this one. So I am leaning Ulberg. Let's go. Carla says unknown. We can hear something in the background. What have we got in the background? Don't know what that is. What the hell would that be? Is that like, we've got a couple of windows open. Perhaps ESPN have got, they have, ESPN have got something playing in the background. We're getting these stats from ESPN and the ones that you can see on screen. And they've actually got a video like playing when you go on the website. So it was that. So yeah, apologies. Hopefully that didn't get in the way. But as we said, very much looking forwards to this first fight and this whole card. This whole card is fire tonight. Big shout out in the chat to Intent Chief. Hope you well, bud. Said, I'm going to head over to Madison Square Garden for UFC 281. Have a great time. Just know that everyone here is jealous that you're going to actually be there. But yeah, have a great time, dudes, as you head over to Madison Square Garden. I can see it's filling up already. as we're about to get underway with our first fight this evening. This is Carlos Ulberg taking on Nikolai Nguemereanu. Let's see if we can find the timer. There it is. Boom, we're underway. We're underway. Both fighters in the center right now. Nguemereanu with a low kick coming in. I do want to jump in the chat and chat with you guys, but it's going to be a bit tricky tonight, what with 14 fights. Tonight is stacked. Tonight is going to be going from fight to fight to fight to fight to fight. Right now, we've got Ulberg in black on the outside. Nguemereanu in the center. Low kick coming in there by Nguemereanu. Ulberg taking his time, just trying to measure the distance at the moment. Sticking on the outside, keeping that distance, and trying to make sure that those leg kicks don't build up. Nguemereanu already firing in a couple, with one of them getting through. Again, seemed to be posturing to fire in another one there. So we've got Ulberg dancing around on the outside. Little bit of a standoff at the moment as Ulberg lunges in with a straight left. Low kick there by Ulberg as well. So Ulberg on the outside, keeping on his toes. We got Nguemereanu edging forwards. Ulberg on the outside, up by the cage. Good work by Nguemereanu to just really limit the space. He's taking part of the cage away from Ulberg. Ulberg with a good lateral movement. And that was nice by Nguemereanu. Jab coming in there by Ulberg. Nguemereanu trying to get a hook shot through. And again, we're seeing Ulberg dancing on the outside. At the moment, it is 7 significant strikes to Ulberg. Only the 1 to Nguemereanu. So Ulberg doing a decent job at the moment. Lateral movement, sticking on the outside, keeping a distance, keeping a range, and just picking his shots. And at the moment, the first couple of minutes, he's managed to just get an advantage. Low kick coming in there by Ulberg. And again, he goes back to moving around on the outside. You can see from the numbers, it's not a hive of activity. We're not seeing loads of action. We're not seeing loads of strikes. What we're seeing is a lot of movement. Ulberg constantly moving. Nguemereanu comes in. That was lovely by Ulberg. Just stepped to the side, tried to throw a hook shot in. Lovely work there by Ulberg. He does look very cool, calm, collected. He definitely looks the more composed fighter right now. Ulberg, he's doing a good job at the moment. Stats say it's still 8-1. Nice shot there. That definitely got through by Ulberg. You can see we're almost 3 minutes in. Low kick coming in there by Ulberg as well as Nguemereanu edges forwards. Ulberg again goes back to just moving around on the outside. Good lateral movement. Again, skipping around. Oh, lovely hook shot there by Ulberg. And again, Ulberg cycling on the outside, cycling round. Couple of jabs, doubles up on the jab, actually. Bang, bang. Couple of jabs coming through there by Ulberg, who goes right back to the outside. Nguemereanu just can't get anything going here. Just can't get anything through. At the moment, he's had Choi with 1 shot to the head and 1 leg kick. And Ulberg doing a much better job of keeping that distance, coming in, getting his shots off, getting in, getting out, and then going back to that lateral movement on the outside. So, as I said, very cool, calm, collected. So far, there's only been 15 significant strikes between both fighters. Oh, Nguemereanu! Smashing Nguemereanu! Nguemereanu goes down! Big, big scenes in Madison Square Garden. That was sick. That was sick. We said he was very good at getting in, getting his shots off, and getting out of there. Boom, boom, got in, bang. It looked like a hook shot. Looked like he really had to, really put some swing on it and managed to connect. And it's Nguemereanu who crumples down. Ulberg was right on top of him. The referee had seen enough, and that was it. That was it. End of the fight. That was a real masterclass. That was a real masterclass. Nguemereanu is so wobbly right now. They're just putting him on a stool. Looks like it was on the bridge of the nose. Just seeing a replay of it here. So leg kick comes in by Ulberg. Nguemereanu then resets. Comes forward. There's a jab that comes in. Right on the nose. Looks like it breaks the nose, you know. It looks like the jab breaks the nose. There's a jab that comes in. As that jab connects, you can see the nose moving and wobbling with the vibrations. And then, boom, big hook shot comes in. And that is sick. That is sick. Then his nose is trashed. His nose is trashed. But, yeah, God, so good. So good. Hayden, how are you, dude? How are you? Shout out to you. Says, how are you today? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. That was so cool. That was so cool. Right, going to make it official. If you did have Carlos Ulberg, which was the way I was leaning before this fight, then you have picked up the dub. Very good from range. Excellent lateral movement. Comes in, made his shots count. Fantastic. I mean, when he cracked him, the jab is beautiful. I didn't realize how much damage the jab had actually done. I don't know if the jab breaks the nose or if the nose had broken before that point, but he throws the jab. You can see the nose react by going in several different directions, and then bang, the hook shot comes in. Carlos Ulberg now on a 3-fight win streak, but yeah, that was so good. That was so good. Funky Junkie chanting Ulberg, Ulberg. TD said, good start. Great start. I must admit, I mean, you're watching it and, you know, there's not loads that's actually getting through, but there's a lot of movement and you can see, like, the game plan. And, well, I mean, who can argue with the first round finish, eh? First round finish, first round knockout. And look at that. Power. Ulberg looked phenomenal. Great display of striking, says Casey O'Neill, saying scary man. Scary man indeed. Hashtag UFC 281. Ulberg just having a word with Joe Rogan there. And that is our first fight down for this evening. As we said, stat card, man. It's going to be a case of boom, 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 boom. Just go to the next fight, go to the next fight. Next fight coming up, we've got Montel Jackson in action, taking on Julio Arce. Julio Arce, nasty volume. And might have to eat some shots to get to his preferred position. He likes to get in close. So we've got something to keep an eye out there. As we said, he's going to come in. He's going to have to eat some shots. If he can get into the right position, he can be a problem. He's 3-3 in his last 6. He's a technical striker. He's got great takedown defense. He has taken a lot of damage. Likes to fight off the back foot. And good head movement as well. He's taken on Montel Jackson. I'm leaning Montel Jackson to win this. Montel Jackson, a southpaw. He's got power. He's very tricky. He's only faced low-level competition, though. So this is going to be a real test for him. He's physically very strong. He's got fantastic takedown accuracy. He likes to pressure into range. He can win by knockout. He can win by submission. He's good on the feet. He's good on the ground. I think he will look for takedowns. But as we said, Julio Arce's got a 94% takedown defense. So it's going to be a bit tricky for him. But that's where, you know, he's definitely can do it on the feet. He can definitely do it on the ground. It feels like Montel Jackson has got more paths to victory. So I'm leaning to Montel Jackson on this next fight. But yeah, it's going to give us a moment to catch our breath there after that amazing first fight. Amazing first fight. Fast start to the evening. And as we said, we are building all the way to that main card. That main card's so juicy. So juicy, that main card. Obviously, a little time off. We've got a little bit of time to go until we get to it. But that main card, every fight is a banger, man. And Molly Meatball is on the prelims. Like, think about that. She's one of the hottest females. Like, people are just buzzing around her. And she's only on the prelims tonight. That shows you how strong the main card is. So, yeah, a lot of excitement tonight. A lot of excitement. Andrew, shout out to you. Austin, hello. Hope you are well. Great, as I said before, great to see so many people jumping in and sharing their thoughts on the fights. I don't know if you guys managed to do your Tapology, but you can go on to Tapology. I don't think you can make the picks now. but you can join our group, of course. We will be looking at that once we've got a few fights in the bag. So we've got a group on Tapology. I think there's like nearly 250 people in that group. So it's going well, man. It's building. It's brilliant to see. We'll have a look at that and see how the leaderboard looks once we're a few fights in. But yeah, we've actually got ring walks right now. I mean, as I said, no time to waste tonight. We've got so many fights, they're just going to chuck them at us at speed. So, as we said, I've got Jackson in this next fight, but feel free to let me know which way you are going. Retribution said World Cup fever is taking over. Excited, man. It's only about a week away, isn't it? I think it starts on the 20th. It's not long, is it? Not long at all. James said, Days, does Izzy go for a takedown? Great question. Great question, because we know that Izzy, kickboxing is his forte, but we know that he's done kickboxing twice with Alex Pereira, and twice he's come up short. Now, there's a bit more to it than that, to be honest, because if you watch the first fight, it's actually really close, and there's a lot of people that actually think Israel Adesanya won that first fight. And I think the first fight affects the second fight, because I think the second fight, Izzy was then a lot more cautious. You know, he was going up against someone that he hadn't beaten, someone that he'd actually lost to. And even in kickboxing, Izzy had a fantastic record. So all of a sudden, you kind of go in with a different mentality then. And actually, the same thing could happen tonight. You know, if he's going in there against someone like Jared Cannonier, who I'm sure he respects but feels like he can beat, you are going in with a certain mindset. I don't think he's going in with that mindset tonight when he's taking on Alex Pereira. He knows that this is his boogeyman. This is the banana skin, right? This is the guy that has been fast-tracked because he has beaten Izzy before. So with that being said, game plan is going to be very interesting. Do you keep it standing? Do you kickbox something you've done twice before and lost, right? Or do you try something really out there and try and take it down to the ground? I'm a big believer in playing to your strengths, and I'm a big believer in, like, yeah, Izzy might be able to do something on the ground, but so could Alex Pereira. There's no guarantee that if this fight goes to the ground, that Alex Pereira is going to be completely, like, you know, dominated. I think that Izzy is going to have worked on a ground game, but to be honest, I think Izzy's sniping, striking is his calling cards, and I think that that's what got him to the title. And so I think he's going to have to work a very disciplined game plan. I think he's going to have to pick his moments. I think he can definitely hurt Alex Pereira. I think if there is an option to get some takedowns and get them in the bank, they're not going to hurt. But I don't know that he's going to be looking at takedowns as a way of winning the fight, because I just don't know how much confidence he's got in his ground game. It's not his strength. His strength is sniping, striking. He's very dynamic with his striking, and that's his strength. I feel like you should play to your strengths. And even though Alex Pereira has beaten him twice in kickboxing, obviously this is very, very different. It's a cage for starters. And as well as that, you've always got the threat of the takedown, which you don't have with kickboxing. So there's always this added dimension where Alex Pereira is going to have to worry about feints. I think feints are going to be massive for Adesanya tonight, because I think he can feint and look for certain things or make it seem like he's looking for certain things. And it's going to be so interesting to see how Alex Pereira reacts to those. I think what you'll find is a first round where Adesanya downloads information. He really is like working a few feints, having a look, seeing if he can get him up against the cage, maybe drive him back against the cage. Are there any kind of takedown opportunities, clinching opportunities, any openings? You know, just because they had fights, you know, a few years back, where are they now with their skill set? You know, so, you know, it could be that Adesanya gets a few shots through and goes, I fancy this. So I think what you'll find is that first round, he's going to be just downloading information, really getting kind of a feel as to where the fight is and what the fight's going to be like. And then I think what you'll see is him start to exploit the weaknesses that he's found. If he tries a few things on the feet and it doesn't work, then yes, you might see him having a look at going for some takedowns or trying to at least ask some questions that maybe Alex Pereira isn't expecting. To be honest, I don't think people are expecting Adesanya to go for takedowns. I don't think people are expecting the fight to go to the ground. But you can't rule it out either, because like Adesanya is proud of being a mixed martial artist, and this could be a time where he shows that he has some sort of ground game. So great question. Great question. I suppose the true answer is we're going to have to wait and see. But I think that what he'll do is he'll download information in the early stages. Right, we are underway with fight number 2. And we're underway with round number 1. If you are just joining us, Montel Jackson versus Julio Arce. I've got Montel Jackson in this one. Jackson in white, Arce in black shorts. Both guys in the center. Again, if you are joining us, you missed a fantastic knockout. First round knockout by Ulberg on Nguemereanu. Jackson driving Arce up against the side of the cage. And it's just some good wrist control here. He's grabbed a hold of the wrist, Arce. And he's trying to keep Jackson back. Jackson putting his weight on Arce. He's got him up against the cage at the moment. And knee strike to the midsection there by Jackson. Lovely knee strike. And again, firing into the midsection. Good work so far by Jackson. Jackson, as we said, has got Arce in a clinch over by the cage. Referee coming in, though. He's going to have a word. Just wanted to check on something there, but he lets them continue. So at the moment, Jackson in a good position and getting control time. At the moment, he's just under a minute control time for Jackson. And Arce is just honestly walking along the side of the cage, back to the cage, trying to find a way out as Jackson constantly putting this pressure on. He's got Arce pinned up against the cage still. 1 minute 10 at the moment. Arce trying to get away from the side of the cage. Good work, this is. Good work. Just good work. I mean, I feel like if Adesanya could get Alex Pereira in this position and pin him up against the cage, it's going to be hard because Alex Pereira is so strong. But if you can get some control time, this obviously, and of course you need to do something with it. But if you can get control time, even cage control time, but still be getting some shots in, some knees in, still make some progress, you can just start taking rounds that way. We saw Kamaru Usman do it against Masvidal in the first fight. He was very good at going up against the cage and just really taking time out of the fight. Not very exciting for the fans, but quite handy if you want to keep a championship. So Montel Jackson, again, still got Arce up. We're over 2 minutes now, over 2 minutes. Referee coming in, didn't think there was any progress being made. He's split them up. Both fighters back into the center of the octagon. So Jackson in the center ground. We got Arce on the outsides. And Arce needs to do something here because he's just been controlled for quite a bit of time. And he hasn't really got much out of this round. As you can see at the moment, no significant strikes, no headshots, no one body shot just coming in. Nothing to the legs. No control time. He's behind, but not by much in all fairness. Judges don't seem to be bothered about control time unless you actually do something with it. But right now we got Arce in the middle looking for a jab, but falling short. Jackson comes back with a jab of his own. So 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Lovely left hand there by Jackson. That seemed to just fall short. I love the doubling up of the jab. Quite often you'll see people just throw one jab. But it's good to get into the habit of bang, bang, throwing a couple of jabs in. Volume is so important in MMA. A lot of this comes down to the number of significant strikes you land. I feel like that's one of the biggest kind of parameters, the number of significant strikes. Nice shot coming in. We've seen many fights won because someone landed more significant strikes than their opponent. I always think that judges favor that over a lot of the other parameters. So learning to double up on your jabs just seems to be a bit of a no-brainer. And nice to see it from Arce there, but couldn't get them through. Lovely, heavy hook shot there by Jackson as Arce was standing his ground. Edging forwards here, again throwing out a straight right hand. Straight right there by Arce, again moving forwards. And we got Jackson backed up against the side of the cage, so Arce really has grown into this round. And moving forwards into the clinch, driving him back. Good work by Arce. Arce has grabbed Jackson, drove him back against the cage. But the problem is Jackson has reversed the position, but a takedown. Takedown right at the end. That's a big takedown right at the end of the round. It seemed to be for Arce. It has been given for Arce. So Arce, wow, tough to be honest, because I feel like Jackson might still get it. 2 minutes control time. Again, not all that control time he was like using very well, but more total strikes, more significant strikes, more control time. How much does a takedown matter? This is where MMA scoring becomes a bit tricky, because how does a takedown compare to significant strikes? Like, how many significant strikes is the same as a takedown? Like, no one knows is the answer. How many total strikes do you need for control time? Like, no one knows. So, for me, I'd go Jackson. Let me know in the chat which way you think that went. Hayden is saying, let's go Jackson. Damien said, who do you think wins at Poirier, Michael Chandler? Personally, mate, I'm going with Poirier. I think Poirier is arguably the second best in the division. Maybe third behind Oliveira. So Islam, Oliveira, yeah, probably third. I think in my rankings, it would probably be Makhachev, then Oliveira. I mean, Makhachev beat Oliveira. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I saw it. He beat him. He's the king. So there's a new king of the lightweight division. The old king is probably still second. And then I think Poirier comes in at third. So I think Chandler is an entertainer, man. I think he's like 4 fights, 2-2 in the UFC. And his fights are always bangers. Fans love him, and rightfully so. So yeah, really looking forward to that fight. That is gonna deliver. I can't see any way that fight doesn't deliver. Poirier and Chandler both come forward. That's it. They don't have a reverse. So people are super excited for that. I think most people's fight of the night looks like it's going to be that one. But I am leaning Poirier. If you look at, like, you know, the fights that he's been in, losing to Oliveira, there's no shame in that. Beating Conor twice, it's hard to know how big of an achievement that is in 2022. But he still did it. And he looked good in those fights as well. Certainly the second one more so. I mean, don't forget, Conor was in big trouble in that second fight. The broken ankle, you know. We don't even know, like, if it wasn't caused by Dustin Poirier. So I feel like Poirier has been in big fights. He's had big victories. And for me, he probably comes in about third, yeah. So I've got Poirier, but it wouldn't shock me if Chandler won. Nice shot there by Arce. We are underway with round number 2 at the moment. So this is in the, I don't know if I mentioned it, bantamweight division. Arce definitely can get the victory in this one, but I am leaning Jackson. Andrew said, is Molly fighting? She is fighting tonight, yeah, but not for a little while. She's on the prelim. She's got a tough challenge, man. Tough challenge. She's taking on Erin Blanchfield. Erin Blanchfield's quite a firm favourite in that one, so going to be tough for the meatball tonight. But listen, when the meatball fights, then people watch, because she is very, very exciting. So pumped for it. Hope she does well. Right now, we've got live odds, and live odds say that this fight is close. They've got Arce at -120. They've got Montel Jackson at -110. Both fighters standing in the center. Arce edging forward, Jackson on the outside. Couple of jabs coming in there by Arce. Again, hook shot coming in by Jackson. And Jackson backing up a little bit. 1-2. Hook shot coming in there by Jackson, but just misses. Nice jab coming in there by Arce. Knee to the body there by Jackson. We've got Arce edging forwards. Jackson backing up against the cage. Hook shot coming in there by Arce. We're seeing some stuff happening now. First part of this round was quite quiet. First part of this round, there wasn't loads of activity, but we are seeing some shots now. Big, heavy, overhand right coming in there by Arce. Follows it with a jab. Couple of jabs coming back. Counters coming back by Jackson, but Jackson's being driven back. He's up against the side of the cage at the moment. We've got 1 minute 30 odd left in the second round. So far, it's 25-18 significant strikes to Jackson. I gave Jackson the first round. I think this second round looks like it's going to be close. Jackson looking for a takedown. Drives Arce up against the side of the cage. So he's got Arce over by the side of the cage at the moment. We've got just over a minute to go. Not loads of time left here, but feels like either guy could still take the round if they have a big minute. He's looking to... he's got round the back. It looks like he was going for a German suplex. Went round the back there of Arce. Thought he was going to chuck him over and do full-on Brock Lesnar German suplex. Sadly, he didn't. But knees coming into the thighs right now by Jackson. Arce is in not a great position here. He's got Jackson round the back, but he's making it as difficult as possible. 30-odd seconds left to go. And Jackson is just smothering, but I don't know that he's actually making much progress. Can't say there's much in the way of progress happening right here. But significant strikes. I told you it was close, and it is close. Jackson is 17, and Arce is 15. There's only a couple of significant strikes in it. I do think this control time might just swing it for Jackson, though. Jackson picking up some control time there, and I would give that round to Jackson as well. So not much in the strikes. It actually ends 18-15. Total strikes were 27-27 for that round, but it did feel like Jackson picked up some control time. JB said, "What's up, Days? Holla from Canada." JB, shout out to you, dude. Hope you are well, my friend. I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I've been looking forward to this for, so long. I think it's so hard to know which one I was more excited for, 280 or 281. I mean, 280 with Islam and Oliveira was just incredible. But there's something special about Adesanya and Alex Pereira and the backstory. Even Dana said that, actually. They interviewed Dana, and Dana was like, we didn't have a backup fighter for the main event because how do I replace it? The story is incredible. How can I replace Alex Pereira, or how could I replace Adesanya? Like, this tonight is built on the story that Adesanya lost twice to Alex Pereira, and there's not really a way of backing that up. So, yeah, I think that says a lot, doesn't it, when Dana can't find a backup because the main event is just too good. So, a couple of jabs coming in. Oh, shot coming in. Down goes Arce. Big ground and pound coming in by Jackson. Shots coming into the side of the head. Arce going down. Shoulders are down. Jackson on top of him at the moment. So big knockdown. Big knockdown in this second round. Quite early in the second round. Doing some good work here at the moment, Arce. Arce has got his legs in the way so that Jackson can't actually get into the guards. What he's at the moment is he's just he's on him and he's making it very uncomfortable, but he's got his legs wrapped around the head of Jackson at the moment. Jackson's arm is trapped and he's got to be careful of that because that could be an arm bar very, very easily. He's got his leg, he's got his arm, and right now Arce is trying to make this as difficult as possible. Up kicks coming in there by Arce. Jackson down on his knees, so a knockdown right at the start of the third round. And this fight has been close as well. So that knockdown feels like it is very, very significant. Because some people, look at that, a triangle. There's a triangle that's applied, but Montel Jackson managing to break out of the triangle. And right now, he's still surviving. He's still holding on. We've got Arce on his back, Jackson on his knees. This is tense. We're only a couple of minutes into this final round. And as I said, you know, we could see either guy winning from here. Right now, it's a very weird position. We're seeing Arce down. He's got his shoulders down. Jackson is leaning all over him. He's got his legs kind of pushed back. It's not a normal ground position that you would see. But at the moment, look at this work by Jackson. Absolutely relentless. And right now, Jackson, live odds just coming in. Jackson, minus 790. Arce, plus 530. That means that if you put $100 down on Arce, you would get $530 back. Those are the live odds right now that have just come in. So seems like the bookies are seeing it the same way that we are seeing it. Seems like Jackson, with that knockdown, has definitely taken and caught the eye of the bookies. Both fighters back on their feet right now. Arce over by the side of the cage. Jackson on his feet, couldn't find the finish. Probably going to be a bit disappointed considering the knockdown, that he couldn't find that ground and pound. But right now, we've got both fighters on the feet. Arce is not in a good place. Not in a good place at all. Will the fight go the distance? It was expected to go the distance. The odds have just come up before the fight, minus 150. It was going to go the distance. So people thought that this would go the distance. It has, or seemingly will, go the distance. We've only got 1 minute 40 left on the clock. We're in round number 3. Both fighters on their feet at the moment. Jab coming in there by Arce. Lovely left hand over the top. Jab's coming in again, but just falling short. He's driving Jackson back at the moment. Jackson having a look. Jackson knows that he's got this in the bag. He's just got to find a way of making it through. 1 minute 20. Little stumble there by Arce. Arce's got to put it all out there right now. If he's going to get anything from this, he's got to find a finish. Lovely shot coming in there by Arce as Jackson was in the center. Jackson backing away and trying to keep a distance. We're not seeing Jackson force the fight at the moment. He's not putting the pressure on Arce. Feels like he's got job done and he's quite happy to just pick at him and get a few shots off. But as we said, we're into the final throws. 45 seconds left on the clock as Arce is moving forward. Jackson on the back foot, over by the cage. Big overhands coming in by Arce. He knows that he needs a finish. Leg kick coming in there by Arce. Just looking at significant strikes. First round was 9-5 for Jackson. Second round, 18-15 to Jackson. This round looks like it's absolute domination. Looked like it was about 19-3. So, as we said, for me, Jackson taking the first 2 rounds and really stamping his authority on this fight as we're into the final 10 seconds. And right now, significant strikes, 18-7. Lovely shot there by Jackson. Gets out the way. 2 seconds left to go. That is the end of the fight. That was fire. That was great. That was really great. That was relentless. What we saw there was we saw Jackson, we saw Arce really bringing it. They didn't leave anything back. Both guys were really bringing the fight. Arce finding himself in some very difficult positions, but he had answers for those positions. Jackson wins this fight quite comfortably. But I've got to say, that first fight, first round knockout, really enjoyable, really fun. Second fight, we go the distance, but it was a good fight. It was a good fight. I think if you've managed to catch these early prelims, then you've seen something pretty tasty. There's been some good stuff here. We've had a finish, and then we've had a damn good scrap. So that's the review of the first 2 fights for UFC 281. And man, I'm expecting Jackson to get the win, but we continue to build and move forwards. Every fight that goes by means we get that step closer towards the main event. James said, Days, bet you didn't think Brentford would beat Man City. No way, I didn't. Oh, here we go. 30-27, 30-27, 29-28. So one of the judges gave one of the rounds to Arce. So 2 judges went 30-27. 1 judge went 29-28. And there we go. It is a victory for Montel Jackson. I just saw someone say there about the fact that we didn't have a poll. And we can definitely do a poll. That's not a problem. We can definitely do that. Do you want to do that for each fight? I am here for what the people want. So, who will win? Right, who will win our next fight? Is it going to be Trizano? We need to have a look at Tapology as well. Or will it be Shungwu? There we go. Shungwu Choi. Let's put that in there. How do you watch early prelims? They are on UFC Fight Pass. Jimmy, shout out to you. Austin, hello. William, hello. First fight was chopped leg and popped out, says Johnny. Hello, Johnny. Days, join Maximum Male Models. They could call you Darze. Oh, I like that, Gordon. I like that. I'm down for that idea. Mansoir, Marseille, and Darze. It's got a ring to it. Daniel Cormier versus Brock Lesnar, WrestleMania 39, says Brendan. Be down for that. Hello, International Superstar Wrestling Days. Hope you are well. Hello, International Superstar Rick Hunter. Hope you are well as well. Yeah, I've had a lot of people asking how I am today. I'm doing good. I feel charged, recharged, refreshed, ready for this card tonight. And we're here, man. We're here all night. We're going all the way through. We're calling all of the fights. I want to get your thoughts. You know, what are you looking forward to? What fight you're most excited for as we get to each fight? Who do you think's going to win? So far, we've called 2 fights, we've predicted 2 fights, and we've got both winners correct. So feeling pretty good tonight. I think the gods are with us tonight. So yeah, feeling good. Next one, I've got Choi for the next one. I think Choi is going to get past Trizano, Sungwoo Choi. So Trizano is 30, Sungwoo Choi is 30 as well. Trizano's got decent wrestling. It's very durable. He does lack a little bit of power. He can sometimes, and this is going to sound harsh, but he can sometimes look unmotivated. Like, just sometimes you don't feel like he's in there. If you've got money on him, can just sometimes feel like he's not fighting for your money, like he's not giving everything, like something's being held back. And that might be really unfair. It might be really unfair, but I've seen a few Trizano fights that have been frustrating at times. And I just think that kind of, I've made notes of it on previous kind of fight nights that we've done, and it would stop me betting on Trizano, to be honest. So I feel like that's quite a big reason why I've gone with Sungwoo Choi, and he's taken quite a bit of damage as well, Trizano. Sungwoo Choi likes to throw combos, big knee strikes. He's going to have a 3-inch reach advantage as well. He's long, he's rangy, he's got a good gas tank. He likes to control the center of the cage. He's got a nasty head kick as well. Good work rate. There's a lot to like about him. His record's not the best. It's 10-5, but he is coming in as a slight favorite. Minus 155. Trizano coming in at plus 135. Trizano, 9 wins, 3 losses. Chungwoo Choi is 10 wins and 5 losses. This is in the featherweight division and should be a lot of fun. This is our 3rd fight of the evening. So 3rd fight of the evening coming up. Love the native Brazilian outfit that Alex Pereira had on. I've got Alex Pereira to win and new. Could happen. It seriously could happen. Yeah, we could see an and new tonight. And we might see it a few times because, of course, Carla Esparza is going to be defending against Zhang Weili. So we could actually hear and new a couple of times tonight. That's our main event and our co-main event. But, yeah, listen, Izzy is in trouble. Izzy is in trouble. There's no 2 ways about it. He's got a fight on his hands. I don't think this is going to be easy or a walk in the park. As I said, I think that he will take the first round to download information. I think he'll check a few things, do a few feints, try and get a few things through. Just try and get a gauge, get a feel for the fight. Because this is very different to kickboxing. And so, you know, he'll check a few things, feints, have a look, see what the defense is like, see if he can find any cracks in that defense. And then I think what you'll see Izzy go to work rounds 2, rounds 3. I feel like he might have him done by the end of the 3rd. Could be the 4th, but I'm feeling pretty good about an Izzy victory. But there is absolute path to victories here for Alex Pereira. Absolute paths to victory. So, yeah, you can't write him out. We could get Anu. We really could get Anu. My prediction is Adesanya, but there is a path to victory for Alex Pereira tonight. Rose should have got the rematch, says Johnny. Yeah, the problem is she deserves it because she is a, two-time champion. She's beaten Zhang Weili twice. So it's kind of hard to see Zhang Weili now get that opportunity. Zhang obviously coming off that great win against Joanna, whereas Rose is coming off a very, very horrific loss. I mean, not like she got finished in the first few seconds, just borderline worse, actually. I think if you got finished in the first few seconds, you can always say, I got caught. I just got caught. I just didn't block that one shot and I got put out. All my hard work went to waste and it's really frustrating. It's probably worse if you go the distance and you really don't entertain the fans. Like in Dana's eyes, that's probably unforgivable. Like to not entertain the fans is probably the worst thing you can do. So that might explain as to why Rose didn't get that opportunity, even though she is a former two-time champion. So yeah, she is very much in the reckoning, though. She is someone that's going to get an opportunity in the future, and very much looking forward to seeing her get that opportunity, because I don't think she will make the same mistakes she did last time. I think it's interesting we're talking about this, actually, because I think Carla Esparza is bothered about the boos, right? I know, like, Carla Esparza is a little bit in the future. Like, we've got a lot of fights to get through till we get to that. But just whilst we're on the subject, I was watching the press conference, and she was really uneasy with the boos. It really came across like when she went to talk, there was loud boos from the press conference, and she was bothered by it. You can sort of tell that she would take a second and, like, I can't believe I'm in this situation, but you can understand why the fans are treating her that way. That fight was atrocious. It was atrocious, right? So it was bad. It was really, really bad. And borderline, that's worse than getting knocked out in the first round, because I think, like, that happened to Zhang Weili, and you can sort of explain it. Like, I just didn't expect it. She caught me, right? Whereas to go that long, 25 minutes, and it be dull and have the crowd booing, and, you've built the fight up and you deliver that, I can understand why she didn't get that opportunity. And I can understand why Carla got booed out the building. She tried to win him back, She said something really interesting at the press conference. She turned around during the press conference and she's like, I'm going to make sure this belt stays in the USA. Of course, we're in Madison Square Garden tonight, right? So, and there was a lot of USA fans. So I think this was a sign it was bothering her, because she said, I'm going to make sure this belt stays in the USA. She didn't say with me. She said in the USA. And I think the reason she said that is she thought, I can win the fans over here. I'll remind them that I am doing this for America and I'm going to keep it in America. And the American fans will love that. They didn't. They booed her. They booed her out the building again. So she couldn't win. She couldn't win. There's no winning. That performance was so bad. The fans will not forgive them. She could be throwing toffees out into the crowd, like arms of toffees, right? It could be raining toffees and the crowd would be still grabbing them, eating them and chewing and booing at the same time, right? They have not forgiven her. And for me, I thought that was a sign that it was bothering her. It felt to me like it was a problem for her. So I think she's got problems tonight anyway, but she's got the crowd that's going to be on her, basically. The crowd are going to be a big, big problem. And if it does bother her, she's going to have to find a way of blocking that out. Anyway, that's our co-main event. I'm glad we touched on that, actually, because that was a point I really wanted to get out there. And obviously we'll make it as we get closer to the co-main event again. But right now we're about to get underway with Mike Trizano and Sungwoo Choi. So we've got this fight coming up. This is going to be fight number 3, and we are underway right now. So fight number 3. Bunker said, I just want to see Arce get pounded by your dunk. Listen, we were here for it, mate. We've already seen it. We've already got the t-shirt for it. Choi in red shorts. Wow, they both threw hooks at the same time. Hooks. That's insane. They both just went like this. This is fire. Tonight's fire. We don't deserve tonight. I don't deserve tonight. That was sick. That's going to be a meme. That's going to be everywhere. That's a brilliant moment. They both throw hooks at the same time. They both go down. Both on their feet again. We just saw Choi wobble again. A minute into this, it's fire already. So you can see we've had 8 significant strikes. Jab coming in by Choi. Oh, big hook shot again. These hooks are getting through. That is so sick. Oh, Choi goes down. I don't know what Choi got caught with. Trizano is on top of him. We've got some ground and pound coming in. Choi's trying to survive. Getting up to his feet. Knee to the midsection. Choi comes back with a knee. We're seeing some great Muay Thai. Both fighters back on their feet right now. Jabs coming in by both guys. This has been an insane first minute and a half. We're seeing Trizano edging forwards. Looks like neither of these guys possess any sort of striking defense. Looks like that's gone out the window. Right now, we've got Choi throwing in a couple of jabs. 1-2 straight down the middle. And we've got Trizano in the center. Leg kick coming in. Choi just needs to settle. Needs to get into a groove. He hasn't found his rhythm at the moment. Head kick nicely blocked by Trizano. Both fighters on their feet. So if you are joining us, we've got 1 knockdown each. Choi did go down. It felt like he went down a second time, but we'll have to see exactly what happened. But he was down and there was ground and pound by Trizano, but Trizano couldn't put him away. We're seeing Trizano edging forwards. We got Choi. Choi on the back foot. Head kick comes in. Trizano blocks it. And we are seeing Trizano coming forwards. Choi, hands in, being let go at the moment by both fighters. Choi in the center. Trizano edging forwards right now. Trizano, focus, looking good. You can see it's quite close in the striking. 18-15 right now. Kick coming in there by Choi. Kick coming in by Choi. Jab coming in there by Trizano. Hook shot. Beautiful hook shot there by Choi. That was great. Leg kick coming in there by Choi as well. That gap. Oh, he's wobbled him. Great work by Choi. Choi getting a shot through. Trizano wobbled. It's an onslaught. Driving Trizano back. Drives him against the cage. Oh, man. What a fight. What a great round. Choi at the moment has got Trizano over by the side of the cage. Big forearm strike. I tell you what, Chandler Poirier is going to have to go some to beat this. They are really going to have to go some to beat this. It's just been fire. Jab coming in there, and that snapped back Choi's head. Lovely work by Choi so far. Choi 25 right now. 25 significant strikes each. Hooks are the main weapon here by both guys. Certainly from Choi. Big hook shots seem to be causing damage. And they're just showing 25-26 in favor of Choi. Choi has thrown 74. Trizano has thrown 49. So a couple of shots coming in. As Trizano on the back foot. Swing there by Choi. Blood coming down the nose of Choi. Leg kick there by Choi. Shots coming in and he's driving Trizano back. Trizano on the outside. Choi in the center. Francis Ngannou has tweeted, I love this fight. So we're seeing Trizano kick to the midsection. Choi on the outside. Head kick coming in there by Choi. Head kick there by Choi. Choi in the center. Trizano in the center. Nice bouncing movement. Couple of shots. Oh, Choi goes down. Choi goes down. Big shots coming in. The refs called it. The refs called it. Trizano wins. Trizano wins. Wow. Trizano gets it done. Trizano gets it done. Never predicted that. Didn't call it. Thought it would go with Choi. I tell you what, I questioned his motivation. That cannot be questioned here. I think in a fight like this, though, it's impossible to not be motivated. I mean, they both knocked each other down within the first, 30-odd seconds. That was a fire, man. That was a fire. That was a fire. I'm not making this up. These are just some of the best early prelims we have seen this year. So good. With 2 first-round knockouts and a war. Just a really fun battle between Arce and Jackson. Look at that. They're showing the replay of them both getting knocked down. Choi for dub. It's gone to Trizano. Trizano at plus 135. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Straight left. Big hook shot by Choi. Choi, they're just showing some of these shots. Lots of hooks. Lots of hook shots. And it's hard. I can't remember which one actually put him down for the finish. It looks like it was that one it was. So it was a big hook shot again. Down goes Choi. And then bang, 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 ground and pound all day long, mate. All day long by Trizano. Why can't every week be like this? This is fire. This is fire. Hayden said, I respect Trizano. Jorge said, what a fight. Ryan said, badass fight. Austin said, great fight. Love the double knockdown. Mike said, push the like button. Yes. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly, greatly appreciated as we continue to build. As knockouts. There we go. So Bruce Buffer doing Bruce Buffer things. And it is a victory for Trizano. That was straight fire, man. Straight fire. So another first round finish on that one. We will have a look at Tapology in a second. I do want to jump into the chat and see what you lot are talking about. See where the conversation is, but brilliant. Absolutely brilliant fight. That, I tell you what, it's going to take some fight to beat that. It's going to take some. I still feel like Poirier and Chandler will do it, but it's going to take some fight to beat that. That was fire. Right, let's go over to Tapology. We'll go over to Tapology and just take a look at Tapology. Don't forget, if you want to join our Tapology group, if you just go to Tapology, and actually I think we've got someone that wants to join. We do. Mark Robinson, shout out to you. Lovely profile picture. I don't know what it is. It's some sort of world tour. What is it? Wasp World Tour. Love it. Accepted. So yeah, if you do want to join, go over to Tapology, create your account, and you might have an account already. You make your picks, go to Pick'em group, join group, Wrestling Days League. Simple as that. There's already 250 odd people in there. Sounds a little complicated, super easy and free. And it means that you can partake in weekly UFC predictions. So yes. At the moment, we've got Unicorn Sparkles at the top, and Austin 316, William Hensey, Hayden Garrett, Brian in there, Cal Hogan in there. We've got Superman Punch, Cicada. So that makes up about the top 8 or so. Obviously still early, but we'll be keeping an eye on that. So well done to everyone that's got off to a good start. If you haven't, don't worry. But yeah, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It really is appreciated. Looks like the like counter isn't actually working for this stream, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Your audio cuts out when you start yelling. Yeah, I need to fix that. It never used to. It only does it with this new microphone. It never used to do it with the old microphone. So, I don't know. Someone told me how to fix it. Like, you've got to go into sound settings and, like, do stuff that I don't understand. So, yeah, when I get a chance, I will try and fix that. because it is frustrating. I mean, it's hard, isn't it? I do try to bear it in mind, actually, that when I get, like, enthused, the microphone cuts out. So I try to dampen down the enthusement, if that's a word. It's not a word. The enthusement. No idea where that came from, but I'm using it. And I do try to dampen it down. But, man, these fights are so good that I can't. So I will try. But, yeah, it would probably just be better if I fixed the microphone, to be honest. I would do it now, but there's every chance the mic would probably just cut out and then you wouldn't hear me at all. So, right now, we've just got a little video package just showing who've got Bob Hope and a few people as we look at the history of Madison Square Garden. Don't forget, we're at Madison Square Garden tonight. Massive, massive show. This really is like one of the biggest shows of the year. Madison Square Garden is a massive, massive deal. You always know that at the end of the year, there will be a big show in New York and normally Madison Square Garden. But of course, when we were doing lockdown, pandemic, then we were robbed of these shows. It's been a little while, I think, since we've been at Madison Square Garden. I can't remember the last time we were here. But either way, we've seen some fantastic UFC fights in Madison Square Garden. Some absolutely wonderful encounters. Conor, for example. Conor against, I think, was it Eddie Alvarez? I believe that one was Madison Square Garden. But yes, big fights tonight as well. We could be getting a couple of new champs. Daniel, shout out to you. Adrian says, hello, I just dropped in to say hi. I've got COVID now. Dude, I had that. It sucks. So, yeah, I hope you're doing all right. I had about 24 hours of being in bed and, like, shivering but sweating and just being a mess. And after about 24 hours, it really settled down. And after about 48 hours, I was totally fine again. So, yeah, I was struggling for about 24 hours. Not bad or anything like that, just ill. Just, you know what I mean? It sucks. So I hope you're well. The double knockdown is already on Twitter. I sent it to you. Oh, I wish I had a witty comment. I feel like it deserves a witty comment, like two people knocking each other out at the same time. Deserves a witty comment, and I can't think of one. So I'll retweet yours, James, and we'll see what other people come up with. We were so close to discussing microphones. It's why I joined the chat, said Ernest on purpose. Listen, I'm here for any conversation, but yeah. I mean, I'm not going anywhere till about 6 o'clock in the morning. Right now it's 12, so chat away. Chat away. Big shout out to King Chris. King Chris, appreciate the support. Said, greetings and salutations. Feel like Keith Lee has joined us. Greetings and salutations to you, Days, and the rest of the chatters. Super excited for this card. About as excited as I am there. Look at that. Look at that enthusiasm on screen right now. No, it's not how I feel at all. Super excited for this card, especially the main event. Izzy's confidence seems off this time around. He remembers Alex KO'ing him. I don't disagree. I do think that Adesanya doesn't seem quite as cocky and confident. What he did say at the press conference, which I thought was kind of good, actually, he said, this is my story. Like, him knocking me out, that was his story, but now it's time for my story. And he seemed at peace with that. He didn't seem... I think he's got a game plan. I think that he is going to go in there. He's going to have a plan. He's going to have a strategy. I think that he is bothered by those losses. I think it's hard to not be bothered by them. But I think also he must take a lot of confidence from knowing that he has had how many MMA fights? I mean, don't forget, we are watching Alex Pereira in like his, fourth UFC fight or something? Like, this is 6-1 is his total record, Alex Pereira. Israel Adesanya is 23-1. He's got to get confidence from that. This should be like a grandmaster taking on a very promising up-and-comer, basically. I know Alex Pereira is a few years older than Adesanya, but I think Adesanya just needs to get confidence from wherever he can. And I think he is a naturally confident person. But I do agree, like, he isn't as cocky as what we've seen before. You know, we've seen him before when he was facing Whitaker, and he had the little, I think he had a little pendulum, little pendant thing that had the knockout on it. Obviously, he can't do that with Alex Pereira, but we're not really seeing that level of confidence. I think this is one that he knows he really needs to focus for, and I think he really wants to get the job done. Get in there, get the job done. Make sure that there's no banana skins. This is the boogeyman. This is Adesanya's boogeyman. This is the banana skin. So he needs to make sure that he finds a way through. But yeah, King Chris, shout out to you, buds. Excellent point. Pretty rubbish with the polls, aren't I? Pretty rubbish with the polls. I wonder if I can just quickly get this one through. Next fight that's coming up is fight number 4. This is going to be... who wins? Who wins? This is going to be Carolina Kowalkiewicz taking on Suarez. Suarez, right? Who wins? See what you lot think. Most entertaining fight commentary. Steve, I appreciate that, dude. Oh. Then if you just saw the like counter burst into life, then we just like I didn't just imagine that, like the like counter just like went up in numbers. I was like, oh, it's working. No, it doesn't work at all. So that was a bit cheeky. I feel like Izzy does seem nervous on this one. He's not talking mad smack. He seems to be trying to force the fact he is not, but body language says he's worried. Danny said, will you cuddle with me? Danny, you know that we will cuddle with you. We will dish out cuddles to anyone that requires them during these streams. So shout out to you. As I think we are seeing Carolina making her way down. So Carolina, only active Polish female fighter on the roster. Haven't broken this down, have we? So Carolina has not had a good run, but she did win last time out. She's got a good chin, great heart. I mean, she really does fight. She's a former title challenger. She is hittable. Takedown accuracy is rubbish. She's got good volume, lacks a bit of power. I believe trains at American Top Team. She is going up against Suarez, who is 3-2 in the last 5. Striker, hits hard, looks for finishes, but is very one-dimensional. When it comes to Silvina Gomez Suarez, she either wins on the feet or she doesn't win. So, very one-dimensional. This is quite close, you know. I'm really interested to see who you've got on this one. I've gone with the underdog because it is so close. When I checked, the underdog was Gomez Suarez. So I've got Gomez Suarez. I don't feel brilliant about it. I don't think I've got a secret read on this. I just think when it's so close, you go with the underdog. So I've gone with Gomez Suarez at plus 105. Both of these girls are 37 years old. Gomez Suarez is got a 1-inch reach advantage, and it is a pick'em. It is a pick'em now. Both fighters coming in at minus 110. So I was right to go with Gomez Suarez because 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago, I would have got her at plus 105, and those odds have dropped. So I would have played that quite well. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with her. She opened up as a plus 150 underdog. She's now at a minus 110 pick'em. So seems like people are very, very split on this. We will go to the poll very, very soon. We'll have a look and see what you lot think. I've got 500 on this, said Angel Brito. I got Carolina on money line. Ken Charles, that is a great point. I didn't see what Ken Charles said, but I would like to. Austin said, I went with Suarez. Kelly said, last time Izzy won, my neighbor had to mow in a dress. Really? That's a fun bet. I've got Carolina. I got to go with Carolina as well, said King Chris. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't blame you. I really wouldn't blame you. But I feel quite happy with Gomez Juarez. I feel like she's got paths to victory. And as we said, she came in as an underdog. Right now, it's a pick of money has been coming in on Gomez Juarez. So let's have a look. We are about to get underway with fight number 4. I mean, even though we're at fight number 4, we've still got so many fights to go. It's a stacked night tonight. But here we go. We got Carolina in the center with Gomez Juarez. Carolina in red, Gomez Juarez in white. And she's moving around on the outside, jabbing, low kick coming in by Gomez Juarez. She's on the outside, popping that jab in. Beautiful overhand right. Beautiful overhand right. Great work there by Gomez Juarez. Couple of jabs coming in. Straight down the middle. Carolina edging forwards. Got Gomez Juarez on the outside. So Carolina just putting a bit of pressure on at the moment. Doesn't look like our stats have flipped over. I'll keep an eye. There we go. Just keep an eye on ESPN. They're not seemingly updating it. Low kick coming in. Down goes Gomez Juarez. She kind of gave her back up there. That was really bad by Gomez Juarez. Really bad. She seemed to stumble. That allowed Carolina to get round the back. And now Carolina is looking to put a squeeze on here. So this is very, very good for Carolina. Round the back, she's got the body lock applied as well. So body lock is in. Gomez Juarez is on her back. Carolina's underneath. She's looking for a rear naked choke. This is going to be a bit tricky to get out of this. This is going to be a bit tricky. So Carolina, good work there by Gomez Juarez, though. She's trying to pull the arm up and get it out of the way. This might be eating up a lot of her energy, though. So this could be a little bit of a problem. She's going to have to work really hard just to survive this rear naked choke attempt. But again, look, she's got the body lock's been broken. In all fairness, body lock's been broken. Gomez Juarez battling away. Carolina trying to reapply some kind of body lock, some kind of trying to get the hooks in. She's wrapped her feet around each other. It's not enough, though, and it does allow Gomez Juarez to kind of get to her knees. Carolina, though, still on her back. And don't know what Gomez Juarez is going to look to do from here. She might stay down on the ground. Referee coming in, just having a little check. Good work so far by both women, actually. Carolina keeping the pressure on, but Gomez Juarez weathering the storm. And Carolina hasn't had any kind of submission attempts at this stage. But yeah, we are seeing Carolina in a good position. Shots coming in. She's still round the back. Hammer fists coming in. Trying to get the arm around the neck. Looking for a rear naked. Looks like she has got it on. Looks like she has got it on. Gomez Juarez battling to get out of it. And she does get out of it. Great work there by Gomez Juarez. So right now, Gomez Juarez is down on one knee. She's got Carolina on her back. Carolina getting the arm round. Rear naked choke was applied. And we are seeing Gomez Juarez battling to survive. And that's how this round is going at the moment. Very much a Carolina round. But she hasn't won this fight yet. And right now, she's still on the back of Gomez Juarez. And Carolina staying there. She's done a really good job of not being shaken off, not being escaped. She's still there. She's still putting a squeeze on. She still can't find the finish. But good work so far by Carolina. Good work. So Gomez Juarez, though, in a seated position. I got Carolina on the money line. Smooth realism. I think part of it is because we watch competitive sports as well, says Smooth Realism. Yeah, I'm a big believer in like pro wrestling being that. Like it was that. I think part of the problem is I was watching pro wrestling before I was watching UFC, and so for me that was real sports when I was young. I didn't know it was fake when I was young, when I got into pro wrestling. So yeah, for me, pro wrestling should be realistic and competitive and all that stuff that it was to me when I was growing up. So both on their feet now, and Gomez Juarez managing to break away. I mean, this has been a horrific round for her. Absolutely horrific. We've got about 5 seconds left to go. Kick coming in there by Carolina. Gomez Juarez is edging forwards, and end of the round. That was an awful round for Gomez Juarez. Awful round. But she survives. She got herself in a really bad situation early. She couldn't get out of it. It's an absolute dominant round. Dominant round by Carolina. Some people might even look at that and say that it should be a 10-8. I don't know about that. What I do know is that is definitely a Carolina round. I know that much. Stratty says, I want Chandler to win. Miss Vicky May said, who do you think you are kidding, Mr. Hitler? Who do we like out of Michael and Dustin? I guess Dustin, but it's a tough pick. Yeah, there's been a few people that have been talking about that fight already, and understandably so. I can see paths to victory for both, but for me, as I said earlier, I think Dustin is the 3rd best lightweight in the lightweight division, so I will be leaning towards him. Wrestling wasn't fake when I was young, said Miss Vicky May. Yeah, it's one of those things that when you're young, like, you don't notice the certain little tells, you know. But saying that, kayfabe was well protected in the 90s, late 80s. You know, there was plenty of people that were believing in it at that time. But anyway, that's conversation for another time. We are underway with round number 2. Ryan Frederick said Carolina takes the first 10-9. So we've got Carolina edging forward. We've got Gomez Juarez on the feet now. This Gomez Juarez needs to do something here. She lost that first round big, so she needs to make sure that she can get something out of this round. So both fighters on their feet at the moment. We're seeing Carolina edging forwards. Gomez Juarez just constantly throwing out jabs at the moment. 1-2 straight down the middle. And we are seeing Carolina throwing in some shots. Big shots coming in, driving Gomez Juarez back. Again, she cannot find a way through at the moment. She really can't. 1-2 straight down the middle by Carolina. So shots going straight down the middle, driving Gomez Juarez back. And I think there might even be a little bit of blood, bit of damage around the nose of Gomez Juarez. And Carolina right back into the center. Again, she's getting real joy with those 1-2s straight down the middle. Real joy. So straight down the middle there, we've got Carolina in the center, edging forwards. Again, coming in. Beautiful shot there by Gomez Juarez. Lovely strike, but not enough. She's got to get more of those through. Hook shot just falls short. Seeing a couple of jabs just falling short as well. Staying on the outside, getting driven back against the cage. We've got 3 minutes left of this second round. Dancing on the outside. 1-2, tries to throw a big overhand right. Jab coming in there by Gomez Juarez. And again, just stepping over to the side. Big overhand right. Big overhand right. Jab coming in there by Carolina. Carolina edging forwards. Another jab coming in. 1-2 straight down the middle. And blood coming down the nose of Gomez Juarez there. On the feet, jab coming in by Gomez Juarez. 1-2, going up top and to the body as well. Mixing up the levels, which is good. Working the head, working the body. Feels quite close this round. Certainly neither fighter has dominated this round at the moment. But Lewis against Spivak, that's going to be coming up. I think it's next week. But yeah, we'll have a look at this fight and we'll see where we are in round number 2. See if we can get a round-by-round breakdown. But jab coming in there by Carolina. And again, jab coming back, though, by Gomez Juarez. Right now, we said it's close, and it is close. Right now, Gomez Juarez 19. And Carolina, 17. Just a couple of significant strikes in it. 1 minute 30 odds on the clock. We are seeing Carolina edging forwards. Hook shot there by Gomez Juarez. 1-2, again, straight down the middle. Finished with a head kick by Carolina. Carolina trying to get a head kick through. Big right hand coming in there by Gomez Juarez. Tries to throw out a straight left jab. Carolina again driving Gomez Juarez over, back against the cage, but plenty of shots coming back here by Gomez Juarez. She's not just being bullied. She is throwing some lovely counters. And right now, 23-19 in favor of Gomez Juarez. Less than a minute to go in round number 2. It feels like it's her round at the moment. But as we said, very, very close. Very, very close at the moment. And again, we've got Carolina just edging forward. She's not going anywhere. She's not going away. And she's trying to get in, tries to duck underneath that shot, but couldn't slip it. And it feels like Gomez Juarez is just building on that lead that she's got in this round. Nice shot there by Carolina, though. Hook shot coming in there by Gomez Juarez. She's getting driven back against the cage. Knee to the midsection by Carolina. And Gomez Juarez is able to pivot and get out of there. That was a nasty situation that she found herself in. Lovely overhand right there by Carolina. Gomez Juarez coming forward. She went for a spin attack just as she went round. The klaxon went. The referee had to jump in the way. But we're seeing some of these shots. And I can tell you it's 36-27 for Gomez Juarez. So, feels like it's 1 round each. Feels like 1 round each. Yeah, much better by Gomez Juarez. As we said, bit one-dimensional. She is going to be very good on the feet. She's going to be absolutely lost down on the ground. So she needs this 3rd round. So does Carolina, though. So big 3rd round coming up. Big 3rd round coming up. If you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we continue to build. And we are building. We're already at 281 likes. 281 likes so far tonight. We are definitely looking to try and get to 1,000. We did it the other week for Oliveira and Makhachev. It's hard to know if this is a bigger show or not, but either way, I feel like we should get there. We could get there. So if you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated as we go into round number 3. Round number 3, our final round. Our final round this evening. JB said, this is great, thank you. JB, shout out to you, dudes. Really appreciate it. As we are seeing Carolina coming forwards. Lovely 1-2 coming back there by Gomez Juarez. Gomez Juarez on the outside, again trying to throw in a 1-2. Big overhand right coming in there by Carolina. Carolina edging forward. We're going to keep an eye on round-by-round breakdown. And we are seeing some lovely work here. Lovely work by Gomez Juarez. She's staying on the outside, keeping a good distance, just throwing out the jab. And what she's doing with that jab, I don't think she's necessarily trying to land it. I think she's just trying to mark her distance. It's just giving Carolina something to think about. And so it's preventing her from coming in and closing the distance. So it's good from Gomez Juarez. And some of those jabs actually do get through. There was a spin attempt there, but she wasn't really fully committed to it, Gomez Juarez. She's on the back foot, and she's being quite evasive. But right now, both fighters getting through an even amount of shots. Right now, we've got Carolina on 20. We've got Gomez Juarez on 17. So it's anyone's at the moment with a minute and a half gone in the final rounds. I've got it 1-1. Nice jabs coming in here by Carolina. Gomez Juarez moves out the way, goes back to the center ground. And again, we're seeing some nice bouncing movement here by Carolina. Oh, heavy shots coming in there by Gomez Juarez, but couldn't quite get them through. Low kick just misses there by Gomez Juarez. Carolina edging forward. 1-2 straight down the center by Gomez Juarez. Tries to finish it with a hook shot. Couldn't quite land it. Another hook shot comes in. Couldn't quite land it. And again, she's edging forward. 1-2 coming back here by Carolina. Gomez Juarez again. 1-2 straight down the center. Lovely right hand by Gomez Juarez. And a great straight left by Gomez Juarez as well. We're seeing Carolina put in the pressure on. And Gomez Juarez, she's throwing. She's just not landing. She's getting a lot of these shots through, but you're seeing them whistle past Carolina. That is frustrating. She's doing the work. She's finding the openings. She's just falling short. So at the moment, 33 significant strikes to 25 in favor of Carolina. Low kick coming in there. We are in round number 3. We got just over 2 minutes left in this, and those seem to get through. That was nice by Gomez Juarez. Shot to the body. It's very close. Very close. There's not loads in this, but it does feel like Carolina has got a slight edge. And we are seeing Gomez Juarez trying to get a few shots through. They just show that round 3, significant strikes, 34-28 to Carolina. 34-28 to Carolina. She has much improved her striking in this third round. She was second best in that second round. And with 1 minute 30 on the clock, there's about 6 significant strikes in this. A little smile comes across the face of Gomez Juarez as I think she is impressed with the offense that's coming in. And we're seeing a Muay Thai clinch and some big knees coming in by Carolina. Gomez Juarez definitely feeling the effects of this one. Over by the cage, she goes down. Carolina on top. That could be big. That's going to look good to the judges. She's not going to be able to get out of there. And right now, she's pinned over against the side of the cage. This is a problem. This is a problem. She's managed to reverse the position, though. That's going to help. But right now, Gomez Juarez has got Carolina up against the side of the cage. They break apart back into the center. She's done well there to ensure that that bad situation did not get made worse. But she is now finding herself well behind. Knee coming in, and again, this feels like it's going to be Carolina. Feels like we're going the distance. Be very interesting if Gomez Juarez could get a knockdown right now. If she could find a way of just getting a knockdown, give something big for the judges to really focus on. Oh, she tries. She tries with a big right hand. And again, trying to come forward. Low kick coming in. And that is the end of the fight. End of the fight. And I feel like that's going to be Carolina. Feel like it's going to be Carolina. But yeah, fun. England lost to Samoa by 1 point at the Emirates. 4 hours ago in the Rugby World Cup days. It was a big upset, said Adam. Yeah, I saw the end of it, and I saw that it went to Golden Point. It was a heartbreaking day for England in rugby. Not only did they go out in the Rugby League semi-final, they lost the final of the Rugby World Cup to New Zealand. Got sent, woman sent off after 17 minutes. Heartbreak for England. But hey, that's sport, innit? That's how sport goes. Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. And today it absolutely didn't for England. So one of those things, you know, you take it on the chin and you move forwards. And that might be what Gomez Juarez has to do. If you look at the ESPN models, you can see their faces are bright reds. That's because both of them had to absorb 60 plus shots to the head. Carolina, I believe, landing 60 shots. Gomez Juarez landing 61. So that's why their faces are bright red, radioactive even. They took a lot of punishment, but I think this is going to be 2 rounds to 1 to Carolina. Let's get it. Let's get the results. Sonny said, I'm doing horrible. 0 for 3. That's how it goes, dude. Don't worry about it. Right, here we go. You know what is happening? What are they doing? Huh? I've never seen this. They've got the scorecard and they seem to be making amendments. Even Joe Rogan's like, what's happening? What's happening? We've got no decision right now. Yeah, this does not look good. I mean, clearly it's not going to be anything dodgy because the cameras are right on the scorecard. You could see the scorecard. What we're seeing right now is we've got Bruce Buffer. One of the officials has brought the scorecards in. He then got a pencil out, started scribbling on it. Buffer came over. He was talking to him, making amendments. I don't know what this is, and we still don't have the decision. Cormier's like, what is this? What is this? What is... Like that boos from the crowds. We've gone back out of the octagon. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. What is this? Now Bruce Buffer's scribbling stuff out. I hope we get an explanation. Let's see what Bruce Buffer's got to say. We're going to get the decision. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. After 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges. 29-28. So Carolina wins 29-28. All 3 judges. What the flip happened, I have no idea. She's gone down to her knees in tears. Big talking point here, though. That will be something that gets discussed. Here's Joe. We'll have to see what Joe's got to say. First of all, congrats. That was crazy. What's going on? I don't know. Have you ever seen the judges go back? Carolina, first of all, hello, New York. I won this fight, but sometimes judges can see it different, so I was a little bit scared, says Carolina. What happened? What was that about? I don't know. They haven't said. There was a moment where you could see the scorecard, and I think that it'll get blown up, and I think that it'll be on Twitter, and I think you will be able to see exactly what happened. But doesn't seem like Joe knows what happened. Have you heard the rumors? Alex Pereira now weighs 211. No. He struggled, didn't he, with his weight yesterday? Really struggled. If it was a 5-round fight, the judges' heads would explode. Carolina said, I love everything here. I love the UFC. And there we go. Big cheer for her. I don't think there's going to be a cheer for the judges. Hopefully they can get their acts together before we get to some juicier fights. Imagine if that was a 5-rounder for a belt. Don't know. Well, it seems like we're brushing that under the carpet. Don't ask any questions about that. Yeah? If you've got any questions, you ask James Krause, right? If you've got any questions about what just went down, you speak to the kingpin, right? You speak to the master. Go and check with James Krause, yeah? It's on a need-to-know basis, right? If you're not in with James Krause, then you don't need to know what that was about, right? Shut up, yeah? Just accept that there are forces at play here much stronger than what we can understand. Right, we'll go into our next fight. Fight number 5. Fight number 5. I saw Retribution. Ha ha, said Austin. Would you date a UFC fighter? I mean, I feel like if a UFC fighter was to ask me out, I would struggle to say no, more out of fear than anything else. But I can't say that I am drawn to any of the female fighters. I'm not saying there's ugly ones. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're all ugly. I'm just saying that I can't think off the top of my head of any that I would... I can't think of any. I don't really go... I really don't go in for the simping thing. I'm not very simpy. Not very simpy when it comes to the fights. I'm old school. I watch the fights for the action. So yeah, I don't know. I can't really think of one. Probably Dana White, because he's got a lot of money, hasn't he? He's rich. And listen, money talks. Money talks. Where I'm from, money talks. Papa Dana, Papa White. Go with him. James Krause, the mastermind. Yep. I would marry Valentina Shevchenko, said Crow's Chosen. Retribution, I said in the comments that Carolina reminds me of Daisy's ex-Polish girlfriends. I did have an ex-Polish girlfriend. That's true. She wasn't a UFC fighter, though. Out of fear. Yeah, listen, I'm a very easily intimidated young man. And so if there was a female UFC fighter, or even just a female that was to show any attention in my direction, I don't think I'd be able to cope with that at all. So, Daddy White, said JD. My money talks more than you, said Angel. Money talks louder than any annoying YouTuber. So, Wes 420 said, should be a good fight, this one. Yeah, have we got a poll? Have we? Yeah, well, it's an out-of-date poll. Of course it is. Yeah, this should be a great fight. Let's get our next poll up. Who wins? Is it going to be Matt Frevola, or is it going to be Otman Azaitar? Great name. I love Otman Azaitar. That is a great name. So, Matt Frevola is a technical striker. Durability questions. He has got wrestling. Engages in dogfights. Likes to throw haymakers. Great cardio. A few chin questions, but he's got great heart. Always fighting. Pushes the pace. He's taken on Otman Azaitar. 9 first-round finishes. Good power. Looks for finishes. Should get a knockout. Hasn't fought since November of 2020. There's a few questions around his grappling. It'll be interesting if he does get taken down. He has spent time with Khabib, though. So he's had Khabib over, and he's done some training with him. He is 13-0 as well. He's actually got 10 first-round finishes, not 9. 10 first-round finishes. 6 of them in 1 minute 33 or less. 10 knockouts. 12 finishes out of his 13. And 13 wins, no losses. I've got Azaitar winning this. He is... I think it's a pick'em line when I saw earlier. I don't think there's much in this at all. So, yeah, I think we're looking at around a pick'em. But maybe a slight lean on Azaitar. I don't know. I have to see. I didn't see what the odds were. I always jot my odds down when I do my research. That's about 48 hours before the fights. I never get a chance to go back and see what the closing odds are. So I'll be interested to see what they are when we get to this one. Right now, we've got Matt Frevola making his way down to the ring. This is in the lightweight division. And as we said, this is, I think, still an early prelim. We're still in the early prelims. We're 20 minutes away from the prelims. And then we're 2 hours, 20 minutes away from the main card. We've got lots of serious faces in the crowds. Angel says, I'm going against you. Millions of people do. Don't worry about it. The spellings are loony. Not too bad for these ones. Trust me, there's worse. You know, Nguemereanu at the start of the card is not a fun one to try and spell. Khabib as well. Nurmagomedov That takes a little while to learn. So we do have some pretty wild names at times. Tonight's not too bad, actually. It's not too bad. Ismail, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Good to see you. Can't wait for the big fights, said Sergio. Sergio, yeah, same, buds. It's going to be a great night, man. It's going to be a great night. And actually, I shouldn't even say that. It's been a great night. We've seen some fantastic moments, brilliant knockouts, knockdowns, great action. It's been good. It's been good so far. It's living up to expectation, and hopefully it's meeting your expectations as well. So, Ismail, shout out to you. Dort Knight said, hear me out. How would you feel about Adesanya coming out holding a lantern with Bray Wyatt's theme? Or would that not be your cup of tea? Very good. I'd love it. Yeah, I mean, he did an Undertaker entrance before. I feel like he could do Roman. Roman would be pretty good right now. Or he could do Bray. Obviously, there's a lot of hype around Bray. Adesanya seems to have an affection for WWE, but he's got an affection for anime as well. So I think he's got an affection for a few things. So you never quite know what you're going to get with Izzy. The only thing I would say is that this fight feels a bit of a different fight for Izzy. This one feels like he really needs to focus. He needs to bring his A game, B game, C game, D game. Every game he's got, like, he needs to focus on this very dangerous opponent. It's an opponent he knows, he's faced before, and he's lost to. I don't know that coming down dressed as Bray Wyatt is going to be the right way forward for this one. But it would be great for the fans. And listen, Izzy always loves to be the showman, so I wouldn't rule anything out at this stage. But, yeah. Don't know. I feel like this might be a more focused Adesanya. This one is personal. This one, he's going to really want this win. He's going to really want this. Azaitar's name is a combination of Ishtar, Avatar, and Zoltar. 75% of 1 billion is a tough break, says William. William, shout out to you. Volkanovski mops the floor with Islam at UFC 284, said Arn. That's going to be a hell of a fight, man. Hell of a fight. But we've got fights to look forward to tonight as well. Here we go. We are underway with fight number 5, round number 1. And we are up and running with Azaitar taking on Matt Frevola. Don't forget, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are trying to get to 1,000. We always do. Try. We don't always succeed, but we're pretty good at succeeding. We will have a look as well at Tapology. It's just so fast at the moment. I feel like we've been live for an hour and 40-odd minutes. I don't know if I've took a breath. Right, we've got Azaitar on the outside, Frevola on the center, lunging forward there with a straight left. Lovely left shot coming in there by Azaitar. And Frevola with a head kick. Frevola standing his ground in the center. Low kick there, just misses. Jab coming in by Frevola. Frevola on his feet, bouncing around, edging forwards. And we've got Azaitar on the outside, swinging away. And we've got Azaitar, again, bouncing around. So you can see at the moment, lots of movement, but not much in the way of strikes. Spin kick there, looking for a kick to the body. Nice front kick, but didn't land it by Frevola. Nice push kick coming back by Azaitar. Azaitar, as we said, has got 10 first-round finishes out of his 13 wins. So, lovely right hand straight down the middle there by Azaitar. And again, Frevola backing up against the cage. Kick to the body there by Azaitar. Frevola edging forward, looking for a kick to the body. And big overhand right there by Frevola. We've got Azaitar on the feet. Nice head movement. Coming in, lunging forward, straight left. Again, though, what's actually landing? Well, Azaitar's getting through with a few things. Lovely little hook shot. That was great. Stepped in, bang. Oh, and again. Works so well, he does it again. Steps in, bang. It's just steps in and hook shot. it seems like Frevola's not quite reading this well, because Azaitar's just in, bang, hook shot. And it just seems to be a little bit easy for him to land that shot. A couple of jabs coming back, though. Right now, Frevola 13-9. So quite close. Oh! Down goes Azaitar. Frevola's won. Frevola has knocked down Azaitar. Azaitar down. Frevola wins. I'm having to try and curb my enthusiasm. I'm basically Larry David, but this is scenes. Frevola catches Azaitar, puts him down, and this is a shock. This is a shock. The O has to go. 13-0 becomes 13-1 as Matt Frevola catches Azaitar, puts him down, and look at the celebrations in the crowds. The Matt Frevola section on their feet. We need to see a replay of it. Here we go. So comes forward, he misses with it, he gets clipped, and a couple of hook shots. Oh, it's that one right there. It's a left hook. So what you see is Azaitar throw a shot. He misses with that shot. There is a right hook. The arm comes back. He throws it again, lands. But it's actually the left hook that follows that, bang, you can see his eyes roll into the back of his head. Down he goes, and he's out. Absolutely out. He goes down. He's out. Matt Frevola jumps on top. Big sledgehammer blows coming in. And sick. Bang. And the referee was right there to call it. Yeah, sick. So another first round finish, but not for Azaitar, who has 10 of them. Instead, he is a victim of one of them. So we've got, that's cool. That was cool. Frevola, Azaitar, it is a win for Frevola. Moldy said, I just voted Azaitar. I'm in God mode. Didn't quite go that way, but at least you was close. You was close. I mean, I would say your guy was second in this fight, so. Joe Rogan jumping in, and we've actually got a couple of moments to breathe here, which is great. I do appreciate that. Who wins? So, is it Petroski, or is it Wellington Turman? Back-to-back wins for Matt Frevola. Definite past the victory for him. And, wow, yeah, credit where it's due, man. I think it was so impressive that he managed to get the hook in, reload, get it back, and get the other hook in. I mean, obviously, the first hook's going to sting for Azaitar. So he's definitely rocked after that. That gives him that split second to reload and get the next one in. But to land two and then get the left in as well. So bang, like to actually get that combo off. Sick. Really sick. Bang. And do you know what? Just looking at the left kind of goes all the way around Madison Square Garden. So the left is like off at the concession stand. It's at the merch. It's picking up a beer. It's shaking hands. It's up in the top nosebleed section. Comes all the way, says hello to Dana, back into the cage. Comes all the way around. Whoosh. That was a big looping hook shot right there from Matt Frevola. But, yeah, it is fantastic win. He's all smiles. And the Matt Frevola section is partying tonight. Hey, there's something so special about Madison Square Garden. I don't know what it is. But I just don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's so special about it. But it always delivers. It just always delivers. It just seems to bring an extra something out of people. Just brings an extra something. It's like, this isn't just a normal fight, you know? I mean, I know that even fighting in the Apex for UFC is not a normal fight. It's the UFC. It's being broadcast around the world. But it just really feels like Madison Square Garden just reaches in and pulls something extra out of fighters. Sick, man. Sick. It almost pulled out Azaitar's soul. I know that much. So his O had to go. So Azaitar is now 13-1. 7 pen fee. Big fight for Izzy. Always watch the channel. Thank you. New Kurt, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, 720. I think we are at 720. 720 because we're in the countryside. We're in the countryside. The internet connection is wobbly at best here. We have to use a lot of like 4G, 5G. You can't actually use broadband around here because it's not strong enough. So that means that the internet is not the most stable. So if I was to go up to 1080p, then we would be crashing basically. So I know it's not great, and I know that I'm sure you would agree this is a face that is very much built for high definition. I get a lot of people sending me emails going, you need to stream in 4K. I can't see all of your face in like the highest definition possible. Is 8K possible? And I have to break hearts. I have to let people know that that's just not where my local internet service providers are right now. So yeah, sadly 720, but it doesn't get in the way of the commentary. And I think sometimes it's good to use your imagination. Do you know what I mean? Even though this face might be a bit blurry, I think you can fill in the blanks. So yeah, MSG is great because you can get entertained and mugged in the same night. That is so good. I think there's something so exciting about the threat of being murdered. So I think Madison Square Garden is very special for that. You're all right. Because you go and see a show there, and it might be your last show. I mean, there is actually a really good chance it will be your last show. So, yeah, you do need to have your wits about you at Madison Square Garden. And I think the fighters feel the same way, and that's why it brings so much out in them. What has this night brought out in you lot, though? That's my question. Have you lot brought your A games? Certainly William Hensey has. And we've got another member that wants to join. So big shout out to OK. OK, who does not have a profile picture. That's very disappointing. So OK, if you are watching, kind of sums up how I feel about your lack of profile picture. But, look, good vibes. I'm accepting you all the same. Just saying, next time, have something a bit tasty. But, yeah, we have got our leaderboards and William Hensey at the top at the moment. We've got a clear runaway winner right now. William Hensey in first. Priscilla Meller in second. We've got Brian in joint third with Blue P in joint third as well. Hoof Hearted is in fifth with Cicada in joint fifth as well. So big shout out to all of those people. If you want to join, and I think our early prelims may have finished. I think the Fight Pass prelims have come to an end. We should be going over to the prelims in 8 minutes. So I think the early prelims are done. But if you want to join the Tapology thing, go to Tapology, create your account, make your picks, and join Pick'em Group Wrestling Days League. I know that sounds boring, right? I know it sounds like work. I know it sounds like admin. I know it sounds dull, and I'm not going to lie to you. A lot of it is, right? A lot of it is work. A lot of it is dull, right? But once you're in, it's done. You can then just make your picks each week, and it should automatically enter you into our group, into our little league that we've got. There's over nearly 250 people that are playing. We've been doing it a few months, a good few months actually, but it's something that's definitely growing. And yeah, join. We're always looking for new members, so that is up and running. And William doing very, very well. I remember Sunny said she's not doing well, and that is true because she is not on this leaderboard at all. So looks like Sunny having a week to forget. Days, your next 7-day live stream, said Adam. Raw on Monday, yes. NXT on Tuesday, yes. AEW on Wednesday, yes. SmackDown on Friday, yes. Full Gear Saturday, no. FIFA on Sunday, yes. So Saturday, is it Full Gear? I don't actually know what's happening next Saturday. I haven't got that far, but I've got a feeling there might be something. Oh, no. I was going to say Mayweather, but that's tomorrow. We're actually live tomorrow for Mayweather against Deji. So if you are interested in watching that, come and join us tomorrow. That's going to be big, big, big. It is Survivor Series. No, Crawford's. Crawford. Oh, it's meant to be Crawford, isn't it? I don't know, man. I need to have a look at next week. I've got written down AEW, I believe, and I think Crawford might be boxing. And, of course, you've got UFC Fight Night. Yeah. I tell you, Saturdays they're just a nightmare. They're a nightmare. It used to be so easy. We used to do UFC on a Saturday, and then we used to do WWE on a Sunday if there was a Sunday show. We're seeing some big boxing events really explode. During lockdown, like through 2020 and 2021, there wasn't much in the way of boxing because of lockdowns and the pandemic. So we've just gone through this massive period of time where we didn't have to worry about boxing. And we certainly didn't need to worry about wrestling because it was on a Sunday. And so it meant that every Saturday, no-brainer, UFC. Loved it. But the problem is now the game has sort of changed a little bit because boxing's back with a bang. And WWE decided that Saturday seems like a nicer day than a Sunday to do a pay-per-view. So everything's just clashing on Saturdays now. It's a real problem. It is a real problem. And my goal is to always try and do the most popular, biggest streams, to be honest. The ones that I think the most people are going to want to watch. So I don't know about next week yet. I'll have to make a call on it. But we are doing the World Cup as well. We are going to be doing the World Cup. I worked out we're doing about 43 games of the World Cup that's coming up. So we're doing about 40-odd games. I think it's 43 out of 64. I think the only games we're not doing are things like South Korea against Narnia or whoever. I haven't got a clue. But, yeah, they're like, dull games, boring games, things that no one's interested in. Even the people that live in those countries don't care. So, but all the big games like England, USA, we're doing that. I think we're doing all the USA games. I think we're doing all of England's games. I think we're doing, most of them. Certainly all the knockout games. And most of the group stage games. So, yeah, we've got that starting. Really excited for that. Love the World Cup. And, of course, more UFC coming up. Love UFC. I mean, we hammer it all the time, UFC. Hence why we've got such a fantastic community. And I genuinely want to say a thank you to people. Because I know that there's been a few weeks recently where we've not been able to, hit UFC as hard. But, I turn up for these big nights. And, oh, man, this is a big night. In 3 minutes' time, we'll be going over to the prelims. There's nothing happening at the moment, by the way. Early prelims have finished. The prelims haven't yet started. We're kind of in no man's land. So we've just got a few minutes to gather our thoughts. Wonderful 2 hours that we've had already. But now things start getting a bit more serious. We're going to the prelims. We're going to be seeing the likes of Dominic Reyes. We're going to be seeing the likes of Meatball Molly McCann. The meatball is coming out. This show tonight is fire, man. So good. Sticky Buds said, good one, World Cup. Yeah, I think people are going to be really excited about that. I know that it doesn't really sit on the channel very well. I always think with this channel, if you want to think about it, is it's fighting, it's combat of some kind. Like, it could be boxing, it could be UFC, it could be pro wrestling. We do, obviously, majority pro wrestling. That's how the channel started. But I've always watched UFC. It's just those streams came on really, I think it was like 2018, 2019 is when we started doing that. So the channel had been around for a few years by that point. But it was around 2018 when we started doing watch-alongs, and that's when UFC presented itself as an opportunity. Before that, I worked in retail, and it wasn't possible because I was always at work or, it just wasn't possible. So, I know the soccer doesn't fit on the channel. I'm very aware of that, and I'm very aware not everyone's going to be interested. The only thing I'm going to say, it's a one-off. It's the World Cup. Billions of people are watching it. I'm super excited for it. I think winners are probably going to be Brazil. I like the France team, the French, but I just don't think they're going to get it together. We saw in the Euros, they can't get it together. Like, they've got the individual parts. It's kind of like having all of the parts for an amazing classic car, but not quite knowing exactly how they fit together to make that classic car run properly. Like, it's there or thereabouts. It just might splutter a few times. And it might go a little bit slow when you put your foot down. It doesn't really have the acceleration, and there's other cars that can kind of just, go a bit quicker now. I just sort of feel like the pieces are there. You could have an amazing car, but they just haven't quite put the pieces together right. They could put them together right and win this World Cup. Easy, right? Easy. They could walk this World Cup if everything clicks. But I don't think it will, man. I really like the look of that Brazil team. Argentina as well. Look quite tasty. England probably don't stand a chance, but obviously we'll be rooting for them. I think England. I'm so torn between USA and Wales. We're not going to talk soccer all the time, don't worry. Prelims are just starting. But we are definitely all over that this summer. Should be summer. This winter. But if I was to make a prediction, I would say France. Which is probably a good sign that France are not going to win it if I'm picking them. Because I'm pretty rubbish at making those picks. Always not wrestling. Will you do Survivor Series War Games watch along? Yes. I support the soccer stream, says man. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate people supporting us for any streams. I am fully aware how competitive it is on nights like this and tomorrow for Deji Mayweather. And, I mean, look, the World Cup. You have, obviously, channels that are dedicated to these sports, and I think they all do fantastic jobs. I ain't got no trash to talk about anyone. I think that there's people that really specialize in this stuff, but all I can tell you is that I'm passionate about these things that we watch, and I know that you lot are as well. And I just think we've got such a great community that it's fantastic to spend this time with you guys. I probably don't say that enough, but I think like the fact that we can do UFC and we've got like soccer on the horizon, and there's so many people that are excited about joining us for like both, and say pro wrestling and boxing, and it's just great. Yeah, it's not lost on me, so really appreciate it. As we head into the prelims, King Chris said, "I'm American, so to be honest, I'm not into soccer. Not to say it's not awesome. There's just not as much exposure here. Yeah, that's fine. I totally get it, dude. I totally understand. USA weren't at the last World Cup, but you are at this one, so you should see some more exposure for this one. I think that there'll be a big buzz around this one because it's been a while since you've been at one. I don't know if you was at the one before. 8 years since you've been at a World Cup, at least. And you might not have been at that one. So this is, I would imagine there's going to be a lot of adverts and hype, and there'll be a buzz around it. But for the rest of the world, I mean, here in the UK, we're counting seconds. Like you get like wall charts in the newspaper. They announced the squad. It was like major news on TV. Who are the players that are going? There's people that live for this. There's people that are like me. I love it. I love the World Cup. I just love sports. And I think a lot of you are probably the same, I was watching rugby earlier. I watched the women's rugby and I watched the men's rugby, or the last bit of it. Tomorrow I plan on watching the cricket. Then I'm going to be watching the boxing. Tonight we're watching UFC. We're going to be watching the soccer. It's just good, isn't it? Sports, just addicted to it. I've got Poland on the soccer, says Angel. Again, don't worry. We're not going to be talking soccer all the time, right? Or really much at all. we're just waiting to go over to our next fight. Our next fight is going to be the first fight on the prelims. It's going to be Andre Petroski taking on Wellington Turman. Petroski minus 210. Wellington Turman at plus 175. Petroski is a round one machine, and tonight is the night for round one machines. So power, aggression, looks to wrestle, can gas out, good ground and pounds. As we said, multiple first round finishes. Hasn't got a great chin, very hittable, can lack a little bit of movement. But he is someone that will look to wrestle and look to get it done early. Taking on Wellington Turman, grappler, also doesn't have great cardio, solid jiu-jitsu, been making some big improvements recently. Not really a striker, more of a grappler. He has been training with Glover Teixeira, more technical on the feet, but as we said, not really a striker. But this should be good. Petroski versus Turman. Middleweight, solid fights. They've got Petroski at minus 210. Wellington Turman at plus 175. Probably leaning towards Turman. Whenever it's close, I go with the dog. Doesn't always work, but I think when it does come off, it really benefits. So on this one, I feel like it's close. And I'm probably going to lean towards Wellington Turman. But I could totally understand if a lot of you have gone the other direction. And we can have a look at the poll. And Petroski at 68%. 68%. Wellington Turman, 32%. So it seems like you did go in the other direction. And I can't say I blame you, to be honest. I can't say I blame you. So, yeah. I've gone with the dog. I've gone with the outside bet. I've gone with the gamble. So we'll see if it pays off. Normally, it doesn't. Lucinda, shout out to you. Hope you're well, dudes. Said, Wrestling Days, #1 UFC OnlyFans. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Guys, make sure you're subscribing to my OnlyFans. I have put a new picture up this month where I exposed my right nipple. And that has really driven the UFC community wild. I get a lot of comments asking, when will I expose both nipples? I don't know when that's happening. I think if we can reach maybe 2 subscribers to my OnlyFans, if we can double the amount of subscribers I've got, so it's not just your mom, then we might go double nipple. Yeah, it's big. It's big. That's breaking news, actually. It feels like this is the right stream to announce that. Lucinda said, thank you for your 5-star comment. That's really kind. It's really kind. I mean, to be honest, I don't really think like it. I don't know. I suppose it is commentary, but it's really just say what you see, really. Do you know what I mean? It's like if someone throws a shot, you just say they've thrown a shot. If it's a right hook, it's a right hook. It's a left hook to the body. If it's to the head, if it's like straight down the middle, if he goes for a takedown, driving against the cage. I mean, I just feel like it's super simple stuff. So, I don't know. It's, I appreciate it, but I can't pretend there's much skill to it. So, welcome to Wrestling Days Exposed. That's what this is. Wrestling Days Exposed. There's a fraud. It's just a game of say what you see. But Lucinda, shout out to you. Only if you have a shave, said David Watkins. Well, that's not what you said in the DMs, David. Dortnight said, when you sit through a stream, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the lag. This feels emotional. At the end of the stream, leave a golden like and the sweet silver sound of a subscription. Stream on. I love that's nice. That's nice. Talking of lights, guys, according to this, we don't have any for this stream, according to this little broken thing in the corner. So make sure that you are leaving those likes so that we can at least try. Come on, it deserves at least 1 like, guys. This deserves at least 1 like, yeah? Come on. Not even for me, because of the chat. At the moment, according to this, we're on 0. You can change that. I mean, you can't because it's broken. But you just, you know where I'm coming from, yeah? If you notice, Days bobs and weaves when he calls the match like he's in. I do, yeah. I get proper into it. I get proper into it because I really love the mechanics of it. So when they throw, like before, when he like throws those 2 hook shots, I don't know, I really enjoy, and it's on a subconscious level. Even if I wasn't streaming, I would still do this. But I really enjoy like throwing a hook and then like pulling it back just to give me that kind of, I don't know, it's weird, but it just gives me that real time kind of impression of how long it takes to recoil. So it's like bang, bang. So like, you know, it gives me, I mean, clearly I'm not as quick as them, but it just gives me, I don't know, like an appreciation. Like he got those 2 hooks in. He threw the hook. He brought it back. He was able to get the second in. And then whilst he was in the process of swinging that second in, it allowed him to then obviously transfer the momentum to actually bring the left hook in. So yeah, sometimes it's just fun to actually do it and act it out. It's weird. Yeah, it's weird. I agree, it's weird. But even if I wasn't streaming it, I would still do that. There's something about the mechanics of it that I just really enjoy. Do you know, if I was young and not broken and a boomer, I would love to take up boxing. I would love to take up boxing. Not like to professionally or anything. I would just do it. I did do it a little bit, but only for fitness. And I loved it. It was only because I moved that I stopped. That was the only reason why I stopped. For my old job, I used to have to move around the country quite a bit, and so I just wasn't joining boxing gyms. Like I signed up to one. I went for quite a while, really enjoyed it. Got some great one-on-one kind of training, some coaching and everything, personal trainer stuff. And I mean, it was expensive, but I loved it. So why not? Clearly not now with the cost of living, but yeah, I really, really enjoyed that. So I think there's a little boxer in me. That sounds wrong. But yeah, I think there is a little boxer in there that's trying to get out. But he's close to being dead now because of my age, so we move on. Ernest said, Daisy's OnlyFans page gives a whole new meaning to foot and baller. Christian said, I predict Adesanya will use the Undertaker biker entrance. Well, listen, this is Madison Square Garden. If I'm Adesanya, are you not thinking Muhammad Ali or like some Billy Joel? Didn't Billy Joel do like 50-odd dates or something? I'm sure his name is up in the rafters. I'm sure Billy Joel has done more nights at Madison Square Garden than anyone else. I feel like I would be channeling a Madison Square Garden idol. Like for me, it'd be Bruno Sammartino, WWF champion in the 1960s, main evented the Garden 170-odd times. So that's who I would channel. But I kind of feel like it's right there for Izzy. We'll have to see what he comes out with. We'll have to see what he's got up his sleeve. What we've got up our sleeves, though, is our next match. And this is going to be Petroski against Turman. It's been a nice little break there, you know. Nice little break. I think 14 fights, to be perfectly truthful, is too many. Because I think when it's fight, and you don't get that chance to just talk in between, it just feels a bit too regimented. It feels like, do you know what I mean? We're just fight. It's a lot nicer to actually sit and talk with you guys. So that was nice. That was good. I have no idea if we're going to get another chance to do that tonight, though, because on we continue. Wrestle with Andy, hello. What was your style? Was it stick and move or power with the overhand right? It was listen to the instructor and try and do what he just told me to do. That was my style. My style was, I think they call basic. I think they call my style beginner. I think that's how they call it. So, yeah, no. I didn't get to the stage where I had a style. High kick there by Turman. Hope you're well. Wrestle with Andy. Shout out to you. Lovely right hand there by Petroski. Connecting on Turman. Turman on the outside. Looking a little bit wobbly. Of course he would. I picked him. So on the outside, couple of jabs coming in. He's trying to... he got through a lovely shot there. Knee coming in there by Turman. Petroski putting the pressure on, driving forwards as Turman tries to throw a couple of straight lefts to stop the momentum. A couple of low kicks coming in. Throws a couple of left hands as well. Lovely right hand coming back there by Petroski. 1-2 straight down the middle by Turman. Nice head movement there by Turman. Getting off the center line, which is good to see. A couple of shots just came in there by Petroski, and Turman's head was not there. Again, tries to throw a straight, but seemed to just bounce wide. I think some of these are getting through by Turman, though. But they seem to be clubbing to the side of the head. There's a couple of shots that Turman's throwing that don't seem to be getting to their intended target. But I think some of them are. And there was a lovely little hook that went through there. Petroski tried to throw a hook in of his own. Petroski looking for a takedown. That takedown is denied by Turman. Petroski grabbing a hold of the leg. Drives Turman back against the cage. Petroski picks up, dumps Turman down. Turman is in a seated position. And this is good by Petroski. Petroski trying to get round the back of Turman. Turman down on his hands and knees. Petroski getting round the back. And Turman trying to get back up to his feet. Petroski still round the back. Feels a little bit like what we saw with Carolina earlier. She managed to get round the back and couldn't really make it count. That's what we're seeing right now with Petroski. He's been able to get round the back, but can't really see this counting at the moment. His hands are actually quite low. We're not seeing a rear naked choke. Right now, we've got Turman up against the cage. Big knee coming into the midsection. Turman throws a hook shot on his way out. In the center, low kick coming in. And we're seeing Petroski head kick coming in by Turman. Turman trying to get some headshots through. You can see it's 23-17. Turman ahead right now on significant strikes. And all the time, we're getting closer to that main card. We've got 1 hour, 45 minutes to go. If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're trying to get to 1,000. I haven't looked to see where we are. It's probably around 300, maybe. I'd a guess. But, yeah, we are underway with this. We've got a minute left to go. They both jab at the same time. High kick coming in there by Turman. Turman taking a few steps back. That's a big right hand. Lovely. Kick to the midsection. 49 seconds control time for Petroski. Knee strike coming in there by Turman. Hook shot coming in by Petroski. Kick coming in there by Turman. Petroski tries to swat the foot away. Big overhand coming in, but couldn't really get the snap on the end of it. Lovely body shots. Just showing significant strikes. Turman 33, Petroski 24. And coming forward, 1-2, straight down the middle. Turman backing up. Turman trying to edge forward. Petroski grabbing a hold of the leg. Driving Turman back against the cage. Petroski round the sides. And he's got him in the clinch. He's got the leg, trying to drag him down. Gets Turman down. Turman in a seated position. Elbows coming in. And that is the end of the round. Back and forth, to be honest. Back and forth in that round. I would say it was a Turman round. If you look at the numbers, 37 significant strikes to 27. There was a minute control time, but I can't say that Petroski did a lot of stuff with it. Total shots, 43 to 27. Striking-wise, Turman was getting through with more. The only thing that you could give to Petroski are the 2 takedowns, which I do think are significant. You definitely can't ignore them. And the minute control time. But as I said, the control time, I don't think it counts for much when you don't really do much with it. So, yeah, this is where it gets hard. How do 2 takedowns compare to 10 advantage significant strikes? Like, how do you weigh them up, you know? For me, I would go Turman, but I wouldn't blame you if you went with Petroski. So that is the end of the first round. We are about to go to round number 2. Adam, shout out to you. Yeah, we did read through that, Adam, earlier, your breakdown of my week. It's going to be a big week. Really big week. considering I've not made any thumbnails for the World Cup or set up anything to do with the World Cup, and I've got 43 of them to do. So I'm going to need to do that as well as do all the streams that we're doing. But listen, this is the life I chose, yeah. Kick coming in there by Turman. Just falling short. Turman round, said Hayden. Dijon said Turman rounds. Those hurt bad, said Johnny. Right, we have got Turman driving Petroski back. Kick coming into the midsection. And Turman, again, on the outside. You can see some damage on the face of Turman. He doesn't wear damage that well. He goes down. He drags Petroski down with him. He's got a choke applied, but no joy. Right now, we've got Petroski in side control. Side control is a good position to be in. He's got one arm wrapped around the head. He's got the other arm wrapped around one of the legs. And he's actually got his arms joined together. So he's kind of bending Turman round in like a cradling position of sorts. But we go back to a more traditional guard. So he's in his guards. Petroski is grabbing a leg, trying to get round the back, trying to grab the neck if he can. And he does have an arm around, but it's actually on the side of the face. He's really looking for stuff here. Turman is in a bit of trouble. He's in a little bit of trouble in a seated position. Petroski is right in front of him. And right now, Turman is just being given an opportunity. He was looking for an arm crank there. Looking for the arm crank. Couldn't find it. So right now, we've got Turman back up to his feet. Forearm coming in by Petroski. And Turman coming in with a hook shot. Kick coming into the midsection. So Turman in the center. Kick to the body there by Turman. Dig to the body. That was great. That was great. I don't think it really caused the damage he wanted to cause, but that was nice. Nice little dig to the body there by Turman. Right now, Petroski finds himself down on his back with Turman in guards. So is chest to chest at the moment. So right now, we've got Petroski down. And looks like we're seeing, is that half guards? Might be half guard. It is half guards. Half guard, but both fighters back up to their feet. We've got just over 2 minutes to go. We're in round number 2. And over by the side of the cage, we've got Petroski, who is sort of facing the cage. Turman throwing in some knees to the thighs of Petroski. Petroski is being dragged backwards. And down goes Petroski. Down goes Petroski. Turman is on his feet as well. So Turman on his feet, Petroski on his feet. Scrappy little account of this one. Scrappy little round. Feels like Turman, though, needs to do something significant because I feel like Petroski has had a decent round here. I feel like this round is close, but I feel like it's a fairly decent round for Petroski. Petroski still on his feet. We were seeing Turman trying to pick him up and dump him down. I hope you're excited because I just saw the next fight. Meatball Molly. Meatball Molly is coming up. Next fight, Meatball Molly McCann. So 11 significant strikes to 9 in favor of Turman. We've got Petroski round the back. Fully mounted now, full mount. Petroski full mount of Turman. Turman still down and goes into what looks to be side control. Might be half guards, but Petroski on top. Petroski on top. It's half guards. Half guards. Half guards at the moment. Petroski on top. Don't have any visibility when it comes to control time. Not for the round, but it feels like Petroski has had a fair whack of control time. As we said, 2 takedowns to 1. 11 significant strikes to 10. There's nothing in it. I feel like it's so close. I'm leaning to Petroski. I feel like the control time becomes a factor then. So it looks to fully mount him. He's still in half guards. Half guard at the moment. It's very... Oh, he's hammering. Hammering. We're seeing some ground and pound, but that's the end. End of the round. End of the round. Man, it's all happening. It is all happening. Lots of work on the ground, lots of work against the cage, lots of control time. Not much in the way of significant strikes. It was 11-10, but even so, we were seeing some stuff there. They're throwing, they're battling. It's a very interesting encounter. I would give that round, though, to Petroski. I think it's 1-1, but let me know how you are seeing it. Tim said, I can see Meatball getting smashed. Hello to Bill Will. Come on, Turman said on. I don't need to order. Days is on game tonight. Swerve, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Johnny said the first slam takedown had some points on it. Arsenal Life, hello. So, right, here we go. We're about to get underway. Round number 3. I've got it 1-1 and all to play for. I think both fighters have got paths to victory. We're just seeing that Paddy Pimblett is taking on Gordon at UFC 282. And we are underway with this first fight on the prelims of UFC 281. So, overhand just misses there by Petroski. Petroski is running away with this fight. Another close round. I've got it 19-19. Combat Press said 19-19, so that's interesting. First person that tweeted in said Petroski was running away with it. The other 2 tweets said 19-19. I've got it 19-19, but Petroski has just managed to slam Turman down. Big takedown there. And now he's got a tight guillotine. Really tight guillotine. This is good for Petroski. Really good. And Turman is trying to survive this. That's tight. Oh, is he out? No! Ground and pound coming in. He's still there. God, that looked like he was out. That really looked like he was out. It really looked like Turman had gone. That squeeze was so tight that he flopped out, but he was still there. I don't know if he might have gone out for a second. I don't think he did, but damn, man, it looked close. He looked close. Turman survives, but he's still in a bad position. Petroski is on top of him. Big clubbing blows coming in. Big clubbing blows there by Petroski. And again, a squeeze being applied. But Turman in full survival mode right now. I think he won the first. I think he lost the second. Feels like the momentum has shifted to Petroski. And feels like Petroski is on his way to getting a decision victory. Of course, we've still got 3 minutes to go. But we're down on the ground. Can't see that changing at the moment. And Petroski is on top of Turman. And again, he's putting a squeeze on. Trying to make this as uncomfortable as possible. The other thing as well is he needs to be making progress. Because if Petroski is not making progress, the referee will just stand them back up. So he's got to be making progress. He's got to be showing that he is having an effect on the ground and that he's working and he's making progress. They're saying Petroski 6 takedowns, ground control of 4 minutes 37, and 2 submission attempts. Turman has got to get up, and he's got it all to do because he is in a deep hole right now. He is in a deep hole. He is in survival mode. Petroski is looking good here. Shots coming into the side of the head. Maybe he should have gone to sleep already, said Dolph. Dead G tomorrow. Yep. Dead G tomorrow, and we're doing it as well. We're here for it. We're here for the undercards. We're here for the early fights. We're going to be doing everything to do with that tomorrow. Super excited for that. Really am looking forward to that fight. Probably shouldn't be, because we all know it's just a money grab. But I think there's a lot of excitement around it, and I always get sucked into the hype. So, yeah, looking forward to that. And I love the fact it's on a Sunday as well. Should be more things on a Sunday. I know it's the Lord's Day and everything, but I checked with him. He's cool. He says there should be more things on a Sunday. But right now, Petroski is all over Turman. Probably feels like he's been there Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, every day of the week. He's been there for a long time. Just as Turman gets back up to his feet, he can't shake Petroski off. Petroski has still got him clinched and up against the side of the cage. Feels to me like this is going to be a 29-28 for Petroski. Could be a 30-27. I think the first round was relatively close. Could be 30-27, but I think probably 29-28 will be fair. But yeah, this is going to be Petroski is still all over Turman, and we've only got less than 20 seconds to go. You doing 43 out of 64 at the World Cup, says Adam. Yeah, it's about that. Don't quote me on that number exactly, but it's definitely more than 40. It's kind of low-end 40s, 42, 43, 44. It's around that number, yes. We're doing all of the knockout fights. End of the fight here. We're doing all the knockout matches. So all the round of 16s, all the quarterfinals, all the semi-final, the final, third place playoff. We're doing all of those. Groups, we're doing the vast majority, to be honest. It just works. I worked out that we can watch the World Cup in the day, and then we can do the wrestling on the night. And there is a gap when the wrestling ends and the World Cup starts. There's enough of a gap for me to get asleep. So it works, basically. It's almost perfect. But there's a few games that just are at weird times that I can't make work. So, but yeah, we're going to try and do as much of it as we can. Please enjoy the chat, says William. Enjoy each other, but don't fall victim to holding yourself over someone. Prejudgment is something we try to discourage, even within ourselves. Guys, please, this is a message from the community. Do not discourage yourself. Yeah, you are beautiful. Yeah, you are important. Make sure that you carry that self-confidence with you in whatever you do. So beautiful. AJD said Izzy will win, but it's going to probably be boring. Could be. Angel said, who did you have for this fight? I said it'd be close. And so I went with the underdog, which was Wellington Turman. Looks like Petroski is going to get the win. But it's sort of gone the way I thought. I thought it would be close with Petroski edging it. And so close, I thought we'll just go with the dog. And it looks like it's going to be close, but it looks like Petroski is going to win it. 30-27. 30-27. 29-28. So, two of the judges gave Petroski all 3 rounds. But there we go. It is unanimous, and Petroski wins. And you know what? I don't give a flip about that fight, because coming up next, we've got the meatball. Molly Meatball McCann. Molly McCann. Do you know what? This is where we get serious now. This is where we get serious. Molly Meatball against Erin Blanchfield. Dominic Reyes against Ryan Spann. Brad Riddell taking on Moicano. All of these fights coming up next. Dan Hooker taking on Puelles. Frankie Edgar says goodbye to the UFC. A veteran at the age of 41. Former champion, future Hall of Famer. We say goodbye to Frankie Edgar. He's taking on Chris Gutierrez. Then it's Dustin Poirier against Michael Chandler. Then it's Carla Esparza against Zhang Weili. And then it is our main event of the evening. Israel Adesanya, the last style bender, taking on Alex Pereira. And obviously that for the middleweight championship. Meatball next. I'm 6-6. Now we've got Meatball supporters. Spinning back elbow, baby. Spinning back elbow. Come on, Meatball. I am not going to be impartial in this one. I have a real soft spot for Meatball. She goes in there and she puts on a show. She has spoken before about how much it costs people to get on a train, go to the arena, get the ticket, buy beers, have a great night with their friends. And she says that she is here to ensure that she puts on a show for them. I respect that. I massively respect that. Someone that is going to go out there and put on a show for your hard-earned money. I respect that. I really do. So I'm going to go with Meatball. I mean, I've got Erin Blanchfield winning. I've actually got her. I always underline the people I think will win. So I've got Erin Blanchfield winning, but I am firmly behind Molly McCann. Even though I think Blanchfield wins, I've got Molly McCann. And I think Dominic Reyes in the next fight. And then I think Brad Riddell in the fight after that. So, and there's my notes for the next 3 fights. That's what my Thursdays look like. If Adesanya wins, you should take your hat off, says Delfino. Delfino! Yes! Delfino, how you doing? Delfino loves my hat. Well, actually, doesn't love my hat. Desperately wants it removed from the stream. Delfino, shout out. I hope you're doing well, dude. Hope you're doing well. Been hanging around some hat shops. Going up to people as they're trying them on, going, you should take that off. That doesn't look good on you. You should take that off. Who have you got winning? Izzy or Pereira? I've got Izzy winning. I don't think Lightning is going to strike for a third time. I think that those fights were a while ago. If you watch them, Izzy looks really good in them. Certainly the first fight, you can make a real argument. He won the first fight. I've got Izzy, man. Izzy all day long. Jacob said, let's go Meatball. Austin said, I feel really confident in saying Erin Blanchfield wins. I feel really confident in saying shut your face. Yeah, because it's Meatball. It's Molly Meatball McCann. Do you know what? If anyone can, Molly McCann. So there we go. Putting in the work, says Bob. That looks like Putin in the work. Like, you know, Vladimir Putin. I feel like that's a diss. Shout out to you all the same, though. I just love attention. Delfino says, days I'm good. Yes. Nothing but love, Delfino. Nothing but love. Hoping for Molly, but think it'll be Blanchfield, says Champus. Alex is gonna KO Izzy. Swerve said $24 for a one-way ticket in majority places in New York City MSG. What's that? $24 one-way ticket on a train or something. Here in the UK, if you want to go from Liverpool to London, I reckon you're pushing about £80 to £100. And then the ticket when you get to the O2 is, I don't even know, to be honest, a couple of hundred. Easy, I'd imagine. Then your beers are going to be London prices. So they're going to be a couple of £100 each. Then, you know, you might want to get yourself some merch. You know, you might want to get yourself a Dana White bald head that you can pop on. And maybe some meatballs to enjoy whilst you're watching Molly. It adds up, man. It adds up. So, yeah, I got respect for her. I think she genuinely... She came from, like, a real rough background, like, single mom and everything. And I think she really understands, like, what it's like to not have money. And so I think she's got a lot of friends that are maybe still in that position. And I think she's just really aware that, you know, going to shows is expensive for real people and real working class people, you know. It's a treat, and it's a once in a lifetime thing, really. Certainly right now with the flipping cost of living and everything that's going on with fuel prices and everything. But, yeah. Come on, Molly. Mess her up. She's 23. Molly is well-rounded. She has got improving grappling, solid boxing, looks for double leg takedowns, nasty spinning back elbow, good wrestling, good kickboxing. She can tire, but she will never give up. She is got great heart, good footwork, wears a heart on her sleeve. It's war with Molly. Do you know what, Aaron? Bring an army. You're going to need that army because Molly Meatball McCann is all the army she needs to be. She's a one-woman army. And she really is someone to marvel at. She is someone to be impressed by. She is someone that really puts the graft in and just sometimes pulls out victories out of nowhere. And she could do it here. She could absolutely do it here. I'd love it if she did it here. Don't know that she's going to do it here. I hope she can. I really hope she can. But, yeah. She's a big underdog, man. Plus 310. Erin Blanchfield, minus 390. But listen, Meatball's going to come in with bags of confidence. She's going to believe that she can get it done. She's not going to come in thinking that she doesn't stand a chance here. She's going to be interested in the odds. She's going to go in there with that spinning back elbow. She's going to look to throw it. She's going to look to catch Erin Blanchfield. And Erin Blanchfield's got great wrestling, great grappling. She's going to look to get the fight down. She's going to look for takedown. She's going to look for control. It's going to be down to Molly's takedown defense. To be honest, her takedown defense is rubbish. It's only about 47%. In fact, is it on screen? Takedown average. I don't think the defense is there, is it? That's a shame. I've got it anyway. It's about 47%. So she is going to struggle. She's going to struggle. She's going to have to stuff takedowns. If she can keep it on the feet and boom, find a few spinning back elbows, that'll help. But if it goes down to the ground, she's in a bit of bother. Row 99A3CK, Roac, says, let's go, Meatball. Funky said, Meatball versus Spaghetti. Molly is a fighter. She will put a good fight on, says Kelly. I agree. You're not on Molly's team. You're not cool, said Shaquem. Yeah, that's the spirit, Shaquem. If you're not on Molly's team, then you're not cool. But I totally understand why you've gone Blanchfield as well. Meatball with a flying knee. Oh, imagine that. She does a Masvidal. Comes running straight out. That was against Ben Askren, wasn't it? He was a wrestler. Not faffing around with takedowns. Boom! Yeah, do that. Why doesn't she just do that? Come running out. Boom! Knock out Erin Blanchfield. Knock her so far. Knock her so hard, she'll have to go back to school. She's not long out of school anyway, in all fairness. She's 23 years old. Do you know what I mean? I've got milk in my fridge older than that. Mess her up, Molly. Mess her up. Mess her up. Make her humble. Make her humble. Make her humble. Make her regret ever getting into the UFC, Molly. I just want to make it clear. I mean, I do try to call fights down the middle, but I have made it very clear I'm biased on this one. I won't be biased on any other fight tonight. I don't care, right? I'm looking forward to the fights. But down the middle, this one. Come on, Meatball. Come on, Meatball. Molly is already inside the octagon, pacing back and forth, thinking about how she's going to throw that knee. Former Cage Warriors flyweight champion, 2 of 6 spinning back elbows landed in the UFC. If you are watching, guys, if you love Molly Meatball McCann, drop a like. Let Molly know by leaving a like. And if you hate Molly McCann, you despise Molly McCann, leave a like on the stream. That is the best way. I will let Molly know. I will send her a tweet saying that this many people liked, and that means that she is super popular. Right, she's pacing back and forth. Acknowledge the Meatball, says Kevin. If anyone needs to be humbled, it's Molly, said LBJ7. Fight and talk, guys. We got fight and talk. Fight and talk. Look at her. Look at the Meatball. She's fired up, man. She's fired up. You ain't going to make her humble. You're not going to make her humble. You can try and make her humble. Boo. I'll get the tissues ready for you, says LVJ7. Austin said, Erin is better. better. Hit like if you think Erin is better. Oh, look, she can't even do... Oh! Intro, she goes to fist pump Bruce Buffer. He hadn't quite finished, so he was still talking. She's like, she can't even fist bump? Jeez. Disgrace. Absolute disgrace. She's washed. She's done. She's done. Get her out. Get her out of the UFC. She can't even do a fist bump. Come on, Meatball. Here we go. Molly, Meatball McCann, right into the center. Yeah, man. Yeah, people are hyped for Molly. The crowd has gone up a level, and Erin did not get... Oh, look. Molly planting her feet. Bang, bang. Meatball chance. Oh, Molly, bam, big overhand right. Meatball Molly chance. Madison Square Garden knows. Madison Square Garden knows. Molly in the center. Blanchfield. Molly again. Circling round. Kick coming in there by Blanchfield. Couple of jabs coming in by Blanchfield. Looking for a takedown. Drives Molly against the cage. Gets the takedown. Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. Side control here for Erin. Side control. Bit of trash being talked, maybe. Well, all she's got to say, Molly, is when she's down on the ground, just say, Erin, what's your favourite member of One Direction? Erin will go, Harry, and Molly will be like, Harry sucks. And that'll break Erin's heart. She's only 23. A girl of that age can't take that kind of trash talk. She won't cope if you start laying into One Direction members. Shots coming into Molly. Crucifix here by Erin. Oh, look, she's got the arm. Forearm strikes coming in. Shots coming into the side of the head. This is not where Molly wants to be. She's desperately trying to get out of this. She's getting punched in the face repeatedly. They're saying that this could be stopped here. Look, Meatball is working hard, desperately trying to get Erin off. Erin has got the crucifix on. I mean, this was the problem, wasn't it? If Meatball was going to be taken down, then she was going to find herself in trouble down on the ground. Her face is bright red. She will not give up. She has got no give up. Erin is trying to hold on to... look at this. She's desperately trying to get out of it. Desperately trying to get out. She's gritting her teeth. She's trying to power Erin off. Madison Square Garden's just going to erupt if Molly can even get to her feet. Molly gets trapped again. She's working so hard. So hard. She's taken so much punishment. Forearms, strikes, referee not stopping it. Crucifix applied. Look at the fight. Honestly, Erin's getting tired from elbowing and punching and forearming. She's getting knackered. It's time for bed for Erin. Erin is looking for an arm. She's looking for a Kimura now. Oh, that looks moody as well, you know. That looks moody. It's round the back. Molly's in trouble here. Erin has got Meatball in a whole world of pain. She's going to look to dislocate that shoulder. Meatball's in a lot of pain, man. She's in a lot of pain. She is going to hell and back right now. She is going to hell and back. Oh, that arm. I think the arm's gone. I think there's the arm gone. God, she's in so much pain. I don't even know. That arm just looks so limp. That arm looks limp. There's been 104 ground strikes. Look at the arm getting cranked again. She has to tap. She has to tap. She couldn't survive any longer. The Meatball has been smashed. The arm is wrecked. 100+ ground strikes. Damn it, man. Damn it. Look at that. That is talent. I mean, Meatball's gutted. She knew she had to avoid the takedown. Erin found that takedown. Oh, man. To be honest, I don't think she used my One Direction technique. And I don't want to say that was a deal breaker. But I just think, had she have whispered that at the right time, we would have seen Erin running out of the octagon in tears. That's all I'm going to say. I wish I had gone by sub. Blanchfield made it look easy. Man, I tell you what, I mean, she did so well. Trash talking aside, she did fantastic. Erin looks at a fantastic start. For the age of, what, 23? You just got to give her props, ain't you? Madison Square Garden knows, though. I mean, like, Dana's going to be a bit gutted here because I feel like they'd built Meatball up. Meatball had great momentum. I don't know. Is that bad matchmaking? I don't know. Could they have fed someone that was more on the feet to Molly? I mean, look, Molly's got a ceiling. She's got a ceiling. I don't think she was going to go on and become a champion. She was obviously working towards that. She was a big underdog here. It's a tough night at the office for Molly Meatball. It's a tough night at the office. Austin said, Days, I'm sorry that Meatball lost. She put in a fantastic performance, and I can't believe that she just refused to give up for so long. Yeah, Austin, shout out to you, dudes. Shout out to you. That's a great comment. And I completely agree. Molly Meatball showering herself, not in tomato sauce like normal meatballs, but showering herself in respect. Respect from this community and every community, yeah? Even the Tiddlywinks community is showering Meatball in respect right now. Wrestle with Andy said, what's next for Molly? Will they just book her on UK cards? Nah, I mean, look, Madison Square Garden felt like O2. I mean, there was a chance there for Molly Meatball. Madison Square Garden knew which side its bread was buttered. And they were right behind the Meatball. But to be honest, I think they just need to put her in there with strikers. Keep it on the feet, you know? But, yeah, she was always going to be trouble down on the ground. Erin, fantastic talent. I mean, what else can you say? Fantastic talent. There's a career-destroying type of loss, said British Soundboard. Same thing happened to Ronda Rousey, Paige Van Zandt. They never came back from it. I felt really good, and I think that's worth 50Ks. I don't. It took you over 100 ground strikes to put the Meatball away. She's 23. If she gets 50K, she's spending it on pick and mix, right? Can't do that. There's people that have got bills to pay, yeah? She'll go and spend it on LOL's dolls or something, like, do you know what I mean? Give it to an adult. Give it to Meatball. Look at what Meatball went through. Give Meatball. Don't give it to Erin. Blanchfield versus Shevchenko interests me more than Shevchenko versus Manenfiore. However you spell her name. Oh, you did all right there, Austin. You did all right. Can't wait for Sunday lunch, said Johnny. Molly got her meatball minced. Yes. Titlywinker said, did someone say my name? No. Paddy has got a decent ground game, said Creamy Bone. I put $200 on Erin. Angel, shout out to you. I didn't know her ground game was that bad, says Shola. Someone put $1 million on Meatball. Surely not. Jake Gyllenhaal is there. Jake Gyllenhaal alerts. Marlon Chito Vera is in the crowd. Robbie Lawler is in the crowd. Everyone comes out for these Madison Square Garden shows. Everyone there, of course, to see the Meatball. Days thinks that Erin should get 50K. No. There must have been a bit of lag. Or you must have been daydreaming, because I definitely don't think she should get the 50K. Because, you know, a kid of her age, she'll probably spend it on drugs. And I think that we need to make sure that she stays on the straight and narrow. I'm thinking about her future. Yeah. Young lady like that at the age of 23, you can't go giving them £50,000 or dollars or whatever it is. Crypto. You can't give him $50,000 worth of Doge. Do you know what I mean? What? You can't have $50,000 worth of Sheba. Yeah? Should be reckless with it. Give it the meatball. Sonny says, I love Jake. DNC said, I put $1 billion on the meatball. I would love to see Blanchfield. I've loved Blanchfield ever since I saw her fight with Maverick. She is so good. King James said, Molly is average as. Fior is awesome, but not ready for Valentina. Bob said, now I get those kind words. That was you being humble whilst you destroy everyone on Tapology. Well, let's take a look, shall we? Let's go over to Tapology. Again, if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. I'm doing a pretty rubbish job of mentioning that tonight. Normally, I bang on about it all night long. But it does make such a difference. And I hope you're enjoying the action. We're only just over an hour away. Just over 1 hour away from the main card. And I can tell you that William Hensey is in the lead in our prediction game at the moment. And we've had a fair few people that want to... Let's check out the profile pictures. So, Clevy Genie, nice. Solid entry. That goes in. War God Zero, even better. I believe that is a Buffalo. I've gone with Buffalo. I'm not too sure, to be honest, but I've gone with Buffalo. Certainly doesn't look like a dog. Ultra Raymond has got no profile picture. Oh, nah, I'm only joking. You're in. Oh. Saya Rose. Nice. Good. Is that a selfie? Maybe. Don't know. Could be a burner account, couldn't it? Yemen Street. Yemen Saint? Not again. Hard to tell, isn't it? Hey, we could do some matchmaking, you know. We could, guys, if you're single and you want to get like hitched up with other members of the community, just join the game and let us know you're single. We could take a look at your profile picture. We'll find you a partner. It could be more than bets that you win tonight. So, yeah, shout out to everyone that's joined. And William Hensey still in the lead at 10 points ahead of Priscilla Mello. Then we've got Hoof Hearted. Then we've got Brian. Then we've got other people. So there we go. Boom. We are done with this fight. Our next fight coming up is a legend. Dominic Reyes. Dominic Reyes, 12-3, only loses to big names. He's taken on Ryan Spann. Dominic Reyes, volume striker. He's got power. Is an efficient wrestler. He is on a 3-fight losing streak, but damn, if you look at the names, I think, aren't they like Jiri, Blachowicz, and John Jones? Like, it's something along those lines. Or is it Jan? Is Jan it? Did I say Jan? Yeah, Jan. Jan Blachowicz. So, like, they're big names. They're champions, right? He only fights the best of the best. This does feel like a step down, obviously. This is one that he is favourite for. This is going to give us a good indication as to whether he's washed or not. A lot of people think he could be. There's definite cardio questions. He has got great kicks, incredible movement. His movement is one of his best skills. Great on the inside with low kicks, fights at range, strikes from various angles, great body kicks, great counters. He's taken on Ryan Spann, a rangy kickboxer. He's got decent power. He's a good striker. He's got decent wrestling. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, but then isn't everyone. He's improving. He lacks a little bit of volume. 16 finishes. Not great when under pressure. So I've got Dominic Reyes on this one. I feel like we need to go to the poll. We're well behind when it comes to the poll. So we can definitely correct that. Who wins? Who wins? We've got, I think, maybe a few moments until we go to this next one. So Reyes or Spann? Let's put that out there. So there we go. 70% of you think that Petroski is going to win. So that's interesting. Right now, we're just seeing a video package for Israel Adesanya. And as we said, Dominic Reyes against Ryan Spann. Put in your thoughts or chat away about whatever you want to chat about. We are, as we said, approaching an hour now until we're at the main card. 1 hour away. Reyes versus Spann is going to be fight number 8. Smart Money said decision. Gutted for Molly, says Matt 70. There's been a lot of support for Molly. In all fairness, a lot of support coming from Austin 316. Quite a few people, actually, which is great to see. And I think she'll bounce back. She is a meatball, so I think she'll bounce back. Don't know when we'll see her next. Might take her a while to recover from these injuries. I mean, in all fairness, her arm looked really limp at one point in the fight. Towards the end, as she was standing there, it looked okay. It wasn't like just dangling in front of her. So it looked not too bad, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was some damage done in there that might take a while to recover. Certainly psychologically, that might take a while to recover. I don't know if you've ever seen the documentary about Meatball, but she talks at length about trying to come to peace with her loss against, I think it was Gillian Robertson. And I think she was put to sleep. I think she was choked out. And she says that she was having like nightmares about it because like being choked out, you think is probably like the easiest way to go. It's better than being knocked out. But she made it sound really scary, actually, because she was saying like you're there and you're conscious and you can feel your life slipping away. You can feel that you're going basically, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. You are not in control of you passing out, and you can feel that you're going. And she says it's quite scary to not be in control and for someone to do that to you. And she was having like nightmares about it, and she had to go and see like therapists and everything. So that defeat and the manner of that defeat really had an effect on her. It'll be very interesting to see how this fight has an effect on her, because it was domination by Erin. I mean, they stayed on the feet for all of a few seconds, and they went down to the ground. Once they were on the ground, it was one-way traffic, and she had to go through hell. She had to go through absolute hell. I mean, over 100 ground strikes. Kimura, and it looked like the shoulder had popped out. When she gets out of it, her arm's like dangling. The moody thing was, her arm was dangling. It looks like Erin then reapplies it. Erin was so good at actually making sure that the arm was tucked in. And if it felt like Molly was slipping out, she would take a moment, reapply it, like really sink it in, and then go right back to work. And I think she did like tire herself out. Like she was elbowing and hitting. And because Molly was constantly trying to like buck her off, it meant the ref wasn't really looking to stop it. Like the ref really gave Molly as much chance as possible, and it went to the point where Molly tapped. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Molly just couldn't survive anymore. Just couldn't hold on. It was horrific to watch. I feel in pain having watched it. I don't feel the same, so I don't know how she feels. So, yeah, people were saying that's one of the defeats that could really define her and stick with her. I'm sort of hoping not, and I'm sort of hoping that she's actually already had that defeat. And that defeat, I think, was to Gillian Robertson, and it really messed her up. So hopefully she's had that, she's dealt with that, and now she can take this and move on, you know. It's going to be hard, though, innit? Because, I mean, look, Molly's 32. I mean, at this stage in your career, how much developing are you going to do? I don't know. All right, I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, hope all the best to Molly. Ismail says, who will win in the Dan Hooker fight and how? So I've got Dan Hooker winning. I think that it is likely to be a decision. The reason why I say that is because Puelles is very hard to beat. He is very hard to get wins on or finishes on. But I do think that Dan Hooker should be skill-wise ahead of Puelles. If you look at who Dan Hooker's been losing to, he's been losing to good names Like, people say that Hooker's washed, and he could be, and we'll find that out today if he is. But I think it's probably more likely that he's just not going to be a champion. And so being at the top end of the rankings is just not for him. He is going to be in the rankings, is a solid fighter. He's a problem for people that want to get into the rankings. And maybe we're going to see him now slip down to being a bit of a gatekeeper of some degree. I really don't know where he can go from here. I think he's just going to get whatever paydays he can and pick up what wins he can. Try and make the improvements he can. But really, against Claudio Puelles, he should get the victory today. He should get the victory today. But as I said, Puelles is going to be hard to finish. So I am leaning Dan Hooker, but I think it'll be by decision. David Walker says, hey, Meatball. Listen, I don't know if she's going to be able to hear you at the moment, bud, because I would imagine the pain is quite intense. I can't imagine she's hearing much at all, apart from the constant sound of her shoulder being ripped out of its joint. So, yeah, honestly, I can feel it. I can feel it. I keep doing that for no reason other than I feel sorry for her. It was horrific to watch. Horrific. But hopefully people have got a newfound appreciation for Molly, you know, and how much heart she's got. Maybe not fighting ability, but she's certainly got heart. Ismail says, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the support, dudes. I'm your daddy now, said LBJ7. Listen, I regarded you as my daddy before. I don't think there's been any change in our relationship. So, LBJ7, hopefully you've got me something tasty for Christmas. Daze, what are your thoughts on Laura Sanko and James Krause? Says Crystalicia. To be honest, I might have missed the Laura Sanko news. What's the news there? I heard about, obviously, I heard about the James Krause news. And Dana's been very clear that there's been no wrongdoing. It's being investigated. It doesn't look great. So he was taking bets, but not on his fighters. And it just so happens that, I think, was it one of his fighters is involved in a fight which looks a little dodgy. And all of a sudden, people have put 2 and 2 together and, you know, come up with 4, as you would. And it doesn't look good. But Dana has said that there's nothing wrong. Like, this kind of stuff happens in sport all the time. He is quite confident that there's nothing awry here. There's nothing to worry about here. It's a bit of a problem, though, isn't it? It is a little bit of a problem. The thing is that when you're a trainer, you're not going to get paid tons of money. So I can understand him wanting to boost the bank balance, and his gambling and everything has been really great for him. It's been really great for him. He's got a lot of people subscribed to his Discord and his picks and his predictions, and it seems like people are really on board with that. And of course, the problem is he's a trainer. He's got access to fighters, and it doesn't look good, does it? It does not look good. So I don't know. Part of me wonders if he knew that this could be a problem at some point. And, you know, hopefully if he did know this was going to be a problem, he was making sure that he was crossing the T's, dotting the I's every step of the way. Maybe he has been, and that's why Dana is so confident nothing's wrong here. But it's not a good look, is it? It's not a good look at all. But to be honest, the Lauren news, I think that's passed me by. You'll have to let me know what that is. Was she involved in that, was she? Or is that something separate? Or has she come out and said she's got a crush on me? It's probably that, isn't it? It's probably that. She's probably a big fan of the streams. She's probably got a burner account and she's in our Tapology. And she thinks that by getting with me, I'm going to boost her up in the Tapology group. I mean, that's not how it works. Although it could be how it works for the right price. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. Just in case anyone does fancy bribing. I'm not against it, right? I'm just going to throw it out there right now. I'm not against it. I'm open to it. But, yeah, Laura, I see you. Sanka cheated with James Krause. Did she? I didn't hear this. Okay. So she did want in on the action. Fair play. Okay, well, there we go then. How do I feel about that? Hey, love works in mysterious ways, doesn't it? If that's what she wants to do, then Godspeed. The picture MMA got up of the Molly sub looks super brutal. It was super brutal. I'm still recovering. Is there any news on the BBC? Oh, mate. I'm always on the BBC. I've told you this before. I've no shame in saying it. Like, for some reason, it gets brought up all the time. But no one loves BBC as much as me. No one. There's no one. I'm literally on it all the time. As soon as I get up, I'm on that BBC. So, yeah, loads good. Loads. I would go as far as to say it's constant. It's a constant presence in my life. I was against bribing until you put it that way, said Ernest on purpose. Listen, I'm just saying, all I'm going to say is William Hensey. Not as great as predicting as what you might think. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. Certainly doing well tonight, but just weird, isn't it? Weird. Don't normally see him up at the top of the league. I'll leave that with you. Angel said, I've got $120 on Ryan. I've got Reyes. Right, well, 77% of you have got Reyes. 23% of you have got Spann. There we go. Main card time. We are looking at 50 minutes. 50 minutes. If you are joining us, leave a like. It's greatly appreciated. We are up 578. 578. Keep those likes coming in, my friends. Keep those likes coming in. An angel gets their wings for every like. Or something along those lines. I don't know. Whatever. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with Reyes against Spann. How do set up for World Cup stream? Well, we used to do football, so it won't be too dissimilar to the football streams we used to do. We did a whole Premier League season last year, so I think you can we did the Euros as well. I think you can use that as the template if you joined us for any of those. We've done football before. This isn't our first rodeo. Right, kick to the midsection by Reyes. We are underway. Obviously, all of us still reeling from the meatball loss. Right, we've got Spann in yellow, Reyes in blue. Reyes is ranked 7th in the light heavyweight division. Spann is ranked 12th. Oh, Reyes rocked by Reyes. These two both throwing and getting through. Kick to the midsection. Reyes is down on his knees, gets back up to his feet. Spann grabs him by the head. Goes down. He's still got that squeeze. And the two of them break apart. Reyes in the center with Spann. Spann having a look, edging forwards. Both of these guys having a look at each other. Jab coming in there by Reyes. Kick to the midsection by Reyes. As Spann throws in a right hand. This is fire. This is fire. You know that these two have only got one direction, and that is forwards. Reyes does have lateral movement as well, in all fairness. Oh, Reyes down and out. God, Spann has killed him. Spann has killed him. Reyes is down. Down. Wow. 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 I need that sound. Wow. That is a monster kill. Monster kill. Boom! It looks like a jab. It was a jab. He just knocked him out with a jab. Boom! Oh, it's a nasty jab, though. It's a jab that kind of rearranges your face. And then there is a hook that, bounces off his dome. So it's a jab. Oh, man. 1-2, straight down the middle. Oh, pow, pow! Boo, boo! Boom! 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 Ah! Middle. Bang! Face wobbles all over the place. Hook shot comes in. Boom! Boom! Right off the dome. Dominic Reyes goes down. Dominic Reyes is dead. Dominic Reyes' career is dead. Dominic Reyes' reputation is dead. And Ryan Spann looks like a killer tonight. Looks like a killer. What? Ryan has a short attention span and wanted it over quickly. Hang on. Nice. He killed him. I knew Reyes would lose, said Funky Junkie. Reyes needs to retire. He's done, isn't he? He's done. He should grab Meatball. They should go off. They should have a lovely life together. Meatball died in the last fight, but not to the extent that Dominic Reyes died in this one. It's done, mate. It's done. It's over. Turn the lights off. Turn the lights off. Turn the lights off on Dominic Reyes' career. Yes, says Angel. How can Izzy take Alex's bear punch if he couldn't take his gloved punch, says Tony. Well, I mean, he did take his punches, in all fairness. It was a very competitive fight, that first one, with Adesanya looking to quite a few people as if he was the better fighter. I think that he is going to have developed a better defensive game, certainly in an octagon, compared to within kickboxing. And I think that he'll have a strategy, a game plan. He'll know Alex Pereira's strengths. He's going to obviously try and not play to those. But I think what you'll see is, I don't think you're going to see a great fight. I think you're going to see Adesanya look into slip shots, use head movement, try and find a way of inviting Pereira on, and then boom, working the angles, getting the shots through. If he can find a way of getting some combos together or something juicy, brilliant. But if he needs to get out there and just wear, I mean, you don't really see Adesanya knocking people out with one blow. What Adesanya's very good at is those sniping strikes which wear someone down. And I think what you'll see with Adesanya is you're going to see lovely movement, lovely head movement, lovely angles, lovely sniping strikes. And I think that you'll see Adesanya victorious. So, yes, Alex Pereira is dangerous. Yes, he possesses huge power. I also don't think he's going to be completely useless on the ground, Alex Pereira, because I think he has been working on his ground game. So, Alex Pereira is someone that is, as you said, not terrible. He's been working with Teixeira down on the ground and actually working on his ground game. Certainly, if you used to put him in there with a wrestler, he'd drown. But you put him in there with Adesanya, whose ground game is relatively unknown. I genuinely don't know. I don't think it's as simple as Adesanya takes down Pereira and that's it, job done. I think Adesanya's got to play to his strengths. And listen, his strengths are that he is a fantastic sniping striker, very evasive, wonderful defense, play to all of those skills. And don't get caught by Alex Pereira, but he will have to eat some shots. That's going to be natural. This is MMA. You're going to get hit. If there's some significant in there, then yes, Adesanya could go down. He could go down because he got knocked out in the second fight. But he didn't get knocked out in the first. And he looked good in the first at times as well. So I do wonder if that second knockout is maybe just clouding things a little bit, like obscuring things, making people believe that that's exactly what's going to happen this time. I'm not convinced. There's got to be something said for the 24 MMA fights Adesanya's had compared to the 7 that Alex Pereira's had. I mean, don't forget, Adesanya's been in there with, Whittaker twice. Great fighter. I think we can all agree that Whittaker's a fantastic fighter. He's been in there as well with the likes of Yoel Romero. He's been in there with the likes of Paulo Costa. He's even been in there with Jan Blachowicz, who is big and obviously offers a very different threat. So all of these experiences that Adesanya has had since facing Alex Pereira before, they've got to mean something. They've got to matter. They've got to contribute. So they've got to make him a better fighter. So that's why I'm leaning Adesanya. But with that being said, would it be the biggest shock in the world if Alex Pereira won? No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Anything can happen in MMA. I mean, I thought Dominic Reyes would win. I honestly thought Dominic Reyes was losing against big names, but you drop down a level like Spann is, and you'll see, you know, the Dominic Reyes that we know and love. And, well, no, he's dead. He's not there. And sometimes you don't learn these things until you see the fights. And it could be the same with Dominic Reyes, you know. Dominic Reyes, it could be the same with Israel Adesanya. Could be that you think, well, all these experiences are going to have made him a better fighter. We watch the fight tonight and we get our answer that, no, it hasn't. But I'm still going to pick him. I still think that he's got to have made some improvement. His last fight was on the ground. He got battled up and knocked the dude out, says Johnny. Jess, shout out to you. Remember when Renato was talked about as one of the future greatest? This will be a good fight. Let's go, Riddle. Yeah, Brad Riddell taking on Moicano. We'll break that down in a second. We just had an early stoppage there, so I think we've got a little bit of time so that we can jump into the chat. Johnny said Whittaker has definitely improved since that fight versus Izzy. Reyes looks sluggish. I agree. Just Me said 575 likes, over 1,000 in the room. Let's hit that like. Yeah. I don't want to keep banging on about it because even I get bored of that conversation. But listen, there is a reason why you click on videos and it gets mentioned all the time. The algorithm loves it for some reason. So my job is to please the algorithm. That's what I'm not here for you, and I'm certainly not here for me. I am here for the algorithm. That is my overlord. Yeah, when I go to church on a Sunday, that's who I pray for. And pay respect to. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm. So if that wants to eat up likes, then so be it. So guys, feel free to feed the algorithm by smashing that like button. The same way that Molly Meatball almost smashed Erin Blanchfield. Sort of. Gilly Hunter said, people need to remember that Israel is a different form of human. Okay. Now, he'll school this hype train just like he did with Costa. That's true. Do you remember the hype train around Costa? And everyone was like, yeah, Izzy's cool, but once he gets in there with Costa, he's a dead man. And then he got in with Costa and he made him look humble. Do you remember? Yeah, Pepperidge Farm remembers. He absolutely humbled him. Made him look like nothing but an inflated Slater from Saved by the Bell. A pumped up Slater from Saved by the Bell. Classic 90s reference. That will be lost on many of you. But not the OGs. But World Cup prediction. I think that England will get out the group. I think that there will be a nation or two, big nations that won't, because normally they don't. Like, you know, the big nations, the ones that are favourites. There'll be a big nation somewhere that doesn't. Who that's going to be, I don't know. I just have to pray it's not England. But it could be France. You know, they really could botch it. I quite fancy Brazil to win it. I think that Switzerland and Denmark showed themselves at the Euros to be dark horses. Whether they can maintain that, don't know. But I feel like they're two teams that you can look at with, you know, a glance. If you want like not a dark horse, but like a team that could get out the group and cause a bit of bother in the knockout stages. Maybe Senegal as well. I mean, Senegal are African champions. Good team as well. They are likely to face the mighty England, though. So they're pretty screwed. England are going to smash them, make them humble. And yeah, that's about it, really. I think it'll be Brazil. I don't know who it'll be in the final. A lot of people say France, Brazil, but I think France are going to crumble like a creme brulee. I don't even know if creme brulees do crumble, but I've got a feeling they do. And I think they're French as well. They might not be. I might have been completely wrong on all of those things. But either way, I'm standing by it. I think the French are a creme brulee. And I think that they will crumble. And I'm going to lean towards Brazil. Fulham are going to beat you tomorrow, says King Hoddle. Bayside, AC Slater, yes. Yes. I forget his real name. Is it Mario Lopez? If I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire right now and I had options in front of me, if one of them was Mario Lopez, that's who I would go with for the name of the actor that plays AC Slater. Portugal Ronnie time, said Julio. Team Wales. I wish Wales all the best. I am not an English supporter that wants Wales to do badly. If you ask the Welsh, they love it when England struggle. And honestly, if you ask a lot of the English, I just don't think they're bothered. I don't think they're bothered how Wales do, as long as they don't beat us and knock us out. I would love for Wales to go far in the tournament, but I really want USA to do well as well, because we have a lot of people in our community from the USA. So I'm really torn. Like, clearly England, I want to go through the group, but the group has got Iran. Well, they can do one. And then USA and Wales, only 2 go through. Listen, whoever wins that game between USA and Wales, that might decide it. Big game. We are doing it. Good luck. Good luck. Big game. Who goes through in potentially second position? Touch wood. Do you remember when Reyes mattered? Said SoCal. I do. Yeah. It's about 5 minutes ago. Because I felt that he had only lost to big names. And I felt like he was going to get a win here. And I felt like we were going to get back into some sort of track. And then he got deaded. I feel sorry for Reyes, says KWA. Yep. Insane that we're only halfway through the card. Yeah, that is insane. It is insane. And also a little bit concerning. Because I feel like we've spoken a lot of words. And we've almost used them all. So we've still got another 3.5 hours to go, which is insane. Poland. Go Poland. I met Mario Lopez when he walked into a piano bar I was in. You should have seen the middle-aged women surround him, says Kevin. I can believe it. I'd be surrounding him. Not to hit on him, or to be like, oh my God, you were in Saved by the Bell, just in case he didn't know. And can I get a picture? We are seeing some of the banners for the victories that the New York Knicks have had. There are banners up in the rafters. I actually don't know what they're all for. Obviously, there's some for the Knicks. I can see some over the other side, though, that are white. I don't know what they are. I don't. Is there any other sports that's played in Madison Square Garden? Like, where did the New York Rangers play? Could that be for them? Because they're an ice hockey team, aren't they? Is that right? I think they are. Maybe it's for them. And then I know that Billy Joel has got some sort of record as well. So I think he's got a banner up as well. You've won $900, Kelly. We have won $900. Kelly, well done. Well done. I hope the rest of the night pans out for you. Are you Turkish? Am I Turkish? No, but I do like Turkish Delight. Don't know if that counts. Not on their own, no. Like, they do need to be covered in chocolate, but Turkish Delight covered in chocolate, yeah. And I think my appreciation for that might make me Turkish. I don't know. I don't really know how it works. But yes, I do love those. But no, I'm in the UK. And we are... we're in recession. I mean, things are awful over here. It's really gloomy. Not just the weather. Everything else. Yeah, it's awful. But we're enjoying the action tonight. Rangers do play there. Come on. Check me out. I actually know some stuff here. Mario Lopez. New York Rangers. Killing it. Either Romero or Richarlison will be holding aloft the World Cup, says King Huddle. Is the fight live, says Ike. It is live. Of course it's live. We're live. Brad Riddell against Moicano lightweights. What, you want to break it down? Let's do it. Let's do it. So, Brad Riddell against Moicano in the lightweight division. This is close. This is close. I've got the word close written down. Riddell plus 105. Moicano at minus 125. Moicano 16 wins, 5 losses, 1 draw. Brad Riddell 10 wins and 3 losses. Riddell is 31, needs to get into the second round. Technique over power for him. Is a kickboxer, 70 pro fights. He's got solid takedown defense, gets back up when he's taken down. He is probably the better striker, great counters. He's a former striking coach. I think he wasn't Adesanya's kickboxing coach. And certainly trained with him. Good counter shots, great Muay Thai. There's a lot going for Brad Riddell. 10 wins, 3 losses. Good fighter. He's a good fighter. And he's taking on Moicano. 16 wins, 5 losses, couple of years older. Volume striker, that could be in his advantage. We've said before that if you can land more significant strikes than your opponent, that's always going to look sexy to the judges. So being a volume striker, as long as you're getting them shots through and landing, good. That could be big. Good grappling, is a veteran, submission specialist. Only tends to lose to big names. Long, rangy, great heart. He's a monster down on the mat. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Black belt in Muay Thai as well. He's got plenty going for him. I'm going to go with Brad Riddell. As I've said a lot tonight, don't feel brilliant about it, but I am leaning in that direction. So let me know in the chat which way you are leaning. Who wins this next fight? Is it going to be Brad Riddell? Or is it going to be Moicano? Which way do you think this is going to go? We got the lovely Megan O'Leary just giving us a bit of a preview for this next fight. What do you think the upset will be? What, in the World Cup or tonight? I mean, in the World Cup, I am looking at France. I think France have shown that they are vulnerable. I mean, I remember them drawing to Hungary, which actually is not the worst result. England got smashed by Hungary a couple of times recently. But, you know, France are meant to be the best in the world, and they just struggle to put all the pieces together sometimes. And, yeah, I mean, I don't know that they'll struggle to get out the group, but I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't make it out of the next round. So I think France definitely could be a struggle. Spain have always struggled with a striker. So they're a fantastic team, but they just cannot put the ball in the net. If they fix that, then they're a problem. So Spain, I think, should be all right, but they're not a team that I see winning it. They could win it. If it clicks, they could win it. Yeah, Argentina, I think, will be fine. Brazil, I think, will be fine. Netherlands, tricky group. I mean, they've got Senegal. I feel like it's them two that go through. England, you just never know, honestly. You just never know. I ain't got a clue. I feel like they get through the group. I don't know what happens after that. To be honest, they'll probably just go home. Portugal, I don't even know if they're that big of a team anymore. I mean, they've got a good squad, but I don't think anyone's looking at them as winners, you know. I feel like Brazil, Argentina are the two to watch. So, yeah. Last time you said loses to big name, he passed away, says Johnny. Last time I said loses to big name. Good pronunciation on Riddell's name, said Sticky Buds. Thanks. Kaja said, Days, what's your favourite Premier League team? Well, this has turned into a soccer stream, hasn't it? My Premier League team, and don't judge me too harshly, is Man United's. Reason for that is because when I was young, my best friend at school supported them, and so I obviously was interested. I would hang out with him, and he would be a fan. But more than that, I was rubbish at football, soccer, and you had to love it at school. There was no other conversation to have. It was football or soccer all the time if you was at secondary school. If you went to secondary school in the UK in the 90s, certainly the school I went to, It's football, 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 football. That was it. It was football all the time, right? There was no other conversations to be had. So, like, lunchtime, all the boys played football. It was a big school as well, but it's just, I don't know, it's ingrained in our culture. So I got chucked in goal. So I was used to watch Peter Schmeichel, who is regarded as one of the best goalkeepers of all time. So, yep, that was another reason. So I've supported them since the early 90s. And, yeah, I mean, it sucks right now. But I feel like they had a lot of success. And so I feel like it's all right now for me to just, suffer. Because I've had some great times watching Man United. So it's time for other teams to do well. But I'm fully aware they suck. You don't need to go out of your way to tell me. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Looks like Naz has a big game coming up at MSG, says Bob Bitchin. Kojiko, hello, said the actors that voiced Mickey and Minnie got married in real life. I wonder if that was in the contract. You know what I mean? Keeping kayfabe alive. And making them marry for real. I hope so. And I hope they hate each other. And I hope their marriage is awful. What is your setup for a UFC cards? What do you mean, dude? What do you mean? This is our usual setup. Although normally we do have a like counter that works, but just not that lucky this week, to be honest. But yeah, this is our usual setup for UFC streams. I kind of like it. It's kind of fresh, and I think it's got all the information needed. But if people feel that there's things that would be of benefit to bring onto these streams, then hit me up in DMs or whatever. I'm always open for new ideas. Days did go to a Premier League football academy. Yeah, that's true, to clean the bathrooms. It's fixed for Argentina to win. Mark my words. Watch out for dodgy penalties that are given to Argentina. Do you know what? I do apologise to people that aren't interested in the World Cup, and I borderline regret bringing it up, but part of me is also quite excited at how excited a lot of you are. That's exciting to me, because we're going to be doing the streams. It'd be great if you stop by, share your thoughts. I think the good thing is I'm not expecting those streams to be like crazy. Like the UFC streams we've got a very vibrant UFC community. We don't have any football community. So I feel like those streams are going to be a bit more chilled. And I think that you should be able to get your points across in the chat. And I mean, it's going to be like these streams, but just World Cup instead. So yeah, I'm looking forward to them. So check us out. Right, Brad Riddell is inside the octagon. Because we've had a few first-round finishes, it means that there's been some big gaps in between the fights. We haven't missed anything. I know we've been talking about a few different things, but yeah, we are getting underway with our main event of the prelims. Now, we're almost done with the prelims. In 23 minutes' time, we will be going over to the main cards. So we are getting closer. Make sure that you're leaving those likes. We're trying desperately to get to 1,000 likes. We're trying desperately to get to 1,000 likes. It really is appreciated. I don't know where we are at the moment. I have no intention of checking. But as I said, it does massively, massively help. Right, both fighters entering inside the octagon. Don't ever apologise, says Sticky Buds. Much love. This has been a pretty good fight card, says Kevin. Yeah, enjoying it. Even the number of fights. King Huddle says excellent. Ian, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. What football team do you go for? For me personally, Man United. I do also support my local town, Stourbridge. So that's where I was born and raised. They're really small. Really small. It's kind of like, you can help clean up the ground small. So yeah, they've only got 2 stands, and the one side is just a rope because they have to share the ground with the cricket team. So it means that the football pitch is kind of down the one end of the cricket field. I mean, that's how small they are. Hey, Volkanovski's there. Just saw Volkanovski. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway, my friends. I tell you what, I'm down on the McCann thing, right? That has took some life out of me, but we are now on the verge of the main card, and I feel the life coming back. So, yeah, start getting hyped. Riddell to win inside the distance is plus 240. Meccano to win inside the distance is plus 180. Here we go. We are underway. There we go. Right, we've got Meccano in yellow. Ooh! Brad Riddell kind of leant down there just as Meccano threw a knee. And they connected. Brad Riddell seemed to taste that for a second, but not a problem. Resets on the outsides. Circling round, as we said. Good lateral movement. Couple of shots coming in. Drives Meccano back. Strike to the midsection there by Brad Riddell. Brad Riddell in black shorts. We're seeing Meccano in yellow. Meccano has got Brad Riddell backed over against the side of the cage. Oh! I tell you what. Head kick. And he sort of got most of it, but there was some of the sting taken out. Brad Riddell managing to just get a little bit of that sting taken away. That could have put him away if all of it had connected, if all of that had got through. Brad Riddell right now has got driven up against the side of the cage. Meccano in control. The two of them break apart. There's blood coming down the face of Brad Riddell. Meccano edging forwards. Brad Riddell on the back foot. And, yeah, trying to cover up. Look at that. You can see the blood. I'm sure Meccano can sense the blood, can see, can taste the blood. And that will surely give him a little lift. So, yeah, he's got through. He's caused damage. Blood on the face in the first couple of minutes of Brad Riddell. And this is going to be hard now. Meccano's going to keep jabbing. That's going to make it hard to breathe. Brad Riddell's going to find it really hard to be getting that oxygen in. I would imagine that his gas tank will get sapped quite early. But at the moment, he's covering up, coming in, kick to the body. You can see Meccano is ahead. 15 significant strikes to 9. 15 significant strikes to 9. We've got Brad Riddell on the back foot, backing up against the cage, throws in some heavy hands. Meccano back into the center, coming forward. Couple of jabs coming out there by Meccano. Again, goes back to the center. Brad Riddell covering. Jab coming in by Riddell. Riddell taking a couple of steps back, but tries to throw an overhand right into the clinch. Down they go. That seemed to be initiated by Meccano. Meccano's managed to get round the back. He's looking for a rear naked. He's managed to get the body lock on. Brad Riddell in a bad place. Bad place right now. And you can see Meccano trying to get the arm underneath the chin. Oh, he's got it. He's got it on the chin. This is really bad for Brad Riddell. Really bad. Is he going to tap? Is he going to tap? He's trying to get out of it. He looks like he's fading. He's on one knee. That's tight. That's tight. And he has to tap. He has to tap. Has to tap. Brad Riddell taps. Wow. He got caught. There's blood all over his face. Look, Meccano is checking on him. His nose looks busted. His nose looks horrific. His nose is going in a few different directions. I think part of his nose is outside the Madison Square Garden right now. Meccano down on his knees, points up to the skies. It's a veteran performance from a veteran fighter. That's lovely, that is. He's got it on the chin, look. He's got one arm round. It's on the chin. You can see that the hooks are in. So Cormier's just looking at the hands at the moment, just saying that... Yeah. He needs to be bringing the shoulder up, he's saying. He needs to be, like, working much more with his arms. But that squeeze is tight. I mean, that is tight. There's not much you can do with that. There's not much you can do with that at all. I think by the time you get into that stage, it's damage done, isn't it? And tight squeeze, rear naked choke. Moicano squeezing away on Brad Riddell. Oof. Do you know what? That squeeze is so tight. There is blood pouring out of his face. They actually showed, I don't think I've ever seen that before. That squeeze was so tight, they actually showed blood starting to drip out of his face. That was sick. That was sick. These prelims have been sick. Tonight has been so much fun. So much fun. Really good stuff. That's an ugly nose, says SoCal. Riddell got choked as, says Shannon. Call of Duty Black Ops, shout out to you. Angel said, I had Brad's. Austin said 3 losses in a row now for Brad Riddell. Yeah, good point. Good point. I mean, he's a great fighter. He's a great fighter, but yeah, that's a concern. That's a big concern. 3 losses in a row. Mr. Cardinal said, I think the Cookie Monster surprises tonight. Do I bet more or go home? Listen, I'm a big believer that if you're up, you go home. I'm a big believer in not letting the bookies win. I understand that your victories can get bigger, but any win over the bookies is a win. So I would be tempted to bail. Just Nick, hello, bud. Said, let's hope the main card just as good. Absolutely. Ian said, watch Oliveira against Gunnar Nelson. He squeezed the rear naked choke and blood shot out of his foreheads. I'd have to go back and watch that again. I can't remember seeing that, but I do remember the submission. So I'll have to go back and rewatch it. So Ian, shout out to you. Aaron against Macy. Stop the Macy train, said Mr. Pineapple. Yeah. Same Meatball sub days. Meatball won't sue, I promise. Meatball sub. Meatball sub. Very good. Do you know what? If the Meatball ever wins by submission, then Subway should do an offer with Meatball subs. Shouldn't they? Why don't they do something special? Like, if the Meatball ever wins by submission, then on Monday, Meatball subs are half price. Yes! Subway, if you're watching, and I know you are, yeah? Do that. Run with that. Austin said, that's good 14. I'm doing all right. J14 says, I'm doing good, Legend Killer. This is nice. This is nice. This is the community that we've always wanted. This is the community we've always dreamed of. Shout out to everyone that's joining us. Oh, he's going off here, Moicano. Moicano wants money. He said, I took the fight on 4 days' notice before. I've had to travel 24 hours to be here. The mother effers disrespect me. Moicano wants money. Fair play. Fair play. I'd rather he get it than Erin Blanchfield, to be honest. Do you know what I mean? I mean, she'll only spend it on, I don't know, Hot Pockets and pencil cases. So you might as well give it to, that's the name of my new biography that's coming out soon, Hot Pockets and Pencil Cases. By Erin Blanchfield. But, yeah, give it Moicano. Do you know what I mean? He's a grown man. He's probably got a family to support. Your channel deserves more views. 89 plus gaming. I appreciate the support, dudes. I mean, look, we're just doing our thing over here. Having a lovely little time. Drinking beer, eating steaks. It seems like Luke's got it right. Shout out to you, Luke. Sonny, shout out to you. Peter said he is the 700th like. We can do this. We can do this. We're 300 away. 300. Yeah? It's like them Spartans. I don't know. I've never seen the film. But if you like the film, leave a like. Yeah. And if you didn't, do leave a like as well. Enigma said, do you even watch United play? You keep saying we're rubbish, but we have wins over Arsenal, Liverpool and Spurs. We're playing amazing football after Ten Hag. United is back this season. Listen, I do watch United play, but haters are going to hate until United are back in a title race, aren't they? I mean, right now, let's be perfectly honest. We're not even in the top 4, right? There is not much for United to brag about. Do you know what I mean? Saying we're playing better, I agree with you, is a step in the right direction and it's a project and all of that. But rival fans aren't interested in projects, are they? Rival fans aren't interested in you saying, listen, we're close to the top 4. We might get into the top 4 this year. Like, I feel like I am opening myself up to much banter if I go down that road. So it's easier for me. It's easier for you. It's easier for everyone that's here if we just go, look, we haven't won the league since, 10 years? Yeah? We haven't won a trophy since 2017. We're rubbish, right? We have to accept that. We're rubbish. Are we a better rubbish this year than before? Yes. Are there signs of progress? Absolutely. Are we still outside the top 4? Yes. Are we in a title race? No. Are we going to win a trophy this year? I don't think so. I mean, we've got Barcelona in the UEFA Cup. I mean, talk about horrific draws. Like, that's going to be a tricky game just to get through the next round. So, I mean, we ain't winning the Premier League. I don't think we're winning the UEFA Cup. It's going to come down to the League Cup and the FA Cup and, Man City. Like, they're going to be a problem. So I can't say I'm confident we're going to be getting a trophy this year. But listen, as a fellow United fan, I hear you. I just have to think, do you know what I mean? Bigger. I have to think banter. I have to think, if I sit here going, yeah, no, we're really good this year, people will be like, oh yeah, what, you're going to win? And then, do you know what I mean? We go down that road. I don't need that in my life. Yeah. I have to nip banter in the bud before it rears its ugly face. So that's all I did. No shade. That's all I did. I pulled a muscle in my back and it hurts, says Irish Rebel. Listen, Irish Rebel, after what I've just seen from Molly McCann, that's nothing, mate. That's a holiday, right? If you've pulled a muscle in your back, that's a day off for Molly McCann, right? Show some respect. What software are you using for streaming? OBS. OBS. It's free. I know how to use it. It's simple to use. And it's free. So, OBS. I didn't know that you as a United fan said what a finish. Yeah, I've been a United fan since the early 90s. And as I said, we've had a great run. And I'm all right with going through a bit of a barren spell. I am definitely ready for that barren spell to end, though. Right? It's been a long time, as we said, 10 years since we had a league. And we can't even get into a title race. I mean, we did finish second under Jose, but we were a distant second. It wasn't much of a race. So now we can't even get into a top 4. But I didn't know. Sorry, I didn't see who the last comment was from. But they are right. We have improved this year. If we want a grown-up, serious conversation, we have improved this year, and I am optimistic for the future. Where in the UK are you from? I am from the Midlands. My family are from Birmingham. We are streaming from Market Drayton. We're quite close to the Welsh border, but we're far enough into England to be English. It's not like, there's no question. Like, this is England. You'd have to go about 20 minutes down the road and then you get to the Welsh border. So, yeah, we're kind of in the Midlands. Good couple of hours away from London. Not too far away from Liverpool, yeah, if that kind of helps. YouTube is showing 731. I knew it. I knew all this soccer talk would pick that number up. You've got to give the people what they want. Long time no see. Minty, hello. Shout out to you. Hope you are well. Funky said, you've got a great talent for speaking non-stop. Yeah, it's called waffling. It's called waffling, and I don't think it's an admirable skill, to be honest. I don't think it's something that people should look at and go, wow, I wish I was like that guy. No, it's not something that's, that I think you should strive for. But talking about that, let's have a look at Tapology. Go over to Tapology and we'll see how the game is going. William Hensey was doing well, but he's not doing well anymore. Well, he is, but he's not winning. Priscilla Mello. Mello is money, is in the lead. William Hensey in second. Brian in thirds. Melodrama Llama is in fourth. Unicorn Sparkles. And listen, every community needs a Unicorn Sparkles. Is in fifth. And then we've got Blue P, Just One Truth, Hoof-Hearted, and Hayden Garrett making up the top 10. And Endug as well. So that makes up the top 10. We don't bother with anyone outside of the top 10. They are losers. But are they going to stay losers as we head to the main cards? We also have got Kojiko, who wants to join. Let's have a look at Kojiko's profile picture. Interesting. Not what I was expecting, actually. Kojiko's known for his facts. So I think I was expecting something fact-related. Maybe a fact. Maybe I was expecting a mini fact to be in the profile picture. I don't know what the flip that is. Some kind of... I think it's your mom. But anyway, I'm going to accept you. So, Coach Go, shout out to you. Don't forget, if you want to join, then you can go over to Tapology and you can do some stuff. You can create a profile. You can make your picks. You can then join the group Wrestling Days League. We are at 240 now. We're almost at 250. 10 more, and we will be at 250 this evening. So, boom. Mitchell, shout out to you, buds. Mitchell says, Buds, I bought this just for the Poirier fight. He is my favorite. Do you think this card could be worth $75? I hate how much they charge. Yeah, $75 is a joke, right? It's a joke. And I've said this before, like there's a big push in regards to fighter pay. And Jake Paul's very vocal about fighter pay. And I do understand that they are putting their lives on the line. But at the end of the day, where do you think the extra money comes from? Where do you think this extra fighter pay is coming from? It's coming from your pocket, right? So it's going to affect people. There are people that are passionate about this sport that cannot watch these shows. They have to miss out on these pay-per-views because even with a few friends coming round, in this day and age, something like $75 is too much. It's too much. The UFC, I do think the UFC should pay the fighters more. I don't think you can benchmark against boxing because I think boxing is a broken model. But I do think the fighters should get paid more. My concern is everyone seems to be on that train. Who pays for it? You pay for it. And that's not right. That's not right. If you've got to bring in more sponsors, if you need to get out of arenas and go into stadiums so you can generate more ticket revenue, I don't know what you need to do, right? I don't care what you need to do, but I'm really against the fans having to pay more and more and more and more and more. And it doesn't seem right to me that no one's having that conversation. Where's that conversation, right? I'm hearing a lot around fighter pay. I ain't hearing much around the pay-per-view prices going through the roof, right? I mean, this is a sport that people should be able to watch. They should be able to enjoy. And, you know, the same's happening with all sports, isn't it? You know, it's the same in the UK with soccer. It's getting more and more and more expensive to watch the football games. And I think it's probably the same with most sports. But this one, you really feel it's $75 a month to watch the pay-per-view. I mean, on the one hand, you can say, look, it's $75 a month. If you're really into it, you can find that money. But there's people that can't. There's genuinely people that can't. So, yeah, my concern would be about like fighter pay going up and it costing you even more. Like it's at 75 now. Is it going to stay at 75? Probably not. So do I think this will be worth 75? That's where it becomes hard to answer, isn't it? Because what's worth $75? What I can say is that if any card's going to be worth it, I think this one will be up there. I think that Poirier, Michael Chandler really could be a fight of the year. This is going to be, I don't know how much you care about Frankie Edgar. He's a veteran, he's a legend. We are going to be saying goodbye to him, whatever happens. So you know that you're going to get that moment. Dan Hooker against Puelles should be a really interesting fight. So I think that'll be good. And then, of course, you've got Carla Esparza against Zhang Weili. I expect Zhang Weili to get the win in that. I think that Esparza will put up a fight. I think she'll make it interesting. But I think that's going to be pretty straightforward. Like, of all the fights tonight, there's a lot that were close. And whenever it's close, I'll go with the underdog, right? Always makes you look smarter when the underdog comes through. Granted, tonight that's not worked for me much. But I didn't really have any doubt when it came to Zhang Weili against Carla Esparza. I remember earlier someone saying that the Cookie Monster could get a surprise win. And yeah, look, maybe she could. But I feel pretty good about Zhang Weili. But I still think that should be a decent little scrap. And then, of course, listen, I think the story for Adesanya and Alex Pereira is really interesting. Because Alex Pereira getting those 2 wins before. Like, I think that's really, really interesting. So I think that I think it really depends. Do you care about Frankie Edgar? How much are you going to be into Zhang Weili, Carla Esparza? And how much do you care about the main event? Like, I feel like the main event's a big draw. A big draw. But Alex Pereira doesn't have much in the way of name recognition. Like, you really need to know UFC and know the story to care about that main event. That is not Conor, right? That's nowhere near Conor. That is Israel Adesanya, though. He's got name recognition. I feel like he is someone that brings in eyes, but Alex Pereira doesn't bring in really anyone. But it's a great story, isn't it? So it kind of makes me wonder how popular this will be. I think it's going to be really big amongst UFC fans. Does it grab the casuals? Does it grab the casuals? I think those 3 fights, though, are about as big as what you could hope for. Adesanya against a genuine challenge, someone that's beat him twice. Carla Esparza, Zhang Weili, I would probably change if I could. I don't know how I would change it, but I feel like that's quite one-sided. I feel really good for Zhang Weili. And, I mean, look, Dustin Poirier, if you're going to buy it for one fight, I just don't blame you, mate. Don't blame you. I think if you're going to buy it for one fight, why not buy it for that one? That is a potential fight of the year. So, did I answer your question? No, not even close. But I didn't strive to be honest. I didn't set out to. So, in many ways, I succeeded. Just Nick said, Days is from a made-up place from the middle of England. It's called the Midlands. There was a big meeting to try and figure out what they should call the middle of England. We've got the south, and we've got the north, and then we've got the middle. And they were like, oh, the middle just sounds a bit mid. So for some reason, we settled on Midlands. So I am actually from the land of mid, basically. So they did try to avoid that, but they ended up making it worse in many ways. So yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it if you're English. I am from the Midlands. And I think you could tell that from the streams, to be honest. I don't think that's going to come as a shock to too many of you that I live in the Midlands. So, just Nick, shout out to you. I'm being ignored, said Mr. Cardinal. Listen, it's not just you. If I can ignore as many people as possible tonight, that's my dream. That's my dream. I want to make it seem like I want to get to the chat, but the truth is, I'm just saying that so that I can then ignore the chat. And I like to play a little game with myself. Daisy's mid. You heard it here first. Me too. I'm from Stoke. Yeah, well, that's not far from me, Market Drayton. That's about half an hour up the road. So, yeah, not far. And also, I'm really sorry because I've been to Stoke. Awful. It's like some kind of nuclear fallout, honestly. It's battered. King Huddle said, a United supporter from the West Midlands. No surprise there. Yeah, I like to play into stereotypes. And United fans not being from Manchester. Listen, someone's got to keep that dream going, and I'm here for that. Right, we're seeing the Statue of Liberty. Looking fit. Ooh, yes. Keep on shining, you crazy diamond. So, Statue of Liberty. Bringing liberty to Madison Square Garden. And this is going to be a really fun main card. Days, I think I'm having a comeback. I'm 21st on Tapology. Good luck, Sonny. Good luck. I expect you to fail, but, listen. At least you've got some hope in the last stages of this card. Coventry. Amar, shout out to you. And again, really sorry. The best part of Coventry, and probably the most beautiful part of Coventry, is their bombed-out cathedral from World War II. And I think that gives you a really good idea about Coventry. I've been there a few times. Although, you know what, joking aside, you do have some really nice places, actually. There's a bar, a pub, right by your city centre, or town centre. City centre. That's really nice. I've been there a few times. And you've got a sick transport museum, so... Do you know what I mean? Shout out to you. That was rubbish. Shout out to you. Puelles is younger and hungrier. Dan's got his work cut out tonight. Gabriel, shout out to you. James said New Zealand in the house. Well, can I just say, I watched the women's rugby earlier. That was a bit rude, wasn't it? Bit rude. We had a World Cup final. England versus New Zealand. England go down to, 14 players after 17 minutes. They had to play the next hour, a person short. So close. So close. You broke a lot of hearts in this country earlier today. I want you to remember that. Sticky Bug, shout out to you. Sonny said, wow, thanks for the kind words. It's what I'm here for, mate. It's what I'm here for. This isn't just a UFC stream. This is to really shape some of you as people as you move forward in life. And just give you the confidence that you need to face some of the challenges that I'm sure you're going to have to face in future. So you might as well go through some hard times now so that you're better prepared for tomorrow. Write that down. Justin said, Drew, the YouTuber Doba, wins tonight. I'm from a place called Big Balls, Syria, said Smooth Realism. Your mum's from there as well. I do love a good your mum joke. I think you can tell that. Marcel said New Zealand, Maori Mana. I mean, you do a sick hacker. I'll say that. And I don't begrudge you winning because, I've got a soft spot for you guys. But, God, you broke our hearts earlier. Sucked. Shannon, shout out to you. Funky said, yes, New Zealand, stand up. Let's go, Hooker. Wow, talking of New Zealand, Dan Hooker in action next. We've got Rogan, we've got Anik, we've got Cormier. Just breaking down this main cards at the moment. If you are joining us, welcome. And if you've not left a like, leave a like. I don't actually know what we're on. It was 7:30 something not long ago. But if we can get some movement on that, that would be great. 782. So if you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. We're at 782. So we need, 218? I'll tell you what, for 3:10 in the morning, that's good maths. And it might have been wrong, I don't know. But, keep firing in those likes. It really is appreciated. What we'll do is we'll go into the chat. We'll get a poll up for you guys. Have we done it? No. Still an old poll. So we'll put the new one up whilst Rogan's just breaking down the main event at the moment. Then we will talk about this next fight that's coming up. So who wins? Who wins this next fight? Is it going to be Dan Hooker or is it going to be Puelles from Canada? So there we go. It's in the chat right now. So Dan Hooker, rangy kickboxer, better on the feet, good volume, good feints, great knee strikes, good striking angles, underrated jiu-jitsu. Few questions around his durability. He has got good experience. He can be a slow starter. He is definitely someone that can be caught. He is tough, though. He really has been in there with some big names. And he tends to give a decent account of himself. It does feel like he should be above Puelles here. But then saying that, I felt the exact same about Dominic Reyes. And that didn't work out. But I do feel like Dan Hooker should be above Puelles. Puelles is 5-0 in his last 5. Very impressive. Decent Brazilian jiu-jitsu, decent chin, very competitive on the ground, great leg locks, young, improving. He can lack volume, he can lack a bit of power. He's got good submission attempts, good ground and pounds, good scrambles. He's not physically strong, but he's got decent grappling. Listen, there's paths to victory for both guys. This card is stacked full of fights that can go either way. I am with the bookies on this. 48 hours ago, Dan Hooker was minus 160. Puelles was plus 135. I think that's fair. I think that's about right. And I'm going with Dan Hooker as well. So I think Hooker's going to bounce back. He's faced some big names, good names, credible names. Puelles is a good name. Is he that same level? I don't think so. I don't think he's the same level as what we've seen Dan Hooker face before. So as a result of that, I'm going with Dan Hooker. Hooker by decision. Puelles is tough. He's going to be hard to finish, hard to put away. Hooker's going to have to work hard to get the job done. But I am going with Dan Hooker. Molly blocked all those punches with her face. She did. What a trooper. What a trooper. She put her face there because she knew that Aaron would get bored because people that age tend to. They've got very short attention spans. And so you might have noticed that she was pounding away and then she did get bored and she stopped for a while. And so it was at that point Molly thought she'd be able to escape. Sadly, she couldn't. And then Aaron decided to go back to, the ground and pounds. To be honest, it wasn't that finished it. It was the arm. It was the Kimura, wasn't it? That seemed to do the job. So, shame. I think it really breaks my heart to see Meatball tap. Seeing Meatball tap is hard to see. Because Meatball is a warrior, man. No one can say she's not. She just rip her arm off like she doesn't care. Kind of a warrior. So to see her tap kind of breaks my heart a little bit. So, yeah, disappointment tonight. Disappointment, but hey-ho. We move on. LDTV, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Welcome. Molly looked more like a hamburger patty than a meatball, said Brent. Good point. Can you check your tapology? I've sent a request, said Toby. Toby, for you. Absolutely. Let's have a look. We have got 2 requests, Toby. Oh, can you have a look, please? Oh. Go on, then. That would have been really slack if I'd have gone decline. That would have been slack. Nice profile picture. Dark Angel. Like that. I was actually faffing around so much I didn't notice your profile picture, Toby. So hopefully it was not a penis. Yeah. Or a vagina. Because that kind of thing will get us shut down. Yeah, shout out to you, buds. JB said, JB, Stewie, and Mock 10 say hi from Canada. Canada, shout out to you. We've got a few people from Canada in our community. All of them are awful. But, yeah, JB, shout out to you. I'm joking, of course. James said, I knew Meatball wasn't ready. She needed Paddy and Howler Head. Listen, I don't think for a second she wasn't running on Howler Head fumes. Of course she was. She was knocking them backstage. I've never tried. I'd love to try Howler Head. I don't actually know what the alcohol is, but is it like a bourbon that's like banana infused or something? I mean, it sounds weird, but it sounds interesting weird, and I don't know what I would have it with. When do you ever sit there going, oh, do you know what this bourbon needs? It needs a banana. If this beautiful bourbon, have you got a banana? Can I just shove a banana? Can you cut me up a banana and put it in this whiskey? I think it's a whiskey. I don't know. But a bit random, but I don't know. Maybe it works. King Hoddle said, are you a cricket fan? I watch England, but I don't watch like Lancashire and Warwickshire and all of that. But yeah, I'm very much interested in the World Cup. We lost a World Cup final yesterday morning. We got booted out of a World Cup semi-final yesterday afternoon. But we are in another World Cup final in about 5 hours. And that's the cricket World Cup final 2020. England against Pakistan. So that is in Australia. And it's at the MSG, actually. MSG is where WWE did Super Showdown. For those of you that remember that show in Australia. Big stadium. And England will be in action in about 5 hours. We're not streaming it. I will likely be passed out. Because don't forget, tomorrow we're back with Mayweather versus Deji. We're doing that on the channel. So we've got that tomorrow as well. If you are just joining us, we have got a video package. I feel like we've been waiting forever, but we've got a video package for Dan Hooker against Puelles. That fight is coming up next, and we should be getting ring walks coming up very, very soon. Mix it with banana pudding flavored moonshine. It's really good. Or mix it with a peanut butter flavored whiskey. Sounds great. I think Puelles is going to win this one. Deb said, will you ever grow your beard out longer than it is now? I have had it longer than this. The problem is, it doesn't become cool. It becomes unruly. So it just starts like... I mean, it's not like I get clumps or anything like that, but it looks wiry. It doesn't look good. I can't really grow like a good-looking beard. So, to be honest, this is not fashion. And I think you knew that already. This is quite clearly laziness. That's what this is. This is stream, go to bed, wake up, stream, go to bed, wake up, stream, and not have time to shave. That's what this is. This isn't fashion, right? The kids aren't doing this. And nor should they. So, no, it's not something. It's not one of my special abilities, unfortunately. The poll didn't go through. Oh, did it not? Okay, there we go. I did not press submit. Hard to know if that's my fault or not. Mark, shout out to you. Have you got Alec over Izzy for the third time, or does Izzy take it? I'm leaning to Izzy. Is Hooker not fighting right now? No, ring walks. Thanks for a great show. Carlos, shout out to you, my friends. Thank you. Appreciate the kind words. What do you think Triple T is doing right now? I think he's probably watching a horror film and thinking of ladies' boobs. He's probably doing that, knowing him. He watches a lot of like really suggestive horror. It's weird. Chris said you almost have got an Amish looking beards. Not too long ago. Glad you trimmed it. Yeah. We were proper rogue. Things, I mean, I think I had a crisis, to be honest. I think what that was a breakdown. So, yeah, good that you was here for that, Chris. Thanks. Many envy your beard, said Mr. Pineapple. Yeah, but they are homeless. Do you know what I mean? I don't think there's anyone that's got, like, a roof over their head that looks at this and thinks, that's what I want. I want to be that guy. In fact, I know for a fact no one does that. So, listen. I think, if you've got mental health issues, then maybe. I don't know. But aim higher. That's what I would say. Aim higher. Here is Dan Hooker making his way down. William said, I go off the rails. When's Floyd fighting? Tomorrow. He's fighting tomorrow. I think it's 10 o'clock at night UK time. We're going to be starting the stream like, 6 hours before that. Like, this is a long stream tonight. Tomorrow we go again. Only tomorrow is going to be more exciting because I can't find any flipping information on the undercards. I can find out who's fighting. I can't find out any news about them. At least with this, I know who the fighters are and we can talk about it. Tomorrow, there's a lot of... well, here's Joe Jenkins taking on Barry Wiggly Bum. So, you know what I mean? It'd be interesting. So if you want to see me test myself in regards to how long can I talk waffle, tomorrow's going to be that test. But obviously when the fight starts, we can call the action. But there's quite a few fights tomorrow I'm in the dark over. Just because I could not find any information on these people. You can find the stats. I know their records, but you can't tell much. Like, I want to know, who's got the better hand speeds. I want to know, like, what main weapons are. Has someone got a good hook shot? Is someone known for their uppercuts? Does someone kill people with jabs? Like, does someone just spam overhands? Like, I love all that information. That's why when we do the breakdowns, the fight breakdowns, we tend to focus on that. I don't really like saying, like, oh, yeah, Hooker, when he fought in his last fight against, Alan Arnold, he was doing this, but Alan Arnold was doing... I don't like to focus on how a fight has gone. I like to just focus on their skills. So, that's why I'll be like, right, this person has got good cardio, they're a fast starter, they're blah, 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 blah. I don't want to talk about their previous fights in particular. I just think that just gets in the way a bit. And I feel that way with the boxing as well. I want to know hand speed. I want to know reach. I want to know main weapons, defense, head movement, lateral movement. All of that stuff. Are they southpaw, orthodox? You can sort of find them out sometimes, but yeah, some of these YouTube kind of shows, there's very little information out there. Bruce Buffer is pumped. We are live. Here we go then. First fight on the main card. Dan Hooker taking on Claudio Puelles. Just Nick said Bobby Fish is on the Mayweather cards. He is. I know him. I can't find much on his opponent. But I do know Bobby Fish. He's actually got I found out that he's got a 2-fight deal. The first one had to be boxing, and he's hoping the second one will be MMA. So this might be the only time you see Bobby Fish fighting in boxing. He's on the undercard tomorrow. We can talk more about it then. Big Daddy merch. Shout out to you, buds. Big Daddy merch. Big Daddy was looking for us, and now Big Daddy has found us. That's the story of my life. And we've got Dan Hooker getting his intro. We're going to be underway with this one. The first of 5 fights. 2 of them for championships. 1 of them is going to be an emotional farewell. 1 of them could be fight of the year. And this one could be a fun little banger to start proceedings. Plenty of first-round knockouts on the show tonight. Great card so far. Loads of fun. Let's hope that continues into the main cards. If you are just joining us, hit that like. We're trying to get to 1,000. We want to try and get over 1,000. But keep those likes coming. They're greatly, greatly appreciated. As we're about to get underway. First fight on the main cards. Dan Hooker comes straight out into the center. And we've got Puelles in the center with him as well. Low kick coming in there by Hooker. Hooker backing away. Puelles edging forwards. Both guys pouring away. Kick to the midsection by Hooker. Hooker, left-hand jabs. High kick coming in there by Hooker. High kick coming in. Low kick coming in by Hooker as well. Puelles is edging forwards. Low kick again coming in. Jab coming in by Hooker. So a couple of left-hand straights. Low kick coming in there by Hooker as well. So Hooker getting off to a decent little start in the first minute. But he's not really running away with anything. He's just head kick, but it's nicely blocked there by Puelles. So Claudio blocking that. Low kick coming in. Hooker's just really throwing stuff. Puelles not really getting into a rhythm yet. Obviously, early stages. Dan Hooker, a little bit of a slow starter. But he's come out and he's definitely applied himself as the better fighter right now. Both guys in the center. Dan Hooker coming forwards. Again, both guys just pouring out with their lead hands. And you can tell that they're both just measuring distance, measuring range. Puelles coming forward, but he just cannot get close to Hooker. You can see at the moment it is 6-0 when it comes to significant strikes. Hooker, again, trying to come in. Hooker, I'd imagine, has probably got nerves here that we haven't really factored in. Hooker knows this is a big fight for him. Oh, that's great by Puelles. Puelles rolls and grabs the leg of Hooker. Hooker in a bit of trouble. He goes down. Puelles is looking for a knee bar, a heel hook. He's rolling over. Wow, that was great. He just dropped down, rolled forward, wrapped himself around the leg of Dan Hooker. And Dan Hooker went full-on panic mode. Full-on panic mode. And look at this. Puelles has got the leg. That's good. He's put a triangle on. He's put a body lock on. He's put a leg lock on. He's managed to get it over the leg. That's going to limit what Puelles can do here. But that's good. That's going to protect the leg to a degree. But Puelles still got some options. He's looking to try and break it. They're down on the floor. We're dangerously close to a figure four leg lock here, you know. We're dangerously close to a figure four. That would be amazing. Imagine if he won with a figure four leg lock. Oh, he's got the leg. He's got the leg. Puelles has got the leg. He seems to have a heel hook applied. Dan Hooker, there's panic. There's panic. Oh, there's discomfort. The leg's being rotated. Puelles gets punched in the face. Punched in the face, but he's not letting go of that leg. Oh, and again, he's rotating over, but Dan Hooker seems to be all right. He's sitting there. Puelles is like pulling back on the leg. Dan Hooker doesn't seem to be phased. And Hooker's just punching Puelles in the side. I'm loving Puelles like, like this. And Dan Hooker's like, bothered. I'm a bothered, mate. He doesn't seem to be in any discomfort whatsoever. If anything, he's having a lovely sit down. Do you know what I mean? If anything, he's having a great time. But Puelles looking for a heel hook of sorts. But I don't know, didn't seem to work at all. Shots coming in to the sides. Settle down, Puelles, says Bob. Come on, Hooker. Well, Hooker has managed to get Puelles off. And Puelles is down. Getting back up to his feet. He wasn't knocked down. Just a little slow to get up. He goes for the leg again. Hooker's got to watch that. Hooker has got to watch that. Puelles is rolling and looking for that leg. Constantly going for the leg. Constantly going for it. And Hooker coming forward. He's really got something to think about. Hook shot coming in there by Puelles. We're into the final 30 seconds. Really, really interesting game plan here by Puelles. Puelles, as we said, comes into this 5-0 in his last 5. A record of 12-2 in general. And you can see that he hasn't been given much control time. He's only been given 30 seconds control time, which kind of felt like he was... Ooh, goes down, but that's not a knockdown. Couple of shots going. It looks like Puelles actually put himself down rather than the shots. He goes onto his back. It's a weird game plan from Puelles. Weird game plan from Puelles. The name Little Foot Massage. Yes, it did seem like that. It did seem like there was a little foot massage going on halfway through the fight. And listen, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Got to look after the fighters, yeah? Puelles, round 2 submission, says Sonny. Puelles keeps getting punched in the face, lol. Listen, watch, think. First round, who do you give it to? Dan Hooker, 12-0. But Puelles rolled. Did get a submission attempt. It looked juicy, in all fairness, until we saw Dan Hooker couldn't have given less of a flip if he tried. He was literally just sat there. Honestly, I think he was thinking about what shopping he needs to pick up on his way home, because he just was not fazed about being in that heel hook at all. That's got to be the most relaxed he's probably ever been. But, yeah, which way would you go? Which way would you go? That hooker better be Puelles. I didn't see what Wrestle with Andy said, but Wrestle with Andy, shout out to you, birds, as we're underway. Round number two. Let's see, man. Let's see what Puelles can do in this round. JB said, shout out to Mike. Shout out to Mike. Mr. Hunt. If you are watching, JB sends his respects. Nice strike coming in there by Puelles. King said, sounds like Tony Puelles. That's who it is. Tony Puelles, former Stoke manager. Tony Puelles is constantly trying to get Dan Hooker's legs. Hooker with a high kick there. We got Puelles. Nice little jab coming in there by Hooker. Hooker dances away. Little shimmy. Very nice. And kick to the midsection. Puelles is so unorthodox. Again goes down looking for the legs. My God, he's such a perv. And again, hook to the side of the head. I wonder if he's got something about feet. You know, you get them foot fetish people. Like, weird people. I would imagine many of you, in actual fact. This might be your spiritual leader. Because Puelles just loves feet and legs. Again, the leg grabs the foot. And right now, Dan Hooker's on one leg. Puelles has grabbed that leg. He put it in between his legs, the perv. And Puelles goes down in a seated position. Dan Hooker backs away. Boos from the crowd. As Hooker comes in. Leg kick coming in there by Hooker. It's a weird fight, man. This is a weird fight. If this was like the first UFC fight you've ever seen, you would really be questioning this sport. But Puelles has got a game plan. He constantly drops down, looks for the leg, looks for the foot, tries for the heel hook. Again, look at that. Honestly, Puelles is so needy. He's worse than my ex-missus. Constantly going down. Just give me the leg. One-track mind, man. One-track mind. We've got Hooker trying to come forwards. Puelles drops down. Backs away, dances around. He has got a game plan, and he is not letting that game plan go. One thing you can say about Puelles, he is dedicated to his game plan. He knows his game plan, and he's sticking to it. Fair play. I got respect for that. I've got respect for that. He looks like a perv, but I got respect for it. You just want him to grab your feet, said Jay Stanley. Listen. I wouldn't turn it down, yeah? Any attention at my age, I'm grateful for it. Right now, we've got Hooker throwing in some elbows to the side of the body. Puelles grabbing a hold of the leg of Hooker, of course. I mean, that's not going to come as any surprise to any of you. Right now, he's in a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle position. And gets up to his feet. Vicious hook shot, though. Puelles on the feet. Boom! Kick comes in by Hooker. Puelles goes down onto his back. Goes into the Antonio Inoki position, for those of you that ever saw Muhammad Ali against Antonio Inoki. Straight onto his back, lies flat on his back, and then just kicks out. We've seen it a few times in UFC, actually. People doing that, going down onto their backs and just using their legs to kind of kick out. It's not a bad defense, in all fairness. You can proper chew up people's legs by doing that. Actually, fun fact, they thought at one point Muhammad Ali might need to have his leg amputated because of the amount of kicks that he sustained in that fight against Antonio Inoki. Oh, vicious kick! Vicious kick! Oh, Puelles goes down! Claudio, the perv Puelles! Take that, all you weird foot fetish freaks. Down he goes. Hooker wins. Kicks him. And it looked like Puelles' own leg. The irony of Puelles' own leg failing him. Maybe that's why he was so desperate for someone else's, because he knew that his own was so inadequate. But look at this. Goes for a kick to the body. Kick to the body. Goes back. He goes down. And maybe it's the kick. Maybe it's the kick. Maybe it's like, is it a liver shot? Yeah, I mean, he goes, maybe it was the kick to the body. It didn't look like that kick had actually done the damage. The replay makes it look like maybe it did. He really did dig the toes into his midsection. It looked to me like he kicked him, and Puelles went back, and as he was going back, he tweaked something in his leg. On the replay, I'm not so sure now. On the replay, it looks like he kicks him in the midsection, but he sticks his toes in. He might have just beat him with his toes. Puelles will love that. He'll get off on that for so long. That's Puelles' dream, to be beaten by someone's toes. Freak. I don't think that he did his image any good with this fight, to be honest. So glad to see Hooker win, said Jason. Well, there we go. Dan Hooker getting his hand raised. Dan Hooker getting the job done. And look at that. Puelles is over here. Thank you. God did this, says Hooker. I bet Puelles is saying the same. Right, Hooker used the old reverse rub and tug, said Ernest on purpose. Classic. Right, what have we got coming up next? Oh, guys, get the tissues out, yeah? And not for the same reason that Puelles has. Get the tissues out because it's time to say goodbye to Frankie Edgar. Whoa, did Dan Hooker just give Joe Rogan a little... Did he give him a little smooch then? I just looked up to see a big movement. Right, either way, we are done. And Frankie Edgar is going to be saying goodbye to the UFC. This is going to be a mosh for people that have been fans of UFC for a while. They're just showing video package. And that's it. We're going to commercial break. Was that something to do with the film that Ngannou's in? I think it was. But we go to commercial break anyway, so I don't get a chance to see that. Right, we're done with that. We've only got 4 fights left. Next up, Frankie Edgar, 24 wins, 10 defeats. He's lost his last 2. He lost to Corey Sandhagen back in February of 2021. He lost to Marlon Vera in November of 2021. We haven't actually seen Frankie Edgar in 12 months. His last win was back in August of 2020 against Pedro Munoz. Before that, he's got a couple of losses to Max Holloway. There's no shame in that. He lost to Shang Jiang as well in 2019. He beat Cub Swanson back in 2018. It's a real mixed, actually. It's a losing record more than a mixed record. If you go all the way back to 2017, his record is 2 wins and 5 losses. 2 wins, 5 losses in his last 7. That takes you all the way back to 2017. In the UFC, he's got 18 wins and 10 losses. But he's been in the UFC for so long. I mean, this is going to be a bit weird, actually. It's going to be a bit weird. There's some fighters that just embody the UFC. When you see them, like, it's just you're so used to seeing them. And Frankie Edgar is that guy, one of those guys. He actually debuted at UFC 67. UFC 67, all or nothing. When he defeated Tyson Griffin. UFC 67. We're going back to 2007. 2007, we're going back 15 years he's been in the UFC. So he was at UFC 67, UFC 73, UFC 78. His first loss came on a fight night 13. And then he was at Fight Night 14, bounced back with a win. UFC 98, he was in the Ultimate Fighter final. He was UFC 112, UFC 118. He actually main evented it when he took and beat BJ Penn. So main event of UFC 118. Got a draw at UFC 125, main evented UFC 136, main evented UFC 144, main evented UFC 150, main evented UFC 156. It's incredible what this guy has achieved in the octagon, in the UFC octagon. Really does deserve respect. You know, he's got a couple of losses against the likes of Henderson, a couple of losses to Jose Aldo, losses to Brian Ortega, losses to Max Holloway. I mean, if you look at the people that he's lost to, you know, apart from a few of them, a couple, they're massive names. They're massive names. At the age of 41, he knows this is time to call it a day. He knows that his durability is fading. He knows that this is the end of his MMA career. And he's obviously looking to go out on a high. So he's taking on Chris Gutierrez. Chris Gutierrez, minus 210 favorite. Frankie Edgar coming in at plus 180. Future Hall of Famer. Great heart. He's going to be looking for takedowns. He mixes boxing and wrestling really well. Usually gets quick starts. He's got a legendary chin. But in all fairness, that is fading. His durability is fading. Very good at holding people down. He's got a really fast jab. He's taken on Chris Gutierrez, who's got multiple submission victories, great leg kicks, good wrestling, good jiu-jitsu, good kickboxing. I mean, look, I feel like it's Chris Gutierrez that's going to get the dub. I feel like Chris Gutierrez is, at this stage, the better fighter. He's also 10 years younger. I don't think there's any shame here in Frankie Edgar going out on his shields and losing, but look at this. 1,799 significant strikes, the second most in UFC history. 73 takedowns, the fourth most in UFC history. He has got 7 hours, 55 minutes, and 9 seconds of fight time. That is the most in UFC history. He is the former UFC lightweight champion. We don't see him so much anymore. As we said, it's been 12 months since we've seen him last. But you have to put respect on his name. You have to put respect on his name. And I think if you did shell out $75 for tonight's show, then I think this is one of the reasons why you did it. You did it to say goodbye to Frankie Edgar. Let's go, Frankie, said Trappus, you legend. Go out with that dub that you deserve. Yep. Frankie Edgar is just one of those guys, isn't he? Is one of those names. And I hope he can get the dub. I hope he does it. I don't think he will. It's no disrespect to him. I just... Father time, man. It waits for no one. So, Edgar against Gutierrez. Coming up next. Our second fight on the main cards. And let me know your thoughts, your predictions. We have been live for 4 hours, 45 minutes. Second fight of the main cards. Elite GB said, gotta put respect on Frankie Edgar's name. He is a legend. Has he got any punch resistance left? Well, listen, I mean, look, he suffered some losses. Yeah, as we said, in the last 7 is 2-5. He is not going to take much punishment. I think if he's going to win, I don't know that it's going to be over 3 rounds. I think if he's going to win, he's going to need to find a finish. I don't see him getting a decision. He could take the first round. I think the second round would be questionable, and I think he'd lose the third. And there's a good chance that he'd get finished as well. As we said, Gutierrez has got good kickboxing, good jiu-jitsu, good wrestling, multiple submission wins. And... yeah, I mean, look, he's minus 210 favorite. I agree with the line. I think Gutierrez is going to get it done. But I think everyone would love to see Frankie Edgar do it one more time. He's much respected, much loved. And I know I'm like swooning. But there's just some people in the UFC that deserve a bit of swooning. And Frankie Edgar is definitely one of those people. So, yeah, it's going to be... Bit emotion when he puts the gloves down and walks away. But I do always think with that moment, there's a lot of people that never get that moment. There's tons of people. The majority don't get that moment to actually leave on their own terms and actually know that this is the end. So, he's very lucky to have that. So, Frankie Edgar, legends. Father Time has a thing for feet as well, said King Chris. Perv. Gotta watch out for people with beards. It's normally a telltale sign. Frankie, TKO, second round, said James. Let's go, Frankie, said Mr. Pineapple. Jonathan said, this is a real negative stream. Yeah. I mean, we just rip into fighters. Rip into them. We rip them apart. Rip them apart. Frankie Edgar, you bum. Guys, let me know in the chat, was Frankie Edgar ever any good anyway? Please respond. Did Frankie ever fight BJ Penn? Yeah? Yeah, main event. Toe holds. Frankie Edgar has got 0 wins by foot massage. It's my favourite finish now. And it's Puelles' favourite finish as well. Perv. Shakeem, shout out to you. UFC camera quality is amazing, said Mr. Pineapple. That's it. Bit of positivity. Let's get them positive vibes going, guys. Bit of positivity. That's what I love. So Gutierrez has made his way down. A lot of armchair fighters here today. Not sure everyone realises what it takes to get into the cage, like Frankie said, Mark. Yeah, man. Listen, he's got the most fight time in UFC. No one's been in an octagon in the UFC longer than Frankie Edgar. Gotta respect that. Gotta respect that. If nothing else, he hasn't been cut. The once sensible David said, I've never been a Frankie fan. I am cheering him on now, though. Okay, that's cool. The once sensible David, shout out to you. 7 fight unbeaten streak, 6 wins. This is Gutierrez, by the way. 7 fight unbeaten streak, 6 wins and 1 draw. Third highest significant strike accuracy in bantamweight history with 58.5%. 1 of 10 spinning back fist knockouts. And he says a little prayer before he steps inside the octagon. JB said, hi from Canada. Please say hi, buddy. Buddy, shout out to you if you are watching. I don't know if you are in the JB party, but Mr. My Aunt, shout out to you. Gotta get up a bit earlier in the morning, JB, to catch me out. Unless you do have a friend called Buddy. Which maybe you do. And if so, then I'm sorry for your very unfortunate name. I'm Japanese. I love Justin Gaethje. Yes. Most Japanese people do. I don't know if that's true, by the way. Here's Frankie Edgar. Nay Gar. Shout out to you. I hope, is that how you pronounce it? King James says Edgar is like this stream. Only kidding. Love the banter. Oh, Edgar is poop. I didn't see the emoji. Okay, the joke works a lot better. Edgar is poop just like this stream. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. This is chilled. This is chilled. I ain't gonna get upset. Unless you really bully me, yeah, or go after my toes like Puelles. Frankie Edgar is inside the ring. He's now ranked 12th. Former UFC lightweight champion. Second most significant strikes in UFC history. 1,799. Josh says, I miss Polish power. Brian said, hi from Tampa. Hello, Tampa. Been to Tampa. Didn't stay long. But I went and saw NXT there, little wrestling WWE developmental thing. It's good. Really good. And as I was driving back, I saw a horrific car crash and the car looked like it had burst on fire. It was horrific. So those are my memories of Tampa. That's Tampa, pretty much. The heart of a blue whale weighs more than 1,000 pounds. That is the weight of an average dairy cow. Daze, you're a star. Thank you. Daze, are you a twin with Ryan Gosling? It has been said before. Mitchell said, what's your biggest pet peeve? I think it's bullying, guys. Really gets to me. Just, oh, God. Bullying. Oh, I wish I could get rid of it. So, yeah, say no to bullying, guys. Yeah, you freaks. Here's Bruce Buffer. Let's go Edgar. Edgar by split decision. Hey, from the UK, it's 3 a.m. I'm living that life, mate. 10 to 4, innit? Unless you're in a different part of the UK with a different time zone. Days, the fighter's age should be in your graphic. I don't put this together. Oh, my God. Don't think I do this. Don't for 1 second think I do that sort of work. No. No, that's not. That is live from ESPN, right? ESPN website. That's where we get that from. So if there are any mistakes there, I don't want that held against me, right? So, yeah, we got Frankie Edgar at 5'6". We got Chris Gutierrez at 5'9". Both fighters coming in at 136. That might not be true. Frankie Edgar coming in with a 1-inch reach advantage. Haven't we all? Significant strikes landed per minute, 3.79 for Frankie Edgar. Chris Gutierrez with more volume, 4.6. Significant strike accuracy, 59.8% for Chris Gutierrez, 47.7% for Frankie Edgar. The time for talking is still with us because that's literally all I do. And we're about to get underway with our next fight. Frankie Edgar says goodbye to the UFC. Will he go out with a victory? Is that Halle Berry? Halle Berry in the background. That's sick. Halle Berry is in the crowd. She did a film, didn't she, that was to do with MMA. I think she really loves UFC and MMA. They had her in the ring, like putting the belt around someone's waist. I don't know, I can't remember when. I want to say, was it like when it was Rose, maybe? Anyway, we're underway with Gutierrez in blue, Edgar in black. The next fight, Dustin Poirier against Michael Chandler. So that's going to be our next one. Could be not only fight of the night, but fight of the year. Gutierrez in blue on the outside. Leg kick coming in there by Edgar. Again, if you're watching, drop a like, leave a like. If you haven't already, we're trying to get to 1,000. We're on 917. 917. Oh, heavy leg kick there by Gutierrez. Heavy leg kick. Edgar edging forwards. Yeah, that was heavy. Yeah, this isn't looking great for Edgar at the moment. There's a couple of shots that have come in that look really nasty. Swing and a miss by Edgar. Edgar edging forwards. Backing out. We've got Gutierrez standing his ground in the center. Edgar in the center as well, edging forwards. Trying to get a low kick through. And again, he's still edging forwards. Gutierrez on the outside. Edgar trying to find a way. Closing down the space. Trying to limit the options of Gutierrez. Stalking him. Trying to lean on all of that experience. But can't find a way through at the moment. At the moment, we're seeing... Oh, down he goes! Edgar down! Edgar deaded! Oh! He got caught! Oh, he got caught! Any durability that was in that legendary chin has gone. Gutierrez catches him and he goes down immediately. Ref comes over, stops it. It's a first round finish. Gutierrez with a good performance. Catches Edgar and Edgar goes down. Right now, we're focused on Gutierrez. Gutierrez in tears. Hope Edgar's all right. I hope Edgar's all right. I think he is. It did look clean. Yeah. I mean, like, he's frustrated. He's on his feet. Doctors are with him. He's responding. I think he just said the F words. Gutierrez comes over, gives him a hug. Probably shouldn't be pulling on his neck at this point, but he's got his arms around his head. He's pulling the head down, saying a few words, paying his respect to the deceased. Edgar on a stall, gutted, got caught. Need to see the replay, see exactly what it was. Looks like it was jab, hook. As I said, need to see the replay. There's a lot of hugging going on. Frankie has been deaded. Yes. So, again, these two embracing. I think they're just trying to find the footage. It was a big KO. Yeah, well, I mean, look, that's going to sting, man. That's going to sting. That is definitely going to sting. Frankie is pretty gutted. I would imagine Joe Rogan will probably speak to him. I know that Joe Rogan doesn't really like speaking to people that have been knocked out. Here we go. Frankie Edgar chants from the crowds. Knee comes in. It's a knee, actually. Oh, it's a knee. Jumps up. He jumps up. He doesn't actually need to jump that high because Frankie actually goes down. So, yeah. It's weird because he sort of jumps up, but he doesn't have to jump that high because Frankie's head comes down. So he kind of meets the knee. And as he meets the knee, Gutierrez throws a straight. The straight doesn't land. It's the knee that Frankie bends down into. He really mistimes it, gets it wrong, reads it wrong. I think he sees the straight coming. I think he sees the shot coming. To try and avoid it, he gets his head down. And as he gets his head down, Gutierrez just happens to be bringing a knee up first. The knee is coming up. So he gestured to throw the shot, threw the knee in, and then the shot came after. Got Frankie all confused. Ducked down, got caught. And it is a win for Chris Gutierrez. Chris Gutierrez, winner by knockout, 2 minutes, 1 second. Frankie's face always seems to attract knees. Bruce going over, shaking Frankie by the hand. There's a lot of love for Frankie in the UFC. I do wonder if Joe will have a word. I think he might. I think he should. Joe Rogan said to Chris Gutierrez, I don't think you get the respect that you deserve. This fight, in all fairness, is really about Frankie Edgar walking away. So it's really about the gloves being put down and that moment. Doing terrible on picks, said Tim. Matt said, dub beards. Respect. 10 years too old, says Perry. Days always bring the game. We thank you. Keep, shout out to you, buds. What a great night of finishes, says Funky Junkie. Mega Chronic said, why did you keep the timer going? It's just not front of my mind, to be honest, to turn it off. Front of my mind was to see the replay, to see exactly what it was that got through. Knee gets through. So the knee gets through, then the shot is through. But it's not the shot that puts him down. I wanted to see that Frankie was all right as well. I do love the ref running over. The ref running over is a little bit out of position. Frankie was one of my all-time favourite fighters, says Brian. Hate to see him go out on a loss, but it's pretty clear that Frankie's chin is gone, as much as I hate to say it. Much respect, champ. Listen, all that does is it ends the career. It proves it's the right decision. It proves this game has moved on without him. It moves on without everyone. There's no disrespect there. And, you know, as we said, this fight was all about Frankie saying goodbye. Here's Frankie. Joe Rogan going to say a few words to Frankie. Cheer from Madison Square Garden. Is there a better venue to go out on? Joe Rogan just wanted to know if he can talk to Frankie. You've got to be proud of what you achieved, says Joe Rogan. Frankie said he loves this sport. He's going to end with a record of 23 wins, 11 losses, 1 draw. Look at his ears, man. His ears are chewed up. What made you a champion in this will make you a champion in anything you put your mind to, says Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan showing his respect to Frankie Edgar. Horrible to see Edgar go out that way. Highs, lows, and everything in between. Doesn't look like the gloves are being left, you know. He's still got them on. Frankie puts his head in his hands. I think the emotion hits. The disappointment as well goes over, shakes the hands. It is tradition to take your gloves off, put them in the center of the octagon. Doesn't look like that's a tradition that Frankie's going to be honoring. He's over by the door. He shakes hands. He walks through and leaves the octagon. There we go. Head up, champ, says Chito Vera. This is a good card, said James. Still not made my mind up on the main event, says Bailey. Well, whilst you're thinking about that, we're going to be marching forward towards Dustin Poirier against Michael Chandler. And this is it, man. This is it. For a lot of people, this is the flipping main event, and it's not even for a belt, but this is going to be a war. This is going to be so much fun. Neither fighter knows how to move backwards. Poirier, such a wonderful skill set. Chandler, you could say the same, actually. You could say the same. I don't think there's much difference between them, but I do favour Poirier. Sylvester Stallone is in the house. Mike Tyson is in the house. Former undisputed world heavyweight champion Francis Ngannou is in the house. UFC heavyweight champion. And BT Sport decides that that's too much fun for me. And we go to a commercial break. Dustin Poirier against Michael Chandler is going to be our next fight. Fight of the year for sure coming up. It's got to be. How is this going to let us down? It can't. It won't. Poirier, Chandler. This fight is going to be awesome. This could go either way. Guys, get your thoughts in. I want to know your thoughts. 2 fights down. Dan Hooker wins when he stuck his toes into Puelles, and Puelles couldn't cope. All of his dreams came true at once, and he had to end the fight. And then we just saw Chris Gutierrez knee to the face of Frankie Edgar. Edgar goes down, gets deaded, and leaves the UFC. Coming up next, our third fight on the main cards, Dustin the Diamond Poirier taking on Michael Chandler in the lightweight division. I bet on Chandler, Zhang Weili, and Izzy. If you want to make money, bet opposite me. I like that. Very good. Rocky, Rocky's in the house. Wrestle with Andy said, love to see Frankie doing the time-honored tradition. Yeah, not giving a flip and walking through the door. Love it. Very emotional. Chandler has beaten Hooker and Tony in the UFC. Not great names right now, says Mega Monkey. It's a good point. It really depends what Izzy's mindset is. Will most likely decide it, says Bailey. Volkanovski versus Islam confirmed. It's the fight they want. And it's the fight they should make. So I have heard rumblings that it's... I can't say I've seen it confirmed. But I'm wondering if they'll announce it on this show. Poirier won. Wiki says so. All right, done. There we go. Boom. Brilliant. Guys, get your money on Poirier. Apparently he is one. The future? Is that James Krause? Is that James Krause? Is James Krause behind Wiki? Guys, insider tip coming in. Apparently Poirier's won. Sonny said, I've got Poirier, knockout round 2. People are sleeping on Chandler, says Sheesh. It's been announced. I do not need to see Islam turn Volk into a pretzel within the first minute. The losses to Oliveira and Gaethje were just warm-ups to Chandler beating Makhachev. No one is sleeping on Chandler. Let's go, Chandler. Sharib, shout out to you, dude. Hope you're well. Shout out to India and my Indian friends. Sinster said, I thought Hooker would lose and Reyes would win. Chandler is a beast, but I think it's Dustin time. Chandler is scary. Look, it's going to be a great fight. Dustin Poirier, a striker, a boxer. He's got great cardio. Former interim lightweight champion. Fast hands, but slow starter. He applies his power well. He's tough. He's got a great chin. He's a brawler. He's durable. He's calm. He's calculated. I rate him. I really, really rate him. I feel like he's going to... I don't think he gets a shot and knocks Chandler out. I think he wears Chandler down. I think Chandler is going to get caught. He's going to wear the damage. He's going to get a bit desperate. He's going to go for things that put him in vulnerable positions. And I think Poirier just keeps putting that pressure on. You know, pressure. The pressure makes diamonds. And Dustin the Diamond Poirier has been in many high-pressured moments. And I think that's exactly what he's going to look to put Michael Chandler through. I think he's going to put Michael Chandler through some high-pressured moments. And I don't know, man. I don't know if Chandler's going to crack. I don't know. I like Chandler. I like him a lot. And I think he is a top lightweight. But I don't think he's championship material. I don't see him being better than Makhachev. We know he's not better than Charles Oliveira. And honestly, I think Poirier is third in that queue. And I don't think he's better than Poirier, so... But that's about to be tested. Let's go, Chandler, said Chris. This fight could definitely go either way. Dustin is amazing and a legend himself. And Mike can do really anything in there. Fireworks in this fight, says Trampus. Yeah, man. You know, they've been saying in the build up to this, if you're not excited for this fight, then UFC is not for you. There are fights that are no-brainers. There are fights that it does not take any degree of excitement for you to get excited about. These are the fights. This is the dance. And we are really close now. What a great final 3 fights we've got. We've got Dustin Poirier against Michael Chandler. Then we've got Zhang Weili taking on Carla Esparza for the championship. And, of course, middleweight championship on the line as we get Adesanya against Alex Pereira. 3 fights left to go tonight. 3 fights left to go. And we do have a video package playing at the moment. But Dustin Poirier by unanimous decision, says Tim. Nuka Mickey said, let's go Chandler, but it's against the odds. Let's go Chandler. 12 more likes and then we're at the 1,000. If you are watching and you haven't left a like, leave a like. We're desperately trying to get to it. We always try to get to 1,000 and anything we can scramble together as well. It's always a mountain to try and climb. But it's really helpful. And, yeah, appreciate the supports. Can we see Tapology? Sure. Whilst we're watching the video package, we can throw over to Tapology. If you do want to join Tapology, create your profile, go over to Tapology, create your profile, make your picks, and then join Wrestling Days League. And 242 people have done exactly that. And you can see that Priscilla is in the lead. Then it's Brian who's risen through the ranks. William dropping like a stone. Hoof-hearted in thirds. And I think that's everyone. So there we go. That is how the leaderboard is looking at the moment. Still no sign of Sunny Wolf. No sign of Sunny whatsoever. I'm even starting to wonder if she's even playing the game this week. But that is our leaderboard at the moment. 1,000 likes. There it is, says Peter. A big, big thank you to everyone that's left a like tonight. Really is appreciated as we are building towards Poirier against Chandler. I will shut up about the likes now. I always try to get to 1,000, but keep them coming because everyone helps. And it really is appreciated. We've got to feed the algorithm. It is the overlords. It's who I work for. That's what I do. This is who I am. I work for an algorithm. Here is Michael Chandler. He's making his way down. Big roar for Michael Chandler as he steps out. It's going to be a lot of support for him, but there'll be a lot of support as well for Dustin Poirier. Curtis, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. Chandler is due a dub, said Tammy. Chandler for the win. Zhang and Nu and Izzy for the win, says Timmy. Zams says, why so late? What, the show? Well, I mean, we're in Madison Square Garden. We're over in New York. This is 5 hours behind us in the UK. So right now it's, 10 past 11? So I suppose in a way it is still quite late. 10 past 11, New York time. But here we are. Vishal, shout out to you, dudes. Austin said, Chandler is here. Mark said, only 515 likes on YouTube. What? I thought we'd just... no. Unless someone's took a load back. We're at 1,112. You cheeky. I caused a bit of panic there for a second. I thought I'd been conned. Michael Chandler, former Bellator lightweight champion, 1 of 9 front kick knockouts in UFC history, finished 18 of 23 wins, 11 by knockout, 7 by submission. This guy can do it on the feet. He can do it on the ground. Can he do it in an octagon when the man standing opposite him is Dustin Diamond Poirier? We're going to find out. Chandler's got speed, said work your dreams. Do you think Lashley has got a match or two left in with MMA? Sure, it needs to be against a certain level of opponents. I think he's knocking on the door age-wise. I don't think he's going to make a run to the heavyweight title. But could they put him in against some low-level fighter in Bellator? Yeah, sure. To be completely honest, Chandler might wrestle Dustin for 15 minutes. We know Dustin's not the best on the ground, says Mega Monkey. That's true. That's true. I'd have to think that Dustin... I think Dustin's comfortable. I think he's comfortable down there. He did a lot of work as he prepared for Khabib, for example. So I think he's comfortable. I think he's confident in his ground game, but it's not his go-to. It's not his forte. But he's making his way down. Kid Flash... Shout out to you, my friend. Max said, love from Ukraine. Much shout out to Ukraine. Much shout out to Ukraine. Biggest story over here at the moment is your ongoing successes in your... it's a war. In your war. I was going to say disagreement, but I don't think that does it justice, what you're going through at the moment. So big shout out to you, my friend. You are the big story over here in the UK, your success. So, well done. Shout out. Much love to Mac in the Ukraine. King Chris said, with clean socks on and a bitter hatred for sweet pickles, I am ready and hyped for this fight. All hail Ukraine, says Sonny. Ismail said, Poirier by guillotine, 2nd or 3rd. Chandler's got this. Akasik said, how are you dealing with the cost of living in the UK? Where in the UK are you from? Yeah, it sucks. In the Midlands, cost of living is a struggle. It's a struggle for a lot of people. And it's hard. It's hard. It's not. I'm all right. I'm going to be honest. I'm all right. I'm just above the breadline enough where I'm not drowning. But there are people out there that are struggling, and it is concern. But that's, I don't think, just a UK thing. I think that's something that's a struggle everywhere. You know, you hear about people talking about gas prices in America, and you know that's having a big knock-on effect there as well. So, yeah, obviously we don't go into politics or anything like that, but people go into these streams to escape those kind of problems. But if you are facing those problems, it is always worth being reminded that you are far from alone. So the struggle is real, my friends. Erase Your Mind, hello, shout out to you. All hail, Thea hail. I can get behind that. They're all wearing the Rock shoes, says Bob. Yeah, and they don't get paid any extra for it, do they? Unless the Rock has changed that. But I know there was some outrage about those shoes and how they were wearing them, being made to wear them, and not picking up any extra money for it. J-Dub said, Dustin, 4th round. Right, well, I tell you what, you lot, 793 votes. 67% of you have gone with Dustin Poirier. 33% of you have gone with Michael Chandler. And that's where we are. So 67-33 have gone with Poirier. I've gone with Poirier. Let's see how this plays out. If Izzy tries to prove a point and tries to hurt or knock out Alex, I don't think is winning. Alex in 4 KO, but if he fights like he usually does, then Izzy by decision, says Nathan. Jonta says, shout me out. Jonta, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Timmy said, big up for the stream. Getting this pay-per-view is hard with the cost of living. Dudes, I totally feel you, mate. Totally feel you. We said, man, like, yeah, I totally feel you. You're not alone. It's been a good show. I think if you've missed it, though, it's not a problem. There's been some good stuff here, but, you know, nothing that is essential, oh my God, once in a lifetime stuff at the moment. So you're all right at the moment. But either way, I'm sure we're in for a banger right now. Here we go. Poirier, Chandler step into the center. Big roar from the crowds. The two bounce around in the center. Chandler trying to edge forward. Poirier just backing up a little bit. Poirier likes to come forward, but he's not going to make any stupid mistakes. He's certainly not going to be rushing in. So at the moment, we've got Poirier just being quite tentative. Wide stance by Chandler, isn't there? Really wide stance. Does feel like that lead leg is there for the taking. Does feel like that lead leg is right there, and actually that's exactly what Poirier goes for. Big leg kick coming in, but just misses. What it does allow Chandler to do is plant his feet and boom, throw and get some shots through. Lovely hook shot there, though, by Poirier. Kick to the body there by Chandler. And again, another kick coming in, driving Poirier back. Hook shot coming in there by Poirier. Chandler on the outside, lunging in, trying to grab a hold of the leg. And we got fighters in the center, both fighters in the center. Chandler just being backed up a little bit, really cagey at the moment. No advantage really either way. The only thing I would say is that Chandler's probably getting through with a few more of his strikes. But Poirier looking very comfortable. Still downloading the information. And doesn't really feel like he's really got into gear yet. Kick coming in, and Poirier felt that. He definitely felt that. Kick coming in there by Chandler. And again, we're seeing Chandler just edging forward. Lovely head movement there by Chandler. Slips underneath that strike. Couple of strikes coming in. They just fall short. Oh, up against the cage. Poirier up against the cage. He tries to palm that leg away. Couple of shots coming in, and that seemed to get through. Big right hand, and Poirier just eats those shots. Oh, and again, these shots look nasty, man. Poirier's in trouble. Poirier has taken some big right hands by Chandler. Big right hands. Yeah, I tell you what, there was 2 or 3 shots there by Chandler. Big right hands. Poirier up against the cage. That was not comfortable. That was not comfortable. Oh, and again, you know that he's got pop on those shots, but the thing is that Poirier's got pop on his as well. These shots falling short. You can see some damage on the face of Chandler as well. Poirier's getting through with his own strikes. Edging forward right now. Edging forward. Both guys in the center. And again, they're just throwing out jabs. Throwing out jabs. There's a hook shot that comes in there by Poirier. Leg kick comes in by Poirier. Poirier trying to edge forward. Tries to throw a jab. There's another jab that comes in. 1-2 by Poirier. Chandler looks for a takedown. Oh! Poirier drops his head to try and defend the takedown. Chandler gets him. Big hooks. Uppercut there. This is vicious by Chandler. He's getting through. Drives Poirier against the cage. Takes him down. Takes him down. Wow. Wow. Chandler is showing that he belongs. He belongs in there right now with someone of the caliber of Dustin Poirier. Poirier getting over to the side of the cage. We've had 3.5 minutes right now. Chandler getting up to his feet, driving Poirier into the cage. Some of these shots, 31 significant strikes by Chandler, who tries to jump on the back of Poirier. Poirier is kind of bent over against the side of the cage. He's got Chandler's arms wrapped around him. Chandler has done more than enough to take this opening round. More than enough. We're seeing Chandler causing some big problems on the feet at the moment. It's taken Poirier too long to get going. There's a German suplex! German suplex by Chandler! German suplex! He grabs Poirier. Absolute scenes inside the octagon right now, but Poirier is on his feet. Big shots coming in by Poirier. He was getting through. Hook shot coming back by Chandler. But he's right back up. Big hook shot. Hook shot by Poirier. Hook shot by Poirier. Chandler was caught. He went down. Came back up. He's eating some shots by Poirier. A big jab. Hook shot. Poirier pouring it. He's got Chandler up against. Referee stops the round. It's amazing scenes. It's an amazing round. It's an amazing fight. Look at the scenes. Look at the scenes. Madison Square Garden on their feet. Madison Square Garden on their feet. Paying respects to the gladiators that are inside the octagon right now. These two putting it all out there. 40 significant strikes to 34 in favor of Chandler. Big, big moments. Big moments. It doesn't say on ESPN that there was the knockdown. It certainly looked like the knockdown. Oh, it was absolute carnage. There's moments in that fight where it really feels like Dustin Poirier is about to be put away. But he holds on. He eats them shots. He eats them. He has to cover up. Some of them shots look nasty, man. And a lesser man would have been put away. But not Poirier, who comes back and causes real problems at the end of the round. Big, big problems at the end of the round. Which way do you go with that? It feels like it might still be Chandler. It depends if that knockdown scores. Lee777, shout out to you, my friend. I did see your comment. I appreciate the kind words. But we've got scenes in New York, scenes in Madison Square Garden, scenes as we go into round number 2. So Lee777, shout out to you. Both fighters inside the center of the octagon. Chandler coming forwards, strikes down the middle, kick to the body, drives Poirier against the cage, picks him up, slams him down. Poirier on his back with Chandler on top right now. Blood pouring from both competitors. But the story of the match, the story of the fight Poirier on his back in this second round with Chandler on top. This is not where the crowds want to see this fight. This is going to be advantage Chandler down here. Chandler is chest to chest, throwing in some heavy shots to the side of the head. And we're seeing Poirier on the ground at the moment, trying to stay cool, calm, collected, not allow this situation to worsen. But I think there's blood gushing out of Chandler. There seems to be a lot of blood. I can't tell if it's Chandler or if... Yeah, it's Chandler. You can see it dropping out of the nose. It's like we got a triangle. Oh, triangle. But Chandler escapes. The blood is pouring out of his face. It's dripping all over the mouth, into the eyes. This is gladiatorial. And right now, he's riding him around. Oh, he's looking for a rear naked. Chandler on the back of Poirier. He hasn't fully committed to that rear naked. He's not fully committed to it. But right now, both guys, they are blood red over by the cage. Chandler on the back of Poirier, trying to get that rear naked choke applied. Poirier defending at the moment. Goes over, drops Chandler on his head. Chandler repositions. He might get a better position here for that rear naked. Might be a better position. How tight is it? How tight is it? Poirier is in a bit of trouble. It's not under the chin. It looks like it's on the chin. We know that that can still be a problem. We know it can still be a problem, but Poirier looks okay. Looks okay. He's taken some breath in. You can see that he managed to get some oxygen into the body. I'm sure it's uncomfortable, but he survives. He survives. Right now, this is Poirier in full-on survival mode. Poirier has got to be so careful with that rear naked choke, but equally he's got to find a way of not only battling that, but getting back to a standing base, because being down on the ground, you are in Chandler Town, and that is not where Poirier wants to be in the second round, when he may have lost the first. Very, very close first round. I think it's Chandler's. But in this second round, there's no denying that it's Chandler's. He's got Poirier. Poirier is down. Great work here by Chandler. Trying to get round the back of Poirier, but he can't. He's in full guard. We're right up against the cage. It's uncomfortable to look at. I'm sure it's even more uncomfortable to be in. Big heavy shots coming in there by Chandler. Ground control for the second round. 3 minutes, 3 seconds for Michael Chandler. Michael Chandler doing a fantastic job in this round, in this fight. This should be 5 rounds. When you realize that this is only 3 rounds, then that's when life slaps you in the face, because this should be a 5-round fight. Hammer fists raining down. The ref is looking. The ref is having a good look. Poirier staring at the ref. I think he's staring at the ref with a look that says, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you even... Poirier trying to defend. I think Poirier is saying to the ref, I'm trying to defend. Turns the body, grabs a hold of Chandler. And that could have been dangerous. The referee was really taking a look then. There was big, heavy shots raining down. Poirier managed to turn his body. Right now, he is flat on the ground. Chandler's on top of him. Big, heavy strikes coming in. He's took so much punishment. So much punishment. Both guys have taken a lot of punishment. This has been the war that you expected it to be. This has been the fight of the year that you expected this to be. And it is absolutely brilliant. But right now, we've been down on the ground for a lot in this second round. It's still been gripping. It's still been tense. That is a Chandler round. And we go into round 3. We go into round 3. This should be 5 rounds. Both men might not make it to 5 rounds if it was. They might have lost too much blood. But this is an absolute feast. This is an absolute feast. If you was fortunate enough to drop the money on this pay-per-view, then I think you're being treated to something really enjoyable. If not, it's a great fight. It's a great fight. There's many other great fights. Don't worry about it. try and check out the highlights as and when you can, because this so far is living up to expectations. Is it scenes? Said Jake. It's scenes. It's official scenes. We have got scenes in Madison Square Garden. We have got scenes. Austin said 2-0 Chandler. That blood went inside Dustin's mouth. Yeah, Dustin doesn't care. Loves it. Keeps him young. 2 for Chandler. 2 for Chandler. This should have been 5 rounds. This should have been 5 rounds. They do have 5-round non-title fights. Obviously, main events of fight night, but we have seen them on pay-per-view cards as well for fights that they think are worth it. I gotta say, looking at this fight, though, I can't say I blame either guy right now. Can I tell you, the live odds are -115, -115. The live odds here have got both guys at -115. I really don't know that first round, to be honest. That first round, I feel like it's a Chandler round, but we're seeing some tweets coming in. Adam Martin has got it 19-19. It all comes down to the thirds. 10-8 Chandler. 10-8 Chandler, says Combat Press. I don't know. You can 10-8 that round. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Is that a 10-8 round? Kick coming in by Chandler. Chandler driving at Poirier. I certainly don't think Poirier is going to win this one. But it's 19-19 at best. Oh, he's trying to get round the back. Poirier, lovely reversal. Hammer fist coming down. He's managed to get the better position in a scramble. Both fighters down on the ground at the moment. He's looking for a rear naked choke now, Poirier. Poirier is on the back of Chandler. He's trying to get his arm around the throat, but he can't get it. Look at the blood pouring down the nose of Chandler. Poirier round the back, and we're seeing Chandler taking a breather. He's grabbed the arm of Poirier. It allows the other arm to come in and just smash Chandler in the side of the head. Don't forget, we've still got 2 title matches to come after this. We are being treated to an absolute treat. Rear naked by Poirier. It's tight. It's really tight. He taps. He taps. Poirier wins. Poirier wins. Poirier wins. The diamond has done it. The diamond has done it. Poirier. Poirier wins. Dustin the Diamond Poirier chokes out Michael Chandler in a third round where it was 19-19 at best. At best. You could make a very good case for Chandler winning this fight. Maybe he 10-8'd the second round. Maybe he won both rounds before. Either way, do you know what? This is one of those fights where, honestly, I don't think either fighter loses. I mean, technically one does, but you can't look at this fight and tell me that Chandler has not just shown that he belongs at the highest level of the lightweight division. He has been in a war. He has shown phenomenal fight, phenomenal heart. Look, oh my God, he gets it on. He twists the neck around, and the arm just pops under the chin, and at that point, the squeeze gets tighter and tighter and tighter, and there is no option but for Michael Chandler to tap. No option left at all. It's absolutely fantastic fight. It's a fantastic fight. The two fighters embrace. The two fighters embrace. There is a show of respect in there. Dustin Poirier, man. He doesn't have easy fights. He doesn't have easy fights. Michael Chandler doesn't have easy fights. What happens when you smash two fighters together that just don't have easy fights? You get a fight of the year contender. That is sick. That is sick. That is sick. It's sick. Sick. This is sick. This is what makes UFC one of the greatest sports in the world. It is impossible for anyone to hate on UFC after watching that fight. I don't even think it's possible. I don't even think it's possible. I don't think you can watch that and not not just feel something primal. It's incredible. It's incredible. That is two guys putting it all out there. They gave you everything. Dustin Poirier. That was worth $45, said Sticky Buds. Poirier has 0 chance of beating Islam, so he's done anyway. Yeah, he's not beating Islam, but do you know what I mean? Always nice to get a dub in Madison Square Garden, isn't it? Some kind words being exchanged there between Poirier and Chandler. Turns out it didn't matter if it was a 5-round fight. Poirier getting it done by submission in round 3. Back to Bellator for Chandler, says Perry. Dustin versus Charles 2. I told you that Chandler was going to go to sleep, said Big Rig. Dustin is still the boss, said Godfrey. How can you not like these two, says Austin. The fight just made Chandler Gaethje look like Rose. Rose versus Esparza too. I love that comment. Very good. That's sad. Chell whooping Anderson for 4 rounds and Anderson getting the sub. Dustin just showed that there are levels in the UFC, not just car crashes. I tell you what, the punishment that Dustin went through. What Dustin went through at times in round 1, it really looked like he was getting put away. And then that look that he gave the referee in round 2, like, don't you dare. If you end this fight, I will find you and I will kill you. Like, I've got a certain set of skills. He really went like full Liam Nelson on him, full Taken. And I don't think the referee then even contemplated stepping in on this one. It's brilliant. It was brilliant. It was brilliant. Now go by Dustin Poirier's Louisiana-style hot sauce, says Jason. Well, I'll tell you what, if he puts that much effort into his hot sauce as he just put into this fight, I can only imagine it's one of the tastiest sauces in the world. It's amazing. What both of them did, it's amazing. You can't throw shade at Chandler. Can't throw shade at Chandler. I'm at a point where I have to be betting change, but it's not good to keep losing. I just lost in college football. Now on Chandler, said MSU Spartans. Listen, it's hard, man. In sports, it's what makes sports so great. Anything can happen at any time. You get upsets all the time. You don't know when they're going to strike. I don't know that this was an upset. I can tell you 48 hours ago, Dustin Poirier minus 200. Michael Chandler plus 170. I didn't see what they came in at. I can't say this was an upset, but I can totally understand why people thought Chandler would get it done because, to be honest, he almost did. And to be honest, if you're Chandler, you're probably looking at this fight thinking, what's it going to take? How do I get over the line? How do I get over the line? I gave everything here. They're saying there was some fish hooking in there. I'd have to look at that back, actually. Saying that there was some... it was grabbing on his face. Yeah, it does look like it. I mean, like, you're not going to get away with that. So why was he doing that? There's Halle Berry. Yes. Fit. Holly Holm and Kevin Holland. Looks like they've worked on a dance routine. Lovely. Miles Teller. No idea. Chris Weidman. I know who that is. Former UFC middleweight champion. The Spider Killer before Jake Paul came along. Right. Championship time coming up next. I mean, you just ain't going to beat what you've seen, unfortunately. I could totally understand if some of you wanted to walk away right now. I would urge you don't, because we've got 2 title fights coming up now, and this is what makes tonight so special. Such a wonderful card. There is Carla Esparza. I spoke earlier about the fact that I think she really is bothered about the fact that the crowds were booing her. I think she's someone that really... I think she really wants the respect. I don't know if she needs the respect. I don't know if she feeds off the adulation of the crowd, but it looked to me like at the press conference, she was bothered by it. And she threw out a line saying, and I spoke about it earlier, she threw out a line saying, I'm going to make sure this championship stays in the USA. And the way she delivered the line, it kind of felt like she was reaching for a cheer. Like, guys, don't forget, I want to keep this in the USA. I don't want this going to China. Yeah, I want it in the USA. She was trying to pander to the crowd. That's what it felt like to me. She didn't say, I'm keeping this belt. She said, I want to keep this in the USA. And then what was met was a load of boos from the USA fans, from the Madison Square Garden faithful during the press conference, a load of boos. And it seemed to me like it did bugger. I've got to tell you, I don't know what Rose is going to get reaction-wise. I don't know. That last fight between Esparza and Rose was awful. It was horrific. It's one of the worst fights in UFC history. And both fighters did damage to their reputations. Both fighters definitely took at least a step back, if not several, in regards to their kind of standing, I think, with the fans. I think the fans always want excitement. You know, someone like Michael Chandler is always going to get a great reaction from the fans because he always does what he just did. Yeah, sure, he loses and he picks up L's. But if you're going to pick up L's because of that war that we just saw, the fans are always going to have respect for you for that. What Carla Esparza did with Rose did not garner respect. And I do just wonder, look, it could be a non-factor, right? But it was something, I must admit, it's quite rare for something to stick out during a press conference. I actually find press conferences a bit pointless. They can be fun when you've got a good talker, but you can't, there's not really much to read. Do you know what I mean? I never really come away from a press conference going, that's interesting. That could be significant. I never really get that feeling. But looking at how the crowd reacted to Carla and looking at how she then reacted to them, I did come away after the press conference thinking there could be something in that. She seemed to pander to them. And is that going to force her now to have an entertaining fight rather than a game plan that could actually win her the fight? Is she going to take a few more risks? Is she under pressure to not have another boring fight? Or is she going to be in champ mode? And champ mode is, I don't give a flip if you like it or not. I'm keeping my belt however I need to. I don't know. I don't think it's going to work in her favor, the fact that the crowd had turned on her. I think Zhang Weili wins anyway. I just felt even more confident after seeing that press conference that it's going to go to Zhang Weili. Because I'm just worried that Carla Esparza is going to want to entertain the crowds and is not going to do what needs to be done. And that's play to her strengths and make it a bit boring. R.I.P. Esparza. Right, get in your thoughts. What's, look at that. Two-time champion, the Cookie Monster. Right. Esparza versus Zhang Weili. Who wins? Gut feeling, Zhang knockout round 1. My pick, Esparza decision. Be gentle, peeps, says Bob. I think they're mad at Carla because they probably think she didn't deserve the win. The fight between her and Rose was a draw. Yeah, to be honest, there could be a factor in that, but I'm a big Rose fan, and I thought it was a draw. I don't personally see how you give Carla the belt. Like, I think if you're going to be the champ, you've got to beat the champ, and I don't know that she beat the champ. I think what it came down to was the takedown attempts. Like, Carla was more active, and she was looking for takedowns. My counter to that is that every takedown she looked for, Rose stuffed. She stuffed those takedowns. And so surely takedown defense, showing your defensive skills, surely there's some value to that. Whenever we do prep for a fight, we always tend to look at takedown defense. Takedown defense is really important. To the point where I'd argue it's maybe even more important than takedown accuracy. Takedown defense is just a massive factor that gets spoken about all the time. And if someone's got a great takedown defense, then that is, a big string in their bow. And Rose showed she's got great takedown defense. So I don't know that I can look at that as a reason as to why Carla did enough to win a belt. I just don't see it personally. But that's not really the conversation. The conversation is, do the crowd feel that way? And yeah, I agree. I think some in the crowd probably do. I still probably lean more towards that fight was just dull. And I think the crowd want to let Carla know that fight was dull. And I think the crowd want to let Carla know, we ain't going to put up with that if you do it again. Like, don't go stinking out Madison Square Garden like you did last time, right? In your last fight. Like, we don't want to see that. We haven't paid our money to buy a ticket to watch you do nothing. So we're going to boo you, and we're going to hope that you're going to take our feedback on board. In a way, it's like a customer service thing. They're kind of just leaving feedback as you would on eBay. Or if you went to a restaurant. That's their feedback of the last fight. And as you said, it could be for a few different reasons. Poirier is just too good, says, whoa. Pereira can't win it. He just cannot do it. Mega Monkey said people are forgetting that wrestling is Carla's speciality. And she has the ability to work wonders. That is true. That is true. If she gets this fight down to the ground and she's the one that's in control, it's going to be very interesting. Zhang is powerful. She is a finisher. We saw what she did to Joanna. I mean, look, Zhang Weili coming in off a big win against Joanna. Brilliant finish. She's strong. She's got big leg kicks. She's got good fight IQ. Great in the clinch. She's a tank. She moves forward really well all the time. Good pace, good accuracy. Not great wrestling, though. Not great wrestling. She is definitely conceding to Esparza in that department. Great counters. Good takedown defense. Good top game. Looks to pressure. She's also the slowest ring walk in the world. I mean, at this point, I don't think she could go any slower. But she picks up the pace as she steps out into Madison Square Garden. It is Zhang Weili that's making her way out first. Zhang Weili coming out. This is fight number 13. Fight number 13. So Zhang Weili making her way out. This could go 5 rounds. I don't think it will. Don't think it will. If she gets taken down, she's in big trouble. And she could get taken down. I don't know that this is going to be as easy as what some people think. I suppose there's people out there that think that Zhang Weili is just going to catch Esparza, and that's going to be it. It could go that way. But if Esparza manages to get a takedown and get this down to the ground, then this thing could get very uncomfortable. King Chris, shout out to you, buds. King Chris said, I feel like Weili domination is upon us, as similar to when Carla lost the belt to Joanna. I can understand why you would think that. I can totally understand. I just think, a word of warning, I've got Zhang Weili winning. Just a word of warning, I do agree. Carla Esparza is a great wrestler. She's a bit one-dimensional, but when that one dimension puts you as the best in the division, she is the best wrestler in the division. That's a great skill to have in your pocket. She is improving with her striking, but she's not going to hang with Zhang Weili. She takes damage really badly. Like, if you're Carla Esparza, you do not want to stand. You are looking for takedowns. You have been practicing finding those takedowns, finding those entry points. And she's going to look to exploit those. So, can she find one? That's what it comes down to. Can she find one? The odds makers don't think so. Right now, she is plus 310. Plus 310 underdog. They've actually got that the wrong way round. It says plus 310 favourite under Carla Esparza. That's not true. Plus 310 underdog. Zhang Weili is a minus 310, was it? 350 favourite. So Zhang Weili already inside the octagon. 33 years old, 2 years younger than Esparza. She's got a record of 22 wins and 3 defeats. Here comes Carla Esparza, 19 wins and 6 defeats. It just popped in my head. You get hit by a car exiting an alley or beside a brick building. William, shout out to you. I want Zhang Weili to win so bad. Right, well, at the moment, we have had 390 votes, and 67% of you think that Zhang Weili is going to win. 33% of you think that it is going to be Carla Esparza. So that's where we are at the moment. Big shout out to everyone joining us. I really hope you enjoyed that last fight. This one, I don't think it's going to live up to that last fight, but this is for a championship. Has Carla Esparza figured out the problem in front of her that is Zhang Weili? Thug Rose did, but Thug Rose is a very different fighter to Carla Esparza. Grappling is the best weapon in the MMA arsenal, said Brusheron. Can Weili stop the takedown attempts is the question, says Martial Combat. Well, I think she can. She's got a good takedown defense. Sadly, I don't think they've got that on screen, which is a bit of a shame. I didn't actually jot it down, but I know that her takedown defense is not bad at all. Takedown accuracy is on screen. Takedown accuracy, 35% for Esparza, but it's 34% for Zhang Weili. So they're both operating around the same kind of parameter. If you look at the significant strikes landed per minute, Zhang Weili, 5.7 every minute. 5.7 significant strikes. Carla Esparza, 2.2. The volume is very much with Zhang Weili. The power is very much with Zhang Weili. The striking is very much with Zhang Weili. But as we said, when we get down to the ground, that is when Carla Esparza shines. Esparza is going to drag her into the deep ocean, says Trap Flinch. If Esparza makes it to the championship rounds, then people should give her props. Hey, look, people should give her props anyway. She won that championship, the strawweight championship. She was the inaugural champion. So, you know, this is like the first woman to actually achieve it. And yeah, granted, she won it and she's got it now as well, but she will always be the first. So, you know, in that regard, the first champ, the current champ, taking on the former champ. The first champ and the current champ is not the favourite. But, yeah, it does make for a very interesting matchup. And this is our only female fight as well on the main cards. So, Carla Esparza, the champion. Zhang Weili ranked second. As we said, Zhang Weili coming in at minus 380 favourites. Esparza is the third shortest fighter on the current UFC roster. And that's kind of fun. They've got the moving graphics. You've got Zhang Weili like this, just like... And over on the other side, you've got Carla Esparza going. Just having a little look. Having a little look over. What are you doing? I suppose she can't really mime what she can do best, can she? Which is wrestling. So Zhang can be there, like, showing her hands. And all Carla can do is, like, look over. What are you doing? Keith Peterson is the referee for this one, then. Go on, Keith. Go on, Keith. Let's go, Weili, says Austin. Let's end the poll, and we're going to set up our next poll. Might as well set it up nice and early for our main event. Who wins? Who wins? Is it going to be Israel Adesanya? Is it going to be Alex Pereira? Alex Pereira. Who wins, Adesanya or Pereira? That's up. So 538 votes. Zhang Weili 69%. Carla Esparza 30%. Which way is this gonna go? Matt said, "Do you think UFC will expose Paddy like they did Molly?" I don't know, Matt. I think when you looked at that match, I think we all went, "Well, Aaron's winning that, yeah." I mean, I looked at it and I was like, come on, Molly, please. I really wanted Molly to do it. But in my heart of hearts, I knew. And I don't get it. I just don't get the matchmaking. Dana loves Molly. Madison Square Garden were chanting her name. Like, the Madison Square Garden loved Molly as well. But I think we know Paddy's got a glass ceiling. I think, like, even Paddy has said he's not looking to take on the best in the division right now. And, like, Molly as well, you know, I think we knew that there was so far she was going to get, and then it was going to get tough. It does seem really strange that we do that match now against Erin Blanchfield, but listen, Molly wanted to get onto this card. She wanted to fight at Madison Square Garden. She can tick it off the bucket list. It's disappointing, isn't it? It's disappointing. And I think Dana will be disappointed. He's got a star there. He's someone that he should build. But I know the UFC is, you know, about finding the best. But, listen, we need to find the best here. Let's see how this goes. So, Esparza and Zhang Weili straight out into the center. And we're seeing Esparza backing up a little bit. Trying to keep a bit of distance. Every time Zhang comes forward, Esparza takes a step back. So, nice inside leg kick there by Zhang Weili. Nice inside leg kick. Lovely jab. That knocks Zhang Weili back slightly. Zhang Weili was a little bit flat-footed there. Now she's got a nice bounce in her step. And Carla Esparza on the outside. Jab coming in there by Zhang Weili. Carla Esparza, again, I like her movements. Kind of coming forward and jolt into the side. Really, look at this. We're seeing some, jabs again there by Carla Esparza. Carla Esparza doing all right here, you know, with the feints. Doing all right with the feints. That's a couple of jabs that have really thrown Zhang off. We've got Carla over against the side of the cage. Zhang is in the center. Carla coming in. Head movement, ducks down. At the moment, not too much to get excited about. Zhang, 4 significant strikes to Carla's 2. Those 2 being a couple of jabs to the head that she managed to get through. We know that when this is on the feet, look, it's not news that Zhang's going to win the striking exchange. Trying to come forward, gets caught there. Carla Esparza. Leg kick coming in as well. We know the volume is with Zhang. Esparza's going to know that. She's got to get the fight down. She's got to find that takedown. Again, stepping on the outside. Leg kick coming in. High kick coming in by Zhang. Zhang really opening out with her movements now. We're starting to see her get into a rhythm. That bouncing movement. And Carla has got to find a way of stopping this momentum. It feels like momentum is with Zhang Weili. Carla on the outside. Again, leg kick coming in there by Zhang. 10 significant strikes to 2. Had a couple of jabs by Carla and nothing else. She'll know that she's behind at the moment. She'll know that she needs to find that takedown. She's obviously got plenty of time, but she doesn't really want to be giving rounds away. Inside leg kick again there. This is where the volume kills you. And a couple of shots coming in. Head kick, but that was nicely blocked. She grabs the leg of Zhang. Tries to take her down. She's got her down. Right, big moment. She had to really go through a storm to get into this position. She's got a hold of the leg. She's not going to let it go. She's got the head. Look at this work. She's grabbed a hold of the head, throwing in some shots. Zhang is looking for a rear naked. It's on the chin. Carla Esparza in a bit of trouble. But she knows what to do there. She rolls through. And look at that. From one moment, she was in a rear naked choke. She's rotated about 720 odd degrees. Somehow she finds herself on top of Zhang. This is how good she is on the ground. Look at that. You've seen what it looks like when someone gets put in a rear naked choke position. They tend to sit there for about 7 days. Not Carla Esparza. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn here. Boom, I'm on top of you. Now what you going to do? Carla Esparza on top of Zhang. Zhang kicking Carla off. throwing up those kicks. Carla's got to be careful. Zhang back on her feet. Zhang managing there to weather that storm. That was a problem. That was a problem. Carla Esparza, though, only getting 40-odd seconds control time. 26 significant strikes to 7. The other problem that Esparza's got is when she's going for those single legs, she's got to go through a storm in order to get that leg. Unless it's a kick like it was there, she knows she's going to get hit. She grabs the leg of Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili, lovely work. Manages to get Carla down. Carla is down. Zhang is in side control. And Carla is trying to battle from underneath. Zhang doing a decent job at the moment. She's inside half guards. Half guards. She's trying to throw in some strikes. This is still a Zhang Weili round. We got 14 seconds to go. 41 significant strikes to 7. 57 seconds control time to 41. Esparza trying to get back up to her feet. Zhang backs away. That's enough to see us out of the round. It's a Zhang round. It's a Zhang round. But that was fun. That was fun. And there were some questions that were asked there. The problem that Carla Esparza has got is that it's taken too long for her to get these takedowns. It's taken too long for her to find a way of getting Zhang down to the ground. And when Zhang's down on the ground, she's making it tricky as well when she's down there. I mean, we did see Carla in a rear naked choke position. Carla is an alligator, said Trap Finch. I'm looking for Rose rear naked, says Ernie. Weili for the win. Told you, Esparza by decision. What was I stressing about, says Bob. Hamza says Weili 10-9. America versus China. Well, at the moment, I'd say China is winning. But Esparza's still in this. And she showed glimpses. She showed moments in that round. We're not done, though. We're not done. We are going into round number 2. And Zhang comes right out into the center. This one, this fight is gripping. Maybe not quite as gripping as Poirier and Chandler. But this is for the strawweight championship. 10-9 Weili. Jed said 10-9 Zhang. If Zhang doesn't finish this in round 2, this is going to get interesting from a conditioning standpoint. I love that. Here's Esparza trying to take Weili down. Great takedown defense by Zhang Weili. Zhang Weili has managed to get the arm. She's looking for a crucifix. Looking for a crucifix. She's trapped the one arm. She's got it. Oh, rear naked. That rear naked looks quite tight, you know. That rear naked is a problem. That rear naked looks a bit of a problem. The arm is trapped. This arm can't quite wrap around. Oh, now it has. Now it has, and it taps. We've got a new champion. Zhang Weili. Rear naked choke. And do you know what was so great about that? She put the crucifix on. She put the crucifix on. She got the arm trapped. So there was nothing that Carla could do with that arm. The only thing she could do is try and prevent the rear naked choke from getting worse. She wasn't able to do that. As soon as it was properly cinched in, as soon as both arms were engaged. Done. Done, mate. Tap. Tap. Done. And no! Zhang Weili does it. Round 2. Zhang Weili, she did it, said Austin. Let's go. China wins. Yay! And no! Carla's boring. So anyway, says Fast Eddie. And new again, Alex Pereira is going to close the show on the style bender. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, God. There's nothing she can do, man. That is so tight. She is, like, grimacing in pain with how tight that is. Carla Esparza is going to be gutted. But she will always be the first champ. She will always be at least a 2-time champ if she never gets there again. And it looks like Thug Rose, if she wants a shot at the title, is going to have to, for a 3rd time, beat Zhang Weili. This belt is just being hot potatoed around at the moment. Zhang Weili drops it to Rose. Rose drops it to Carla. Carla drops it to Zhang. Can Rose get it from Zhang Weili? Is that the next logical fight? Feels like it. Feels like it. Zhang versus Rose. Zhang versus the woman that she's faced twice and lost to twice. And no. No, Izzy. Show's being closed tonight. Bob, shout out to you. Let's go, Izzy. So, Just Nick said, the wrestler got out-wrestled. Zhang Weili, submission, rear naked choke. Okay, final fight of the evening. Adesanya versus Alex Pereira. 23-3. That is what Zhang Weili is now. I think her only 2 losses in UFC are the Rose losses. Okay. Her belt. She calls it her belt. Today is like a dream come true, says Zhang Weili. Watch Chandler Poirier on YouTube. It's a great fight, says Judge Two Goods. Yeah. If you haven't seen it, I urge that you do go to check it out. It is a fantastic fight. It is a fantastic fight. Thug Rose would destroy Weili, says Macca Rice. Izzy is going to be the most hated fighter if he takes this to decision and runs. Hey, listen, Izzy needs to do what Izzy needs to do. I know that people are hoping for a banger. I think this card's delivered already. I think that the Poirier-Chandler fight is your banger. And I think that Adesanya is facing someone that he's lost twice to, who we don't know. I mean, because Alex Pereira has not had too many MMA fights and his record is 6-1, we just don't know where he falls in the pecking order. We don't know. I mean, he could be a beast. He could be like a phenomenon. But equally, he might be out of his depth. But we don't know. So he needs to do what he needs to do and get a dub, basically. Pereira by Vic, could you imagine? Can you imagine if that's what we're about to see? Can you imagine if that's what we're about to see? We are about to see Israel Adesanya get viciously KO'd. I mean, that would be something, wouldn't it? That would be something. I don't know that it's going that way, but that would be something. Usman was KO'd, that's true. AJ was dethroned. Adesanya's got a fight. Seems like all Nigerian champs are losing it this year. Says Kenro. Kenro. Let's go. Brondon said Keegan. Izzy wins by head kick. Izzy Gino Sanya. Pereira knockout left hook. Weight difference will tell here. Either Pereira finishes this early or Izzy is going to outlast and outpoint him. It's a good point, yeah. I mean, there are rumours that Alex Pereira has certainly rehydrated to very, very big weight. Oh, here's Carla. Let's see what Carla's got to say. I expected her to be good everywhere. I knew she'd be strong. You can only expect the best. Can't wait to watch it back. And there we go. Carla Esparza, of course, she's gutted. She couldn't find a way to get the job done. Zhang Weili is picked up on the shoulders of her trainer, arms in the air. And Shaun White, Olympic gold medalist Shaun White, is in the crowd. Justin Gaethje and Joanna. Joanna has got a howler head purse. Volkanovski, the #1 male pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Alexander Volkanovski is in the crowds as we build towards the main events. Right, we are having a look. We've got Lewis against Spivak. We've got Thompson taking on Holland. That's on December 3rd. UFC 282 is going to be Jiri taking on Teixeira 2. So the rematch for the UFC Light Heavyweight Championship. That is on December 10th. And Cannonier takes on Strickland on December 17th. So that's what's coming up. But let's have a look, shall we, at Tapology. We'll have a look at Tapology. If you are joining us, it is time for the main event. Main event coming up. Israel Adesanya, the last style bender, will be in action very, very soon. We're done with the co-main event. Main event coming up. Let's just have a look, see who is in pole position in our Tapology game. Priscilla and Brian are tied in first place. Shout out to Priscilla and Brian, both tied in first place. Hoof-hearted is in third, and then we don't go any lower than that. But that is where we are at the moment with the league table, with one fight left to go. So there we go. We'll have to see how that is going to change. Could someone rise through and take the victory? Feels like Brian and Priscilla are out in the lead on their own on this one. Feels like it's going to be one of those guys, so we'll see how they get on. If you do want to join the league, then go over to Tapology, create an account, make your picks, join Pick'em Group. You can click on it, it says Join Group. And then just look for Wrestling Days League. And then you can join nearly 250 people that have joined this game. And we always reference it during our streams. Whew. I couldn't find your stream, says Caleb. Listen, it's the algorithm, mate. It hates us. Algorithm's going to do what algorithm's going to do. This is why we say subscribe to the channel. Don't turn on notifications. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because we do lots of different things, like pro wrestling and whatever, and that might be of no interest to you whatsoever. So I'll be the first to say, don't turn on notifications. But if you do enjoy watching the fights with us, then if you subscribe, then I think that'll make it easier to find. You should be able to just go into your subscription thing. I need followers, says Bob. I need to be noticed. Bob, I notice you. I notice you, mate. Sonny said, Brian, you're doing good. Brian, you've got this. People are picking their favorites right now. Didn't expect that. Let me know in the chat which way you think our main event's going in regards to who your favorite is there. I can tell you it's quite close in the poll. We've had over 1,000 votes in the poll. 1,086 votes. Israel Adesanya, 62%. Alex Pereira, 38%. And so we are sneaking our way towards that main event. Might be a little bit delayed. I think you guys have dropped so many likes. You've actually broken the like counter in the corner. It's been sat on 0 throughout this stream, and now you've just busted it. So keep firing in those likes as well. You've trashed the like counter, which is amazing. That's amazing. I've never seen it like that before, ever. So shout out to you guys. What did it take to keep awake this late? What's your sleeping routine like? Can I tell you a secret? It's not that big of a secret. I actually only had 2 hours sleep last night. I actually did wrestling, pro wrestling. I went to bed, and today we had a big family meal. It was a big birthday celebration thing, and so I only got a couple of hours sleep. And then I went out for this meal. And I got back home half an hour before the stream started, set it up. Here we are. And I am pretty shattered, to be honest. I am feeling it. But I'm doing all right because I'm smacked off my head on Pro Plus. I've just been pumping these throughout the streams. So right now, I just, the whole world is just a hazy mess. But they have very much been keeping me going. So Pro Plus, I don't know if you want to sponsor the stream at all. It's not going to change anything. I'm still going to take your product. But yeah, there we go. Pro Plus, feel more awake, guys. It's basically capsule caffeine. And, I've never felt more alive in my life. So I've just been popping them. I hope there's no, crazy side effects if you take 10. But either way, here we are. So, yeah. My sleep schedule's trashed. Right now, it's 5:15 in the morning here in the UK. But that's pretty normal for us. Quite often we're up at night and then sleep in the day. So I run on a different country's time. I certainly don't operate on UK time. I don't know what time I operate on, to be honest, but I operate on some time. Maybe I operate on Pacific time. Perhaps I operate on that. I'm not sure. But do you want to hear a cringe comment Izzy has got for us when he gets KO'd? I want to hear what cringe comment Izzy has got when he gets KO'd. Where did you go to eat? Oh, we went to, do you know what? We went to a place down the road. It was actually the big meal, the family meal for my mum's birthday. And so there's a place we've never been to down the road, and we made the whole family come over. And the reason we did that was so it was quicker and easier for me to get back to do this stream. That's why we made 20-odd people come all the way over from about an hour and a half, 2 hours away. They all came over here just so it'd be quicker for me to get back and do this stream. So my family's pretty cool. Let's put it that way. And I definitely owed them, because if I'd have been miles away, I wouldn't have got back to have done the stream. So yeah. So it's been a pretty wild night, but it's been a really fun night. I hope you've enjoyed watching the fights with us. There's one more fight to go. Of course, it is the main event of the evening. We've been talking about this all night. Israel Adesanya, the last style bender. He's all about accuracy. He's all about that sniping striking. He's great at range. Kickboxer, great striking. He manages the range well, uses feints well, likes to counter, is really confident, good fight IQ, works out his opponents, targets weaknesses, looks to stick and move. Look, so much to love about Israel Adesanya. He's only got one loss on his record. He's never lost at middleweight. His only loss is to Jan Blachowicz at light heavyweight when he thought he could jump up and be the champ. And so, that didn't work out, and there's no shame in that defeat. I'm sure it probably does sting a little. I'm sure he would still like the O to be there, but he tried. He went for greatness, took a shot at greatness, and it didn't pay off for him. But he's never been defeated at middleweight. And now here is Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira is a 2-division glory champion, and he beat Israel Adesanya twice in kickboxing. First time went to decision, second time was a knockout. His record is 33-7 in kickboxing. Huge power, fast hands. He's going to be bigger, taller, more powerful. He can match Israel on the feet. He can't match him for accuracy. He can't match him for how dynamic Israel is, but he can match him with power, and he can certainly match him with the speed. He's got really fast hands. He is one of the best strikers in UFC. In fact, both of them are. This is a real treat. This is striker versus striker, and this is two of the best strikers in UFC. This is going to be a lot of fun. Good Muay Thai training with Teixeira. So if the fight goes to the ground, Alex Pereira is not going to be completely useless. He's learnt some stuff down on the ground. He's learnt some stuff down there. He is not going to be completely useless. Alex Pereira is 35. Israel Adesanya, 33. There's not much in the age. I think there's a lot in the experience. Israel Adesanya's got 24 MMA fights, whereas Alex Pereira has got 7. And you do think that that's got to count for something. I mean, I know that they fought twice. I know that Alex Pereira beat him twice. The first fight is actually really close. It's really close. Look, I'm leaning Adesanya on this. I'm leaning Adesanya. I get the fairy tale story. I understand. But I think that Israel's going to get the job done. I think Israel gets the job done in this one. And it seems like a lot of you do as well. We're at 1,379 votes. 62% of you have gone with the last style bender. 38% of you have gone with Alex Pereira. Make your thoughts known. Which way do you think it goes? What round do you think it ends in? Put it in the chat right now. We're about to go to the ring walks. Time for the main event of the evening for the UFC Middleweight Championship. It's been around the waist of this guy for years. And how much longer will it be around his waist? Because Alex Pereira is a problem, is a threat. And Israel Adesanya knows it as well. So, Mitchell, shout out to you. Says, how do they come up with who gets the title shots? Sometimes it's ranked 1 or ranked 4. If they're using rankings, shouldn't the first ranked always get the next title shot? Just wondering. So the way it works is that, to be honest, it can be a factor of things. It can be timing. So, for example, if the number 1 ranked person has a fight and it's a brutal fight and they're going to need a long time to recover, then, you know, if the champ wants to fight shortly after, then the number 1 ranked person might not be ready. And, you know, you can have a conversation and see if you can delay it. But to be honest, they might just look down the rankings and go to the next person down the row, down the line. The other thing as well is that a lot of fighters might face the number 1 ranked person, beat them, and then, of course, next you go to the number 2 ranked person. The problem is that the rankings are moving around all the time, so it's never quite as clean as that. It's really to do with, like, who you've faced in your history, if there's like a story to be told. You know, for example here, you know, Alex Pereira, he was nowhere in the rankings. He has been absolutely fast-tracked. Absolutely fast-tracked. As soon as he came into the UFC, everyone knew they are going to do whatever it takes to get this guy to the main event. As soon as you saw him, and you knew his backstory, and you knew he had wins over Israel Adesanya, you knew that they were going to do whatever it took to get him there. And so I would say this has been a special case. I would say they've done whatever they could to get this guy wins, build him up, fast-track him through the rankings. Because the truth of the matter is, Israel has cleaned out the middleweight division. There's no one left. He's lapping them. He's faced Whitaker twice. He's beaten Costa. He's beaten everyone. There's no one left. I mean, you can maybe find someone bumbling around, but this is a much more interesting story. This is a much more engaging narrative. And so, look, they fast-tracked him. There's no two ways about it. Does he deserve to be in this position after 7 MMA fights, having lost 1? I'll leave that for you to decide. But he looks good. In all fairness, it's not like they've got a bum here. They've got someone that does genuinely look good. And I think the psychological aspect of him having wins over Adesanya is really interesting. How's Adesanya going to deal with that? How's Adesanya going to deal with knowing that he's now going to face someone that has beaten him twice before? Like, does Adesanya put that out of his head? Is this just another day in the office? Or does that play on his mind? Because to be honest, when he's going to stand and strike with someone that's beaten him twice in striking, you would think that's probably going to have a factor. So, yeah, Mitchell, great question, but there's a lot more to it than just it's going to be number 1, now it's number 2. Because as I said, you know, the rankings move and injuries and timeouts and blah, 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 blah. Lucid Dreamer, shout out to you, said fights like these is what the UFC is all about. That is true. That is true, mates. Yeah. This is the big fight feel, isn't it? You're talking about one of the most legit champions they've got, one of the most recognizable stars the UFC has got, one of the biggest names they've got right now. Israel Adesanya making his way down. No costume for Israel. Didn't think there would be a costume for Israel, just because this one, I think it's different. This one, he's got to be focused. He needs to go out there and show the world there is no one that can take that belt from him. And you can go and get all the pretenders you want from all the corners of the world. Even ones that have got victories over Adesanya in checkers and chess and Monopoly. It's very different. It's very different when you step inside the octagon. This is Israel Adesanya's world. And I do favour him to get the win. The only thing I would say is Alex Pereira, the guy. Is he the guy? We're going to find that out. But Lucid Dreamer, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Couldn't have said it better. This is what UFC is all about. Israel Adesanya, Alex Pereira, main event, middleweight championship, Madison Square Garden. XPR123 said, shout out to Beverly. Beverly, shout out to you. Beverly, my flower, I hope you are enjoying the action. I hope you are excited for the main event. And all you non-Beverlys out there as well. Get in your final thoughts. Get in your final thoughts. Still no movement on the poll. 62% of people think it's going to be Adesanya. The standing 7 count is a technicality of kickboxing. Alex wasn't hurt and knocked out Izzy 10 seconds later. Izzy, let's take out this nobody that took the elevator to get to this fight. But don't mind just to see the boy get socked, said Godfrey. Khabib said, I don't miss Adesanya's fights and actually feel like he doesn't get the credit he deserves. If he defends the title a couple more times, he will be on the same level with John Jones. Good luck, says Khabib. Big words. Big words by Khabib Nurmagomedov. If he can defend a few more times, is he on the same level as John Jones? Big words, man. Big, big words. That will divide opinion. What won't divide opinion is the fact that this is a tasty main event. It's hard to know which way this goes. Alex Pereira is a 185 underdog. Israel Adesanya, minus 215. Minus 215 favourite. So both guys 6'4". Adesanya half a pound heavier. Adesanya 1 inch reach advantage. Bruce Buffer steps forwards. The main event of the evening. Adesanya would get thrashed by John Jones even at middleweight. And I say that with pride, says Mega Monkey. Poirier versus Chandler was rigged, says Farza. If Pereira doesn't win, is there anyone that can beat Izzy? I don't think there's anyone in the top end of the rankings. I mean, are there people that could come through? Sure, but they're all unproven. And no is the answer. I don't know that there's anyone out there that can legitimately get in and beat Adesanya at middleweight. There's prospects. But everyone's a prospect till they get beaten. Don't you think Robert Whittaker versus Alex was the right fight to make? The only problem is Whittaker would stand a chance of winning that. And if he did, where does that leave you? Because Adesanya has beaten Whittaker twice. So what do you do then? A third fight? Like, how many chances are you going to give Whittaker? How many times do you want to watch Adesanya beat Whittaker? And sure, you know, Whittaker will win one eventually. Does that prove he's the best in the world? If he loses 5 times and wins 1? This is the problem that UFC have got. Do you do that fight? Or do you just go bypass it and go straight here? I've got to say, I don't mind them bypassing it. I'm really not a big believer. I really am not a big believer in jumping the queue. And I think you can definitely say that Alex Pereira has jumped the queue. But I do think there's something interesting about having beaten Adesanya twice in a competitive sport, combat sport, kickboxing. I think that, you know, that's an interesting narrative, and I get it. And to be honest, I think that, you know, look, it's not that long ago we saw Adesanya Whittaker 2. It's not like it's been ages. If it had been ages, then maybe you would do it. But it's not that long ago. I know who the better fighter is. It's Israel Adesanya. I don't need to answer that question. The question I need to know is Izzy better than Alex Pereira? And that's what we find out now. That's what we find out now. Minus 215 favorite. Let's go, Alex said. Crazy Ginger Jake Holden. Shout out to you. Jeffrey said Conor loses and still thinks he's the best. Bob said, shout me out as much as possible since days wouldn't, angry face. It's nothing but love, Bob. It's nothing but love. Israel. I tell you what, Bruce Buffer screamed that out to the point where I think he had a hernia. Bruce Buffer holding nothing back on that. Look at this, man. Look at this. Look at this. Alex Pereira, a little bit. How often do you see people standing, towering over Israel? Damn, man. You look at Alex Pereira and you just think, do you know what? He might be the style bender killer. He might be the style bender killer. You've got to give Adesanya props if he gets the dub here. Yeah, they're saying that he looks about 210, 211, and Alex Pereira comes out. Adesanya, leg kick coming in there by Adesanya. This is going to be an absolute masterclass. A masterclass of kickboxing. Leg kick coming in, heavy leg kick, you know, there by Adesanya. Heavy leg kick. Staying on the outside, leg kick coming in by Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira, I don't know if that leg kick might have caused a bit of damage. Another inside leg kick there by Adesanya. Inside leg kick is going to look to chew that lead leg. We're already 30 seconds into the fight. Adesanya's landing leg kicks. That leg is there to be chewed, man. Alex Pereira is not going to make it through this fight if he's going to take those heavy, heavy leg kicks. Alex Pereira with a front kick of his own. And again, front leg kick. Adesanya switches stances. And Adesanya in the center of the ring. Leg kick coming in by Alex Pereira. Leg kick is checked by Pereira. Edging forwards. Edging forwards again. Adesanya on the back foot. Kick to the midsection. Kick to the midsection there by Alex Pereira. Leg kick coming in by Israel Adesanya. Leg kick coming in by Alex Pereira. This is just an exchange of leg kicks at the moment. High kick coming in, though, by Pereira. Mixing it up. Goes low, goes high. And bounces away. He's staying very cool, calm, collected. We are seeing this leg kicks range at the moment. You can see 6 leg kicks each. They are going to chew each other's legs up, man. They are going to chew each other's legs up. Adesanya in the center. Kick coming in there by Alex Pereira. Kick to the body by Adesanya. Pereira, leg kick coming in. And high kick coming in there by Adesanya. Pereira trying to edge forwards. And Adesanya backing up a little bit as Pereira's putting the pressure on. Lovely shot there by Adesanya. That's a lovely right hand. That got through. Pereira definitely felt that. And both guys in the center at the moment. Look at that lovely wide stance by Adesanya. He's comfortable. He's really expanded out. Alex Pereira just seems a bit stiffer. Adesanya just seems a bit looser. And switching stances, though. Jab coming in. Love the head movement of Adesanya. Love the head movement. Outside leg kick there. Hook shot coming in by Pereira. You know that these hooks are going to be a problem. These hooks of Alex Pereira's are heavy hooks. He's got Pereira. Pereira putting the pressure on. Adesanya being driven back a little bit against the cage. Adesanya, though, good lateral movement. Good movement in general. Leg kick coming in. Kick coming into the body there by Adesanya. Inside leg kick by Adesanya. These two exchanging leg kicks at the moment as a jab comes in by Alex Pereira. High kick coming in there by Adesanya. Pereira putting the pressure on right now. It's 14 significant strikes to 13. Alex Pereira with 12 leg kicks to 9. It is honestly so close. There's nothing between them. They are exchanging kicks. Head kick coming in there. Anderson. I wish it was Anderson. Adesanya. Just a little smirk as that Head kick just made slight connection. Kick to the body. Jab coming in there by Pereira. Driving Adesanya back. Israel putting out his hand. Again, he uses that hand just to keep distance. Love that as well. Puts his hand out, measures the distance. Boom. Inside leg kick. Puts his hand out, measures the distance. Boom. Inside leg kick. It's a good weapon he's got there as he's getting backed against the cage. Lateral movement. Alex Pereira not giving him any space. Nice jab coming in. Left hand straight. We are seeing Alex Pereira again moving forward. Israel on the back foot. He's all right on the back foot. But again, there's nowhere to go. Kick to the body. Oh, heavy shot there. As soon as the range closes. Oh, big knee. Big knee by Pereira. Adesanya gets his head out the way. Pereira is asking questions. Hook shot coming in by Pereira into the clinch. Adesanya has got Pereira. He's looking to take him down. Shots to the body by Pereira. Adesanya up against the side of the cage. Knee coming in there by Pereira. Adesanya reverses the position. He's got Pereira up against the cage. It's fascinating. It's gripping. High level technical skills on display. The two break apart. At the moment, it is 30-19 significant strikes for Pereira. Ooh, big shot. Oh! Is rocked. Oh, he rocks him. Adesanya rocks him. Adesanya rocks him. Damn. I don't know what that means. That was a Pereira round right until the end. Wow. Nice punch. What a round. What a round. It was amazing. It was amazing. It's so high level. It's kind of like, this is edge of the seat stuff. Look at that. It's right on the ear. He doesn't go down. Hook shot comes in. He still doesn't go down. He eats it. Look at that. Boom. Doesn't go down. Wobbly. Doesn't go down. Stays on the feet. Adesanya walks away. Pereira definitely gets rocked. Let's have a look. Let's see which way it goes. Round number two. Adesanya coming forward. Leg kick coming in there by Israel Adesanya. High kick coming in by Adesanya. Kick to the inside leg as well by Adesanya. Adesanya getting backed up. Pereira has got to be very, very careful here. Oh, that's lovely by Adesanya. Adesanya's got so much confidence right now. His hips, he was letting the hips work and then boom, threw a shot straight down the middle. Hook shot coming in there by Adesanya. Adesanya trying to get a straight through. Alex Pereira has got Adesanya up against the cage though. Adesanya's not got much room to work. Spin kick to the head there by Pereira. Pereira is putting the pressure on at the moment. Adesanya grabs the hands, tries to get a forearm through. No joy at the moment. You just feel like there's going to be a big shot at some point. It really feels like Adesanya is going to rock Pereira again, or Pereira finds that shot. It really feels like one of these is going to find that shot that really causes the other trouble. Pereira has closed down the space for Adesanya. Jab coming in there by Pereira. He's got Adesanya against the cage. Adesanya, wonderful lateral movement. Escapes from the side of the cage right into the center. And right now, jab coming in there by Adesanya. High level stuff. High level. The levels of concentration that are on display in there right now are absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Adesanya is having to worry about everything. There are strikes that can come from anywhere, kicks that can come from anywhere. Maybe doesn't need to worry about the takedown threat, but pretty much everything else is a problem. Adesanya bouncing around. Again, gets a few shots off, gets out of there. Heavy left hand there by Pereira. Heavy left hand. Adesanya ate that. That got through. These jabs are a problem. Digs to the body. Knee to the body by Pereira. Uppercut there. Love that. Bang, bang. That was lovely by Adesanya. Bang, bang. Uppercut. Hook. Lovely work by Adesanya. Adesanya has got Pereira up against the side of the cage right now. So Pereira, knee to the body there by Israel. Pereira coming back with a knee of his own. Adesanya grabbing Pereira. He gets picked up. He's trying to pick him up. But Adesanya trying to pick up Pereira. No joy. Well, do you know what? We're only just past the halfway point in this round. I mean, there's been so much stuff. This fight has been insane with just how much has gone on. Nice jab. Oh, 1-2. Straight down the middle by Israel. And Israel rocks Pereira there. Not as much as the first. Kick coming in by Adesanya. Adesanya again having a look. Pereira trying to find a way forwards. The more dynamic striker is definitely Israel. Adesanya, lovely head movement. And hook shot comes in. 1-2 there by Adesanya. Look at that. Great head movement by Israel. And again, shot coming in left. That seemed to get through. Adesanya's eating some strikes. Oh, and again, that left gets through. Adesanya gets out of there, though. Pereira putting the pressure on. Back into the center. Blood coming out of the ear. I think it's just on the lobe of Pereira. Goes for a leg kick. Heavy leg kick comes back by Israel Adesanya. Adesanya up against the cage. Knee coming in there by Pereira. Adesanya reverses the position right now. Adesanya has got Pereira up against the cage. Got 1 minute 10 left on the clock right now. And, wow, this fight really gripping, living up to expectation. Certainly not the snooze fest that people were worried that it was going to be. Not the snooze fest that people thought at all. This has been good. Adesanya, though, in control. He's got Pereira up against the side of the cage. Just going to have a look at significant strikes by rounds and just see where we are with round 2. At the moment, it is 19-16 for Adesanya. 19-16 for Adesanya. There's nothing in it. Nothing in it. You've got to remember that the judges don't have access to those numbers. They easily could have it close. They could have it wider as well. Oh, head kick gets through by Pereira. Head kick gets through. Adesanya backing up against the cage. 17 seconds left to go. Nice strike there by Adesanya. Pereira needs to make sure he doesn't get rocked again at the end of this round like he did at the end of the last round. Pereira looking for a takedown. Gets the takedown. Adesanya is down on his back. Alex Pereira with a takedown. Damn. 1-1. They think it's 1-1. Let me know. How are you seeing it right now? Big shout out to everyone that's joining us. I hope you're enjoying the action. The fight is living up to expectations right now. This is the main event. You can see the numbers on screen. Right now, Alex Pereira, 49 significant strikes. Israel Adesanya, 43 significant strikes. A lot going to the legs, but you can see that they're working the body more, working the head as well. 17 leg kicks for Izzy, 18 for Pereira, a takedown for Pereira as well. General consensus is it's 1-1. Andrew's got it 1-1. Niall's got it 1-1. 2-0 Alex. 2-0 Alex. Okay, let's have a look. Let's see where we go in round number 3. This fight, of course, can go 5 rounds. It's close. It's tense. It could be 1-1. I could see an argument for anything, to be honest. That first round felt like it was Alex Pereira's round, but he got rocked at the end. And I just wonder if those shots, which were the most significant of the round, did they turn the head of some of the judges? Did some of the judges see those and just think that Izzy just pipped it at the death? I genuinely don't know. The general consensus is 1-1. 1-1, so we'll go with that. I'm quite happy to go with that. I think it could be that. But you never know with the judges. You never know. Both fighters in the center for the third round. Leg kick coming in. We are seeing some shots here by both guys. And we are seeing Izzy getting backed up against the cage.
Izzy against the cage. You got Alex Pereira throwing in a kick. Ah, lovely head movement there by Pereira. These two in close range. Kick to the body. Adesanya catches the leg. Pereira goes down. That's great work by Izzy. That is great work by Izzy. Izzy moves to the side, actually throws Pereira down. He's managed to get round the back. He's got round the back. Is he going to look for a rear naked? He's managed to get round the back of Alex Pereira. Pereira is down on the ground. He's been training with Teixeira. He's been training with Glover. So he's not going to be completely useless. But right now, Adesanya is down on his knees. Alex Pereira is on his knees. Pereira is trying to cover up. Adesanya is round the back. And he's trying to... strike coming into the side of the head. Trying to throw in a shot to the side of the head. Wraps the legs around. Shot to the side of the head there by Izzy. Look at these blows coming in. Big shots by Izzy. Izzy is in a great position. And he's still got 2 minutes 45 left in the round. Izzy has got his one leg wrapped around the leg of Pereira. Pereira in a kneeling position over by the side of the cage. Adesanya round the back. And his one arm has been caught by Pereira. And Izzy is using his other arm to just throw in these big shots to the side of the head. You can see blood coming down the side of the head of Pereira. Izzy doing a great job of smothering Pereira right now. Smothering Pereira. And good wrist control. Really good wrist control by Izzy. Really good wrist control. Izzy has grabbed the wrist of Alex Pereira. Pereira's arm is completely out of the equation. Izzy again wrapping his leg around the left leg of Pereira. Pereira is just cannot find a way out of this. He's trying to get to a standing base. Izzy drags him back down again. Shots coming into the side of the head. This is an Izzy round. 2 minutes, 7 seconds in this round for Adesanya. Control time. Oh, Pereira though. Pereira rolling. Pereira is on his back. Adesanya still on top of Pereira. Still on top of him. And Izzy is trying to find... Look at this. We're seeing an Adesanya ground game at the moment. Izzy is in guard. Pereira is on his back. We've got just over a minute to go. Big clubbing blows coming down by Izzy. It's an Izzy round. It's going to be 2-1 Izzy after this. But Alex Pereira, I don't know. Maybe he's gassing. We know he's carrying a lot of weight. Maybe his best chance was in that first round. He couldn't get it done. Maybe the longer it goes, the more that Pereira's going to be uncomfortable. Adesanya's looking good, looking fresh, looking in control. And Alex Pereira is on his back. Adesanya putting his hand over the face, making it as uncomfortable as possible. Less than 30 seconds to go right now. Less than 30 seconds to go. Pereira is down. Adesanya standing over him. Adesanya having a look. Pereira throwing out those kicks. Adesanya backing away. This is the third round. Adesanya stands on the leg of Alex Pereira. Kick coming in by Pereira. Oh! Axe kick by Adesanya. Axe kick. Lands on Pereira. Pereira covers up. Pereira does look insanely gassed, said J14. Guys, let me know, what are you seeing? What are you seeing? Are you enjoying the action? What are you seeing? Put it in the chat. Are you enjoying it? Are you impressed with Pereira? Are you impressed with Adesanya? Which way do you think it's going? Is Pereira gassed? What are you seeing? This is a great main event. Great main event. Super high level. Come on, Adesanya said legend killer. Pereira is 2 rounds up to 1 right now. You're biased, says Candice. 2-1 to Alex. Don't get caught, Izzy. 2-1 Izzy, says Niall. 2-1 Alex. 2-1 Alex. 2-1 Adesanya. 2-1 Izzy. 2-1 Izzy. Izzy Nurmagomedov. 2-1 to Izzy Nurmagomedov. And still lovely axe kick, said Horatio Minds. 2-1 Izzy. 2-1 Izzy. Just Nick, shout out to you, you flirt. We're about to go to round number 4. You can see that people are seeing it different ways. Round number 4. I feel like the majority had it 1-1 going into the third. And that's undoubtedly an Izzy round. Izzy 2-1 for me at the moment. But as you can see, people have got it different. That's the way it normally goes with MMA. Let's have a look. Let's see. The judges' scorecards might not even be a factor here. Switch of stances by Adesanya. If Alex Pereira is gassing, someone like Izzy can take this really away from him. Leg kick just misses. So we are into the championship rounds. Round number 4. Round number 4. Delfino, shout out to you. Hook shot just misses there by Pereira. Whatever Pereira's got, he's got to throw it all. Heavy leg kick there by Adesanya. Pereira's leg buckled. Pereira in the center. Adesanya looking a lot more comfortable. Pereira just looking a bit square. Trying to come forwards. He's still going to have power. He's still going to have a problem. There's a lovely jab there by Izzy. Nice shot in there by Izzy as well. Pereira edging forwards. Izzy getting backed up. This has been a really fun fight. Izzy is accused of having boring fights. This is not one of them. And neither guy is really getting through with anything. Couple of jabs coming through, but Izzy's got fantastic head movement. Great defense. Couple of shots getting through down the middle there by Izzy. Kick to the body. Kick to the legs. Smile on the face of Izzy. Smile on the face of Izzy. Confidence, I think, starting to flow through the last style bender. Pereira not looking as confident at all. Pereira backing away, not putting the pressure on Izzy like before. It's actually Pereira that's getting backed up a little bit. Pereira, he's not offering much. He's not offering much. We saw Pereira putting the pressure on Adesanya before. We're not seeing that now. This fight has gone in a completely different direction. It's Adesanya that's getting the volume, putting in the leg kicks. And we are seeing Adesanya now getting his shots through, just picking his shots. I don't know if Pereira is just waiting for that one moment. I don't know if he's waiting for that one mistake. But it really feels like he's being out-volumed in this round. This definitely feels like an Adesanya round. Pereira edging forwards. Into the clinch. Izzy has got Pereira. It is 13 significant strikes to 6. 13 to 6 in favor of Israel Adesanya. I think Pereira is just a beast, but it's MMA, not kickboxing. Yeah, we are seeing, I mean, it certainly looks to me, and it seems like it looks to many of you as well, that Pereira is just looking gassed. And big heavy shot coming in there by Adesanya. Nice straight left. We're seeing Pereira putting the pressure on, driving Izzy back. Izzy on the outside. This one feels like it's going to go into the 5th. Potentially going to go all the way. Heavy shot there by Pereira. Heavy shot. He is offering something now. Was he just conserving that energy? Diggs coming into the midsection. This is better now. This is better. Digging in. Nice. A lot more active here by Pereira. Digging into the body. He's got Adesanya again digging in. I can tell you right now, it's 19 to 15 to Pereira now. He just had a real flurry there with some shots digging into the ribs. I tell you what, I feel like Pereira has absolutely got himself back into this round. Yeah, he's got him right back up against the side of the cage. Thought that was a bit of lag. I don't think so. Adesanya backing away. Backing away. We've got Pereira on the front foot again. Tongue twister deep into the end of the 4th. But there we go. Which way do you go on that one? I can tell you that it ended 20-17 in favor of Alex Pereira. According to UFC, 20-17 on significant strikes. Did he do enough? Did he do enough? Will the judges have caught those? Refresh the screen. It's in round 3. There we go. I think at this point, when there's so many people on the stream, shout out, by the way, I think was that Wrestle with Andy? Appreciate it. Yeah, when there's so many people on the stream, I don't think it does a good job of refreshing. I'll keep the window open and that should fix it. Let me know what you're seeing. 2-2, 2-2, 3-1 Alex, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, 2-2, or 3-1 Izzy. 4-0 Hasbulla, said Vienna. Yeah, Vienna's calling it here. It's 4-0 Hasbulla. Fake MMA fans out there, giving it. If you've not scored it 4-0 Hasbulla, do you even know MMA? Right, here we go then, guys. The final round. The final round. It really could be 2-2. It really could be 2-2. Here we go. They said Adesanya could be 5 minutes away from being the remaining middleweight champion. Pereira putting these shots through. Has he left some in the tank? Big body blows coming in by Pereira. Brett Okamoto has got it 39-37 to Izzy. Kevin has got it 39-37. Aaron Bronster has got it 39-37. Seems like a lot of people have got it for Izzy. A lot of people have got it for Izzy. Technically, 2017, that last round went to Pereira, but there's not much in it. There's really not much in it. And I think it sounds like the commentators are looking at it as being 3-1 Izzy as well. I don't think either guy can be confident. I think both guys really need to win this. Kick by Adesanya. Could that be a costly mistake? No, it isn't. Adesanya with a leg kick. He lost his balance. He rolled backwards. I mean, you've got to give credit to that. You've got to give credit to that. Leg kick, loses his balance, goes down, and he actually quickly responds by rolling backwards and getting out of there. Perez is doubling the output here. Heavy blow. Adesanya is getting caught. Adesanya stumbles. Pereira is unloading. Pereira wins. And no! Middleweight champion! New middleweight champion! He did it! He did it! He just started unloading at the end. A few of those shots got through. It seems like he paced himself perfectly. He faded in rounds 3 and round 4. Came back towards the end of round 4. But Israel Adesanya has lost UFC middleweight championship. Look at this. It's a straight shot that gets through. There's a left that gets through as well. There's a beautiful, uppercut of sorts. There's a hook that gets through. Uppercut. Oh, and another hook as well. Izzy eats about 8 shots. He stumbles down, gets on his feet, then eats about 4 or 5 shots. I feel like it's an early stoppage, though. They show the replay, and Israel Adesanya is moving his head to try and avoid the shots, and the ref steps in. It's not a knockout blow. Yeah, he's in deep, deep trouble, but look at that, avoids the shot. I don't know. I mean, look, the referee, that's going to be debated because Adesanya is against the cage and he's moving his head. Is he getting clipped? Yes, but he's having to weather a storm. It is unanswered shots. You are right. It is unanswered. But he's not looking to throw. He's trying to use his head movement to avoid them. He's against the cage. He's trying to use his head movement to get out of the way of the shots. I can see why Izzy would be upset with it. I can see why Izzy would be upset. Do you take someone's belt away for that? I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. The referee's called it. The referee thinks so. No! Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Pereira beats Izzy. Izzy loses at middleweight for the first time. There's going to be a lot of opinions doing the rounds in regards to that stoppage. I'm sure you've all got your own. What's undeniable is we have got a new middleweight champion. Wow. Wow. I'm glad I changed my pick, said Austin. The decision will give an immediate rematch. Oh, he deserves an immediate rematch. I don't think Pereira should be fighting anyone next apart from Israel Adesanya. It felt like Adesanya was going to win it if it went to the scorecards. Maybe debatable. As we said, a lot of people had it 3-1 to Adesanya. Some people had it 2-2. Thankfully, that's not a factor. It's always better when that's taken out of the equation. I understand the argument, call the fight before, serious damage is caused. The only thing I would say to that is that Izzy actually avoided quite a few shots. Yeah, he got clipped with a lot. You can't deny that, and he got caught bad. But when the fight ends, he is moving his head against the cage. The shots are coming in. He's avoiding them. He is active in the fight. He's not getting smashed. He is active in the fight. He is using head movement to try and avoid the shots. He does stumble down. He recovers. Shot. There's big blows that are coming in. There, avoids. That one clips him. That clips him. And then the ref comes in and calls it. I still think that Adesanya is active in the fight. He's still moving his head. It's hard to see a champ lose their belt that way. I don't know. I feel like Pereira was probably going to go on to win. And I feel like Adesanya was in deep, deep trouble. And I don't have the biggest issue with it. But I can understand why people would. I think there's going to be a lot of people out there that will call for the rematch. I think there is a tinge of controversy. He was bobbing and weaving, says Shola. Back to back. Wow. He would have survived, said Gene. There's controversy. There's definitely controversy. Nuka, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Fantastic main event, says Taruka. It delivered, didn't it? It absolutely flipping smashed it. It smashed it. It smashed it. Izzy went straight to the post-fight press conference, said Francis. Pereira is the real indigenous warrior. Izzy from New Zealand, but reps a Nigerian flag. Mr. Unfamiliar said there's no rematch needed. He would have survived, says William. Izzy didn't lose. It was called early, said Joshua. Do you know what? Let's put that in the chat. I really want to get a snap. Because right now, I have no idea what you lot think. I have no idea if you think that's called early or not. We never do this. We never do a poll at the end. Was the main event called early? Let's have a look. I really want to get an idea as to what you're thinking. Vote, 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 vote. The stream's almost at their end. Doesn't make any difference to the algorithm or anything like that. But vote, 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 vote. Because I want to get a really good sample size. And I want to know what you think. Was it called early? Was it called early or not? Should the fight have been allowed to have continued for a bit longer? Or was it stopped at the perfect time? Was it stopped at the right time? Was it all going to be downhill for Izzy? What do you think? Because I think there's controversy there. The fact we're even asking this question means there's controversy there. But get your votes in. I want to see what you think. Called late. It was called late. It's a good stoppage. The guy fell and was not able to defend, said Francis. He was defending with head movement, so he was avoiding. If he wanted to get his arms up, he could have got his arms up. But instead, he wasn't looking to defend that way. He was looking to try and get his head out the way. The problem for Izzy is that a couple of those at the end, he does get clipped. And I think the ref has seen enough. But for me, he's up against the cage and he is active and he is defending. Like Izzy is a showman. Izzy puts a lot of value in head movement, puts a lot of value in that being a main form of his defense. Just because he didn't have the hands up and he wasn't cowering against the cage, I don't know that you can have the argument that there was no defense there because Izzy was defending. Like, this is Izzy's defense. Head movement, trying to avoid. Yeah, he went down. Yeah, he kind of stumbled down, but he got straight back up. And the fight isn't called when he goes, like, down to one knee. He gets knocked down, definitely, to one knee, but then gets straight back up. And then we see, like, Del Sim head movement. And we've seen that from Adesanya. Adesanya puts a lot of stock in head movement as a form of defense. He does get clipped. I mean, the head movement, you can argue, is not working because he does get clipped. But he's active in the fight. This is not a defenseless fighter. I would argue that point with anyone. He is not a defensive fighter without a defense. That's his defense. He's trying to avoid the shots. It's not like he's standing there just getting smashed around. Then it's a no-brainer. I must admit, I'm really torn on it. I'm really torn. My first initial reaction was, well done, Pereira. Then I saw the replay and I was like, damn, is that early? And then I looked to see what you lot were saying and it seems like you lot are split. And then I watched it back and he has got a defense, but he does get clipped. He is getting clipped still. Even though this is his defense, he is getting clipped. He can't get out of there. Pereira's got him trapped against the cage. Look at the uppercut as well. Some big shots in there, man. Do you know what? It's going to be fascinating to see what Israel's got to say. He might turn around and go, do you know what? Fair play. He might turn around and go, do you know what? Yeah, that's the right call. I think if he says that, then controversy over. If the person that's been the biggest victim of it says that it was the right call, what's the point of letting him get knocked out? People would moan that they let it go. The ref can't win, says Niall. Yeah, I think the argument or the conversation is we're not necessarily waiting for the knockout, but was Izzy still in the fight? Was he going to be able to weather that storm? I think the fact that the one replay shows that he is actively engaging in head movement to try and evade shots, which again, people can counter by saying yes, but he didn't evade them. People can counter with that quite easily. But, he's not just getting beaten on. He's not just getting punched in the face, standing there, just taking it on the chin like a super trooper. I can definitely see the argument from both sides.
Mitchell said, I don't know what the ref's looking for. Izzy got dropped and was loopy. Pereira was unloading. It probably would have ended a couple of punches later. Let's have a look and see what the poll thinks. Damn, guys. You think I'm split? Look at you lot. 500 votes. 51% say no. It wasn't called early, but 49% say yes. You've only got to look in the chat. 49-51. Now, I know that that's going to be skewed by some Izzy fans that are going to think that he can do no wrong. But equally, there's some Pereira fans that are going to have some money on the dog that are going to have thought that, you know, it was stopped at the right time. So I think you can make that argument either way. All I can tell you is right now, 51-49. 51-49 to no, it was not stopped early. So it seems like just by a whisker, you think the judge got it, the ref got it right. But I think that shows the level of controversy that's there. The fact that we can poll nearly 600 people and it come back that close. There is definitely a conversation there. There is definitely a conversation. That was wild, man. That was wild. Let's have a look at the press conference. I don't know if we will get Dana. I'd love to get Dana's thoughts. I mean, I'm sure that Dana will turn around and say it was fine. And that he does. It's pretty good. If he thinks it's an early stoppage, he would turn around and say it's an early stoppage. I hate sitting on the fence. I really don't like doing it. I am split on this. I'm really genuinely split. I can see Izzy is engaged in head movement. I can see that he uses that as a form of defense. I can see that there is potential for him to slip a few more shots. Is there then going to be an opening for him to get away and use his lateral movement to get out of there? Izzy's very good at doing those things. Like, I feel like there is an argument that there is still an escape route for Izzy. How big is that escape route, though? Is it just is it just, you know, one-way traffic? Is it just going to be a case that Izzy's just, as Mitchell said, a few shots away from being put down? Because that is true also. I think the problem for me is that I don't know which way it goes. If you was to allow that fight to continue, I actually don't know what happens next. I don't know. I don't know if Izzy uses head movement and slips away. I don't know if he does that. Or I don't know if a couple more shots get through and Izzy gets dropped. I really don't know which way it goes. And without knowing that, it's hard to know if it's an early stoppage or not. It's hard to know if it was a good stoppage or if it was a bad stoppage. So it makes it really hard to call. Yeah. I mean, the only thing I would say is I don't like the fact that I don't know. If I was to sit here and say, yeah, good stoppage, then, well, that to me is a good stoppage. But the fact I'm sitting here going, I don't know if it's good or not. Makes me think like maybe it was called early. If I can't sit here with 100% confidence saying that he was moments from being dropped. I can see the argument, said Dave. Pereira deserved the win, so I'm happy with that result, says Dave. Yeah, it's good. Do you know what? It's a good conversation. I don't think anyone should go away leaving frustrated. I mean, obviously, if you've lost money on Izzy, I can understand you being frustrated, or if you're an Izzy fan. I mean, I'm excited at a new champion, and I certainly don't think that there's a robbery there. There will be people calling that a robbery. I don't think that's a robbery at all. I think that I'm just on the fence as to whether it was the right call or not, but I can't really say either way. I don't feel great either way, so I can't say a robbery. So yeah, we got a new champ, man. We got two new champs. Two new champs. What a show tonight has been. Two new champions tonight. It's been wild. Summit said, what happened? It's just like that second kickboxing fight. Adesanya was winning until he lost. Great knockout by Pereira. Do you know what? The whole fight was crazy because, like, I think the scoring, some people had it 2-2, some people had it 3-1. I just don't know. If we went to the judges, you could even make the argument that Adesanya may have been able to have just lost that last round but just not get finished. Just avoid him. Do you know what I mean? And
I think one of the craziest things was the fact that Pereira just looked completely done. He looked done. He looked gassed. He looked like there was nothing left in the tank. Looked like there was nothing there. And then all of a sudden in round 5, just burst into life. Just in round 5, just seemed like he'd been holding back. Just holding back whatever was in there. Whatever was left. I mean, if he had that as a strategy and decided to pace himself, then I have to applaud his game plan. I have to applaud his game plan. His game plan was just incredible. His game plan to go in there and save that energy and make sure that he had a big final round. Got to give him credit for that. Unless he got a second wind or something, I've got no idea. He looked gassed. He looked gassed. Like, in the early stages of the fight, he was driving Adesanya back. In the middle part of the fight, he was just standing there. He was not offering anything at all. Didn't look great at all. But as we said, in that final round, in round number 5, Pereira landed 28 strikes to Adesanya's 9 significant strikes. Like, he absolutely dominated. Of course, massively helped by the ending. Like, you know, the way that he was getting them shots through, massively helped by that. But, damn, 28-9. You can't escape how impressive that is. Can't escape how impressive that is. 28-9 in the final rounds. And the big conversation coming into this was that Alex Pereira had put timber on, had put weight on, was carrying some extra weight. They think he was around 211 or whatever, like, you know, big guy. And he's just managed to go into the deep water, into the deep, deep water. It's amazing. It's amazing. We've got Chandler. Chandler's face looks messed up, man. His face looks messed. King Charles said the fight was amazing. Izzy showed that he was the better MMA fighter in many ways, but the fact that Alex's power was a deal breaker remains. King Chris, shout out to you, my friend. Shout out to you. Shout out to everyone that joined us. We're not going anywhere just yet. We're watching and waiting. I really want to hear from Dana. I always like to hear from Dana at the end of these shows. So we're just going to wait and see what Dana has got to say. The other thing we need to do as well is just jump over to the Tapology game. So we will do that just to put a bow on this one. Don't forget, if you do want to join... No way. No way. No way. What the flip? If you do want to join the Tapology group, go over to Tapology, create your account. It's free. Make your picks, and you can then join Wrestling Days League. We've got 242 members, and the winner this week, Priscilla and Brian. Priscilla and Brian were both pipped. It felt like it was going to be one of those guys, and it turns out to be Austin 316. Austin 316, shout out to you. Well done. Well done. You earned it. You deserve it. That's a big, big win. Big, big win for Austin 316. Well done. Right. Days, is this a record just 4 fights to a title shots? Nah, I think we got that semi-regular back in the day. I mean, Israel Adesanya, Anderson Silva. Didn't take him long. Was it his second fight, actually, thinking about it? He beat Lieben. And then did he go straight to Rich Franklin and go get a title shot? I think we've seen it quite a few times back in the day. Used to be, I think Brock got his title fight after 3. In UFC, more old school UFC, it was a regular thing. Modern UFC, not so much. And in all fairness, if Alex Pereira hadn't beaten Adesanya in kickboxing, he wouldn't have got there. He wouldn't have got the opportunity. He got that opportunity because of what happened outside of UFC. I don't think there's any debating of that. I think Alex Pereira is a very impressive fighter, but he has skipped the queue. He's skipped the queue somewhat mental. But the only thing I would say is he's skipped the queue
but he's just beaten the champion. He is now the middleweight champion. I mean, you can't watch that fight and say that Izzy is the better fighter because he didn't put him away. He didn't put Pereira away. You might have had him up on points, but damn, I think, what we saw in that final round, whether you think it's an early stoppage or not, I have no problem with Pereira being champion. I have no problem with Pereira being champion at all. I think it's a hell of an achievement. And even more staggering when you think that he's only had 7 MMA fights and that was his 8th. His 8th. And Israel Adesanya, that was his 25th. That was his 25th. Israel Adesanya is now 23-2. Alex Pereira is 7-1, but more importantly than that, Alex Pereira is the new middleweight champion. And I tell you what this does to the middleweight division. It really revitalizes it. Yeah, we're going to get the rematch. Yes, there's every chance that Adesanya will win it back and win the rematch. But Pereira against Whitaker, Pereira against Costa, you can go through a list of matches now that Pereira can have outside of Izzy that I think will be very, very tasty. Very tasty indeed. MYR said, you don't know better than the ref in the cage. Izzy was getting smashed. Because he recovered, Alex was about to put him out cold. Then he would never be the same again. Bob says, you kill me the best friend every time. Austin said, the clock's still going. Go on, clock. Go on. MVP. I had mixed feelings for the stoppage. I've watched it 10 times. I think it's a good stoppage. Anderson's head was ridiculously wobbling. He was just too hurt, says Summit. Fair enough. I'm torn on it. I'm torn on it. Maybe I need to watch it a few more times myself. So yeah, I'm still torn. But if I think it's interesting if you've watched it repeatedly and you've come to the conclusion it's a good stoppage, then fair play. I'm really interested to see what Adesanya says about it. Vig says Izzy will never be the same again. Austin said Pereira versus Whitaker intrigues me. Intrigues me as well, but yeah, I think that's a great fight. Except the fact that Adesanya cannot defeat Pereira. Listen, I bet Izzy is having to accept that fact this evening. That is 0-3 now, and that must suck. Gore said Pereira out-kickboxed him. He just couldn't grapple. Chris said, think Izzy begged Dana for this fight because he thought it would be an easy revenge fight. Dortnight said, what's done is done. Gene said, Dana is delighted. Do you think he is? I actually don't know how Dana will feel because Adesanya's a big star and I suppose it builds up a massive rematch. Yeah, I suppose he will be delighted. If his eyes were gone and he snapped back a millisecond, that's kind of incredible. 2 pay-per-views for the price of 1, said Gene. Eric, shout out to you. Hamzat against Pereira. Izzy was wobble bad, said Calvin. Oh, hello. Lag. Was there lag? What's that? Wait, it feels like you lot just shot up for a second then, so... I don't have any lag that was showing. So, we're back, says Hayden. Okay. Normally, I have the little light in the corner that goes, like, from green to red. Didn't show at all. Either way, whatever that was, thankfully it's happened after all the fights. If you are just joining us, you've missed a hell of a show. Was this the best show of the year in regards to pay-per-view, do you think? Trying to think, there's been some fun pay-per-views this year. Like that Chandler one. Damn. Hey, when was Jiri and Glover? When was Jiri Glover? Was that the end of last year or was that this year? Because I feel like that has got to be in conversation for Fight of the Year, but I just can't remember if it was this year or the tail end of last year. Jiri and Glover was... Damn, do you know what? It was a lot more recent than I remember, actually. Way more recent than I remember. It was June. Turns out it was June. In my mind, I'm like, I think it's this year, and I think it's about February. But no, turns out it was June. Damn, they're turning them around quite quick then, aren't they? They faced in June, and now they're going to face again in December. But that was a war. Do you remember that one? That was sick. I think that's still my fight of the year. Glover and Jiri, I think, is my fight of the year. That was sick. So good they're doing it again, and I can't wait. But tonight was fire. Dave, Sonny, and I will rule that leaderboard, said Bob. Maboleki said, Israel wasted power on grappling. I noticed early signs of him being tired. Replace the bulb in the lagometer. The red bulb is broken. The man Bobby Knuckles is a bigger problem for Pereira stylistically, says Summit. Austin said pay-per-view, yes, but the London card was really good. I don't know if I like that one. Well, do you know what? For me, I would go the London cards. I could totally be biased on that, but although saying that, I don't think there's anything on the London cards that's close to. There's nothing close to Poirier Chandler. Damn. Now that you put it that way, I really don't know. UFC London was my favorite show out of anything I've seen this year. I don't know if tonight has beaten it. I really don't know. There's something special about like Paddy and Molly and Aspinall in the main event, and the crowd going off and beers being thrown around and Dana getting drenched, and I don't know, that atmosphere was so special. But the fights tonight have been fantastic. Some of the finishes tonight as well. This might have pipped it, you know. This might have pipped it. Glover and Jiri had everything. I agree. It's my match of the year, definitely. Glover against Jiri was an incredible fight. Diesel says, come on, Izzy was completely out on his feet. He was slumped over, had no idea where he was. Would have been a horrid KO if not stopped. I disagree. I think he's using his head movement. He's not slumped over. It's not that he's just lying there getting smashed. If you actually watch the replay, you can see Izzy moving his head from side to side to try and avoid the strikes. He is doing that as a defense. That is his defense. The head movement. A lot of people would put their arms up and cover the blows that way. Izzy would rather rely on his head movement because it's something that he believes in. He believes in his head movement abilities. He believes that he can evade the shots. The problem is an Izzy that has been clipped, an Izzy that's maybe not of clear mind, is not able to avoid those shots. And so he definitely did get caught with a couple of them at the end. Summit said that there's one that really does connect, and I need to go back and just have a look at that. But I have to disagree that he was out on his feet. I didn't see that. I didn't see that he was out on his feet. There is an argument, definitely, that the next couple of shots could have put Izzy down. But because Izzy was in this kind of movement of avoiding and evading, I think there's an argument that could be made that he equally could have slipped the shots. Now, he does get caught with a couple before, and I think that the ref looks at it, and I think maybe if Izzy had evaded those shots, then maybe the ref would have looked at it and thought, okay, his head movement defense is working for him, and so as a result, we'll let it continue. The fact that he was using the head movement but still got clipped, maybe that's what called it for the ref, so I don't know. I mean, it's just not clean cut to me. It's just not clean cut. The fact that we did a poll and it's close to 50-50 as well, I think kind of backs that up. So it's not a case of, I don't know, like being a Izzy fan or anything. I can't be accused of that. I'm not bothered if Izzy wins or not. I genuinely don't care. I like him, but I like Alex Pereira as well. I don't think it's a robbery. I'm not going to sit here and say Izzy was robbed. I don't think that's true. As I said, I think that it's a call that the refs made. I can definitely see why he's made it. It's it's difficult because Izzy's still moving from side to side, trying to avoid those shots. And yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. I still don't know. I think it's really hard. I think, look, if you're there and you're like, no, good stoppage. Good. Fair play. Good. That's good. You know how you feel about it, and you've got your mindset that it was good stoppage. I think if you're there going, no, it's a bad stoppage, then... Yeah. Oh, hang on, here's Dana. Let's see what Dana's got to say. See what Dana thinks. He might not have seen the replays, though. Summit said he watched the replays a few times after being unsure, but has come to the conclusion that it was a good stoppage. Fight of the night is Poirier and Chandler. And it feels like a long time ago. Weili Zhang won a performance bonus tonight. Card of the year. Yeah, that is a conversation. It was amazing. Dana said it was an amazing night. We made sure this card was a good one. We're here. It happened. It was awesome. Izzy looked great. Well, apparently Pereira's corner was saying to him, you are losing this effing fight. You have got to knock him out. Like, they really... Like, seriously straight out of a movie, according to Dana, what Pereira's corner was saying to him. Dana didn't have a problem with the stoppage. He says he was hurt. He wasn't out. But he seemed hurt. Dana said he's not spoke to Israel. So there you go. There's Dana's take on it. Doesn't have a problem with the stoppage. Dana says you've got to show Israel the respect. He deserves the rematch. He didn't flinch about taking this fight. He likes to fight all the time. He dove right into the fight. Wouldn't rule out running it back. Obviously, he always says we don't make fights on the post-fight press conference. We always do it on a Tuesday. Yeah, so Zhang Weili, is it Rose next for her? Dana said he doesn't know. Frankie Edgar. Dana says, I love him and I love his family. Just showing some respect. Bolecki said, I wish to advise Israel not to drop his right hand in front of his opponent. He likes that. Even though I'm Israel's biggest fan, lose or win, I like Israel. Good job. And did what happened, happened. It's a good way to look at it, dude. What will be, won't it? I mean, still one of the greatest. He didn't have to fight him at this point. You're right that he had head movement, but if you see the slow-mo, he was wobbly and hurt, one shot away from being put out cold, says Summit. Austin said Weili will beat Rose next time. Basically, Thug Rose is Zhang Weili's Alex Pereira. It's not going to happen. She's just going to keep smashing her. That's how it goes. Dana looks like he's ill. I don't know. He seems a bit hoarse. I think he probably got involved in the shouting. Dana says if he stayed away from Alex Pereira in the 5th round, then he likely would have won the fight. But that strategy doesn't always play out. I think there's a good chance that Izzy goes to 205. He's done everything in 105 except beat Pereira. I don't know. I mean, like, he got a taste of it, didn't he? And I don't know. I don't know if he enjoyed the taste of it. He knows that he can dominate middleweight. Does he want to test himself? Pereira's the only test, seemingly. With Pereira winning, does it open up the division to guys like Whitaker, Chimaev? Dana says that he sees that as a good thing. There's always great fights. It's a good way of looking at it, innit? He said it didn't matter if Adesanya won. Didn't matter if Pereira won. There's always great fights. Whitaker versus Pereira is a tougher fight. If Whitaker doesn't get put out early, he takes it easy, says Summit. Anything Hoops says, for the future, how does Israel come back from this 0-3 against a guy in combat sports? Do you feel he gets the belt back, or is this the end of the Stylebender? I don't think it's the end. It's tricky. I mean, look, he's 33. I think that Izzy loves fighting. I think he loves the art of fighting. I've got to think that he's going to want the rematch. I mean, he loves to fight. Dana's been singing his praises about always wanting to fight. There's a guy in front of him here that is proving a problem that he cannot solve. And maybe he can't solve it. Maybe you'd face him again and he doesn't beat him. Maybe he's not better than him. I feel like Izzy will want that challenge, though, one more time. I think that kind of thing motivates Izzy. So I think he'll want that. And then it really depends what happens, isn't it? If he loses, then I think that's it for Izzy in middleweight. I don't know what he does then. I really don't. If Izzy goes 205, it opens the door for Whitaker to win back the title. If Izzy comes back, then Izzy Whitaker 3 is the way to go, says Joel. Tim said Pereira versus Jiri is the best possible fight right now. Prahashka. He should get the rematch, said Austin. What was the question? UFC Africa. So they ask about UFC Africa. So the question is, UFC Africa, I know you want to do it, but there's not many or any large indoor arenas. Like, what are you looking at? And Dana said, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. There is some soccer stadiums mentioned. Legend Killer, shout out to you, my friends. We are just waiting to wrap up this Dana. Was you happy with the stoppage? And that gets asked again. Dana says, yes. I didn't question it until I've come into the press conference. Conor wants to come back next year. Conor's training and Conor wants to come back next year. Big. Massive. I'm off early. Tim, shout out to you. Anything Hoop said, do you think the only way Izzy can win against Alex is to put him away because Izzy is at his best when he finishes opponents? Or do you think Izzy has to win this way? No, look, I think Izzy, look, there's an argument that if Izzy had just survived that final round, which is obviously easier said than done, there's plenty of people that thought Izzy had that 3-1 and so would have gone to the judges' scorecards and won 3-2. So I don't think he has to put him away. Obviously, if he can put him away, brilliant, because that takes it out of the judges' hands. But we saw that Izzy had some wonderful striking. And don't forget, what was it, end of the first round? How he wobbled Pereira. Pereira was in trouble. I mean, if Izzy was to find a way of doing that again, only maybe not at the end of a round, in the middle of a round, things could get quite interesting. I think Izzy, it's hard to say that he would finish Pereira, but Pereira definitely seems like, I don't want to say there's cardio issues, but I think he has to really kind of space out his energy. It seems like he kind of, I don't know, took the foot off the gas for a while or got a second wind. It seems like that's when Izzy can really capitalize. And maybe in those moments he didn't capitalize enough and didn't take the fight enough. Perhaps he was worried it was a trap. And so he was always being a bit cagey. You know, maybe this is where those two previous losses really come in, because all of a sudden this guy that was driving you back, driving you against the cage, he's not coming forward anymore. And so you're a little bit wary of, like, do you know what I mean? Going up to him and trying to pressure him. Because I can understand you being a bit like, is he trying to have me on here? Is he trying to lure me into a false sense of security? Is this a trap? But, yeah, that's maybe an area that he could have put the foot on the gas a bit more. But equally, you know, just don't do anything stupid. Don't get caught in that final round. Be more evasive. Be on the back foot more. Get out the way more. Just run in the 5th round. So I kind of feel like you could get a finish. You could get decision. I think if they did a rematch, God, I don't know. I don't even know what the odds would be. I genuinely don't know. I feel like it would be close to a pick'em because I think you can make a real good argument that Adesanya was just minutes away from winning. There's a really good stadium in Johannesburg, said Tortnight. Don't forget as well, before I forget, we are back later with Mayweather against Edgy. We've got that coming up later today. Very much looking forward to that. We're talking about John Jones right now. MMA seems not very smart. They ask the same questions again and again. They're a bunch of inept journalists, says Unbroken. That shot at the end of the round was after the bell, says King Chris. Summit said, chat says, Rose Namajunas, Simp Days activates. Rose, what? Rose against Alex Pereira? Book it. She'd mess him up, mate. She'd make him humble. John Jones will fight next year, and he said we never got the Stipe Jones fight. Like Bray Wyatt says, run. Yeah, Dana seems tired here. He seems tired. Dana says Eddie Alvarez is at a point in his career where we're trying to bring in young, up-and-coming guys that can be a world champion one day, and that is really what we're looking for. So, I feel weight also plays a factor. Alex looked huge compared to Izzy, says anything hoops. Izzy was at his best when he took him to the ground in round 3. I feel he should have kept that same game plan and just wear him out. It's a good point. Mbolecki said Pereira will lose the bout easily. Strategy of White Tanker, I'm pretty confident that Pereira will not get to the 5th round. Do you think Jones being serving a suspension for 3 years, it would make sense, says Unbroken? I mean, would it make sense? Yes. But it's been kept very quiet, if so. Dana said he had it 3-1 going into the 5th round. Some people had it 2-2. Some people had it 3-1. Day sounds tired because he's still recovering from Nikki throwing the 24/7 title away. Yeah, and I'm running on fumes. I mean, I'm running literally on whatever Pro Plus gave me last time I had one. So we are running on fumes. But I do want to just see the end of this Dana press conference, and then we're going to be running away. Zhang only picked Ngannou, but Day says Rose punched 4 horsepowers more harder than Ngannou, says Summit. Undeniable. But that's what I'm talking about. People wanting Ngannou to lose, but no one is telling me who he's going to lose to. Why do you guys want him to lose so bad, says RC. I can't answer that because I'm not bothered about Ngannou losing. It doesn't bother me if he holds the title for years. I think he's a very credible champion. But if he was going to lose to someone, Tom Aspinall. Because it'd be nice to have a heavyweight champ from England. Hamzat Chimaev against Alex Pereira said trap flinch. That would be good. With Pereira winning the title, maybe that'll boost Sean Strickland's confidence so that we can see a more hilarious fight build-up. So that's a fun question. He says, is it exciting that the crowd cheer because they can recognise that a hook is being applied? Is it exciting to see? I think probably the general knowledge of the fan base improving. You know, it's not that long ago when fights used to go down to the ground, they used to be booing. There was no appreciation for like ground game. Not amongst the masses. It'd be wild if Pereira lost the bout due to a weight cut issue like Oliveira. He did have issues making weight, said Kendall. Oh, I don't think... Have they asked him about the judging thing? That seems like ages ago. I mean, it was. Do you remember, like, they were doing something with the judges' scorecards during, was it the Carolina fight? God, that feels like a different stream. That feels like forever ago. But what was that? That was Carolina Kowalkiewicz taking on Silvana Gomez Juarez. That was the fourth. I mean, amazingly, that was the 4th fight of the night. But yeah, they were doing something with the scorecards. Dort Knight said UFC is scripted. Cyril Garn with better takedown defense is a greater threat, says Summit. A lot of champs have been winning the fight but losing in the last round. Usman and Adesanya, Teixeira. Congrats on another success. This is the longest I've heard Dana talk in a while. We've actually had a few shows without Dana. I hope most future opponents against Pereira notice that Pereira is getting tired early. Yes, Pereira is powerful. with good timing for his accuracy. And he does like to take heavy punches. Dana says we do like to try and constantly outdo ourselves. There's so one of the reporters is falling asleep, and Dana's like, I want a question from this guy, the one that's falling asleep. He says we need to bring someone more exciting in because I'm sending you guys off. Dace, do you think Paddy will be exposed like Marley eventually? I mean, I don't know if he's going to make improvements. I mean, he's definitely got holes in his game. Every time we see him fight, he gets caught in the early stages, gets rocked. If you're going to do that against better opponents, you'll get put away. He's definitely got some skills. I mean, I think he can get into the rankings. I don't know that he can get into the top 5. If he can get into the top 10, I think it's going to be 8, 9, 10. I don't know. I really don't think he gets higher than that, to be honest. I mean, there'll be people that don't even think he breaks into the top 10. I think he gets in the rankings, though. Nice. He says, I want you to have OMG moments. I tried to give you several throughout the night. I'm going to take off, says Bob. Have you got any plans to increase your presence in China is the question. To ignite that market, you need a badass fighter, and she is a badass fighter. So Dana taking this opportunity to put praise on Zhang Weili. She wants to be a world champion so much. She loves to win so much. Can't say enough good things about her. She's helping to blow this thing up in China. Is there an update on the stadium in the UK? A lot of people have been asking about Cardiff. So we're taking a serious look at that. Leon Edwards might be defending his welterweight championship in Cardiff. I think it's got a roof that closes, says Dana. He loves the idea of Cardiff. UFC are very interested in a big show in Cardiff. Cardiff's the new London, isn't it? Seemingly. Bob, shout out to you, dudes. Austin says Zhang Weili is awesome. Dana said, I'm excited about going to Brazil. We've not been there for a few years. And we always have a blast in Brazil. Well, that's nice. Him and the lads. Jeez, why? I don't understand why. So many questions. I think, in all fairness, I mean, there's been some big title changes, big moments tonight. It was a great card. The amount of improvement Pereira has to make in his ground game is insane, says Paul. Yeah, I mean, if he gets taken down, he's in big trouble. I mean, he's been working with Glover Teixeira, but Yeah, if he goes down to the ground, he's in trouble. Aspinall, in my mind, was the biggest threat to Ngannou, but in Blade's fight, he made multiple bad mistakes under 30 seconds. It was disappointing, says Summit. That's an interesting question, actually. The guy says, do you think the sport's going backwards because someone can come in and get a title shot so quickly and really only have, like, the kickboxing skill set? Like, he hasn't got much of a ground game. Nothing in the way of, like, wrestling, grappling, jiu-jitsu. Dana kind of puts a positive spell on it and says, look, I think they're both great athletes, know each other very well. Do you know what? That's a really good point. Dana just said Israel should have pressed the action a lot more in that fourth round. And that fourth round is the round where, you know, we see Alex Pereira fade him. And I agree. I think that is a big moment in the fight where he was probably nervous about it being a trap. Do you think you should bring in elite level sports? You got to fight your way up, says Dana. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's on about. God, this is not ending, and the questions are not that exciting, to be honest. There's a couple of things in there, but... Oh, hang on, what's going on with Stipe? This might be all right. Dana says he doesn't know what's happening with Stipe right now. Dana says, right, Stipe, I don't know. And the journalist, like, so you're saying there's a chance he won't fight? He said, I did not say that. I'm saying I don't know. You're trying to make it sound like I said something I didn't say. We have caffeine bills in New Zealand. They're called No Doze. Aren't they? They're the only things that kept me going. I am absolutely running on fumes. John Jones Francis. Colby against Hamzat. Colby against Hamzat Chimaev is being worked on, and John Jones against Ngannou is seemingly the next fight for Ngannou. That's the one they're interested in making. The situation with Stipe, they don't know at the moment. I almost bailed on this, but we've actually picked up some information there that's not bad, actually. Arce Dotson, shout out to you. Appreciate it. John said Conor could lose every single fight and could still get a title shot. What can you give us on the heavyweight division right now? The heavyweight division is wide open. And Dana says, okay, well, we'll get it figured out. This reporter's amazing. This reporter's, like, not taking any nonsense from Dana. Ngannou said that negotiations aren't going very well, and that seems to be news to Dana, actually. Jesus, I don't know what's going on, man. What the flip? How are we still sat here? I feel like this is the never-ending interview. Half an hour this has been going. Half an hour. I had a wonderful time watching the fight, said King Chris. Shout out to you, dudes. Madison Square Garden wants UFC twice a year. Madison Square Garden wants UFC twice a year. The world's starting to open up again. And there's so many places we need to go to. They need to get fight nights back on the road. I'm so sick of fight nights at the Apex. They suck. They suck. Oh. Nate Diaz has got in a scuffle with Dylan Dennis just outside the arena, Madison Square Garden. Apparently, he called up looking for some tickets for UFC last night, and Dana's like, "We didn't have them. I mean, we've been sold out for ages." Apparently, he found his own tickets, went to the arena, got into a scrap with Dylan Dennis outside. That's probably going to lead towards a boxing encounter of some kind, I would imagine. I stopped looking at the rankings a while ago. They just don't mean anything, says R.C. Dotson. Nate has slapped Dylan Dennis, says Paul. Hayden said almost an 8-hour show. I know, yeah. Well, dude, this is just hostages right now. We're all just being held hostage. I am literally only here to hear what Dana's got to say, and then I'm done, and we're off. But they're just not letting the man go. How do you see Pereira doing at the top of the division? Dana says, good question. We'll have to see when he goes up against someone that can really wrestle. Dave, you should watch UFC Paris. It was a blast. It's my favourite night of the year, says John. Yeah, I heard it was great. Lots of great finishes tonight. Did it make it hard to pick out those names for the bonus? Dana says, no, it was pretty straightforward. He likes the finishes that he gave the bonuses to. Yeah, he wants to go. Did Dylan try to mug Nate, says a broker? I don't know. Slap fight in the parking lot, says Sonny. Oh, it'll be all over social media. It'll be all over social media. He's done. Oh my God, he's done. Dana gets up and walks away. I mean, look, what I will say is there's a few interesting things in that post-fight press conference. Dana didn't see an issue with the stoppage. I don't know where we are with that poll. Let's just end the poll. 56% of you didn't see an issue as well. So we got that. We obviously found out about MSG want them twice a year. We found out about Nate Diaz and Dylan Dennis. We found out about the fact John Jones and Ngannou is next in the works. We found out that they're interested in Colby and Chimaev, and that's being worked on. We found out that he doesn't know the situation with Stipe at the moment. That seems kind of interesting. So all of that was good. We found out about Africa. They're going to look at it. We found out about Cardiff and he's really interested in that for Leon Edwards. There's a few bits in there. I probably didn't need half an hour to extract that information. But this is why it's always interesting to listen to Dana, because, I mean, you do find stuff out, basically. So, my friends, thank you so much for joining us. Sorry that I held you hostage right at the end. I was being held hostage as well. But I hope you enjoyed the stream. Don't forget, we are going to be back in a bit. I mean, honestly, I don't even know how long. I mean, 8 hours, if that. We'll be back to do Mayweather in action. Mayweather taking on Deji. So we've got that coming up later. But yeah, big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you so much. Get some rest. And I will see you in a bit for another massive stream as Floyd Mayweather takes on Deji. And, look, we'll just have some fun with it, see how it goes. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it. And I'll see you next time. Bye for now.